bastard.
Talking about God's tough.
Well, listen, if a person can learn to play without though, without the should learn. You can. This is what helps learning. I'm not saying this is the way to do it. You can learn without pushing, you can learn without pushing. You can learn without.
Oh my God, this clothes in your hand. You're gonna give me the best fucking hand job ever.
The Brian Grab, new journey and accountability, and a big thank you. Listen up, this is my first acceptance of everything belly. Only getting my learning back on track. 40 days of counting that I'm continually learning each day. This space to thank you. So I met a few people like this recently. And I say, if you are ready, then 40 down and something very consistently every day. Why don't you jump on board and do that for everyone? It's different, it's interesting, but the mind of doing that for me is everybody, it's for everybody. And find something tired of you, and if you do it for yourself, you think of the day, nothing's going to happen, but if everybody's doing it, and if you miss this day, you know that you're falling behind progress, so that gives you a push. Plus, they go different places, you go to different shows, you go to different cities, they're all learning the same thing, so that's a huge mile of learning by yourself, but I gotta remind everyone. היום, שבע עשר יום שהם שני שבועות ושלוש ימים ואומר, okay, since I learned, of course I love reading sleep, this is more slow and Mom, Lloyd, I feel committed. Yeah, I know. So the guy that's out in the morning and he's not happy about what he said. Not a couple of tomorrow. People get up the middle and coffee before that was over. So I don't care because as long as everyone makes money off of this, you can make as many cars as you want. Just so this is one shot. This sex stuff I can run in with family and parents, the house family, memory of our grandparents. Job Sabi Zain Anonymous in memory of your siblings we heard. And Kuvia, Iran, the Moishan, and his Tomo, and Aliyot. The today's time making is I think the receptor is part of the daily sound very good memory of all the murder of small for kind of people from the rock substantive. John Gas news of the found that does and I'm such a root of the gas with hospital foundation is the match are going to come out to the ceiling.
Right, that was my next job. He's not the okay, that's weird. God sacrificed his only son, and then you're like, wait, you said I was his kid too. And then the other way, I don't get that part out. That's not true. Yeah, it's really weird.
All these sponsors are starting to put them all the Murray Bar, the Muriel sponsors. Anonymous, Ellie, Marcus Knazin, and Ryan Dwight Cruz, and not so well for a second. I checked the sponsors, and I my son should become a sponsor. Scores is good. I'm going to late you. Muzzle. Do we have that already? The new one? That is good. Thanks. Everybody, starting from today, we already had a few days, a few weeks. So that's that stuff. Almost like a gotcha stuff. Today we have phenomenal hands-on display. It's going to be the first time I'm showing this in the English here. The staff has up that really went for the crazy enough stuff that we made. We have pieces here and the book which have not changed here live in its chaos. Like she said, I will not be showing anytime soon because it's larger than the table. The seal, I don't know, pretty large. But here we go. We're holding snack and noodle of Sugla. It's not flying over down.
I love you, buddy. Like, that is a fucked up. Imagine if anybody knew the other son that, like, he didn't like. His other son, John Gamora. You know what I mean? Like, but it is
no need to know.
It's only faulty in the logic of giving a 4-year-old a book. And I think that's where you
before
put
or say
your
it over.
all
Just
to the right
Alejandro,
avenue,
why
I
not?
believe, with the concept of what the story is. And you know you're going to help from now that you've told it. So
What
it's a
comes
bad
up?
I think that's the moral of the story. It's a bad story for a 4-year-old.
So we have to be careful with the sugar.
But it all goes back to the fact that you are doing one of the craziest things in
What
comedy history by writing
We're
these every single week in front of everybody's eyes. There she goes again. And Nancy Johnson, everybody.
red.
What do you guys say we go up there one more time, huh? Go to the bucket, get a range ranger up there.
One more time.
Is it me or does Jeremiah strangely dressed like an out of work magician? Your hair looks like it's connected to that baseball cap.
Got it.
Yeah. You guys ready for one more comedian or what? Anything can happen. Bert's blood pressure is out of control. Are you guys ready for one more comedian?
Let's do it.
Casey Stoddard.
You keep it around from both sides. Awesome.
So yeah, I had to break up with my
Okay,
last
so
girlfriend.
now I can look this up.
So I found out
She's unbelievable.
that she was going balls in my mouth. And I was like, are you insane? Do you want your sister to get pregnant?
And now I'm looking at it. How did you make the hole so perfect?
My sister just came out of the closet. She's a lesbian. And
She was
I'm
tight.
proud of her.
One of them
But I feel like I should have known. Like, I remember whenever we were trying to play rock, paper, scissors, she was always too busy eating pussy.
This is going on here. There's a half pipe, and they have
my girlfriend plugged the toilet.
it's up
It's
to
all my fault, though.
Anyway,
Should have cut her into smaller pieces.
so we're going to talk about this. How many pipes
If you
are on
have
the
puts your
side
hands, you wouldn't be able to do air quotes.
While we're at 14, the top, you see there's only 2
Coming
pipes.
in.
Nice.
You did it.
Okay.
Came in at the end of the show. You sort of look like a combination of everybody that we've seen.
You might tell you guys that the super candy comes from it.
You came in and you did what they all refuse to do.
But guys,
You
people have to make
wrote
some.
setups and punchlines and you executed them right down the barrel. PC,
It's Renata. It's meant to
what's your story, man? Where are you from? How long you been on stand-up?
From Michigan, just moved out here about a month ago.
How long you been on stand-up?
Since I was 19, but I
So
really
let's just
started
stay right over
regular
here.
until I was like 22.
It's not
About
meant
4
to be
years.
moved. It's not a couple turbo.
Oh, so you know,
So right tells us
I haven't found it yet.
no.
Not
Where
really.
Lysol comes to
We're
Alina
in
Rep,
Michigan, Traverse City.
Diana will take it out and
Nearly
raise
to
it
go
up.
to college in Grand Rapids. That's where I started. LA and Traverse City. Yeah, they all kind of Grand Rapids. Yeah.
you went to Traverse City.
By the way, it's much larger than this, yeah? This is
That's so much fun.
Yeah.
That's where I made friends with Sinbad.
I wonder if I went to the Grand Rapids club.
just
Did they have a Grand
a
Rapids
model.
club too? Yeah,
It's about
Grand Rapids. Sorry, that's the only place I know.
I did
we
Traverse
say
City
2
comedy
hours
with Sinbad.
long, so about
Son.
4 to 5 feet long. This is much longer.
We're all sitting there in the beginning, like dinner time. Jason did
I'm a white,
cut the
he's
meat
white.
skeptical comedian sitting
So-
at the dinner table, like, yeah, right, Michael Moore, whatever. 2 hours later, we're just all leaning in there.
Pause. They lift it up. They show everybody.
Like you,
That's not-
motherfucker. It's
It's
like
not
one
that they
thing with
can't
Michael Moore to be like, it's like, you know,
stop
Neil
it.
knows, and then we're listening to it.
Whereas,
Anyway, it's great. This is great.
wait a minute. It's crazy to go.
It's some killing.
And gold, it's metal. The metal is metal total. So what do you have to tell me?
They all set up once like that. No, I'm starting to do longer
Look, you
segments.
don't even be over it. Here's the, you don't hold it. Just look at that.
Does it depart from the character of who cuts up his girlfriend or her sister?
How
Yeah,
the
it's
total is gold.
well, yeah, it's
That's
a
what
like
we're
seven.
holding right now.
Well,
pop up, sabe exactly what I was for like. But he doesn't have to keep it as she needs to talk to. Tell me that beautiful video of how to make the short part. Yeah, that's chicken. Like, making it very important. Very expensive wood, so the wood will come up.
Office or something.
Yeah.
I think Jeremiah almost puked again after that.
Usually, what's common is Conway play it's like it. How about you say that? Get like this wood that comes from overseas, China.
Jeremiah, if you want to sit in the
Cheap
back for a little bit, you go ahead. You don't know.
I would think this month, it's
Jeremiah treats like this rinky-dinky podcast like it's fucking Iraq or
Walnut,
something
like
like
in
that.
this bedroom.
I can't leave my friends behind.
Because she really liked it. Maybe you
Just keep going. I'm gonna be right here. I got you covered.
tell me, oh, it's such a fucking war.
It hurts me every time you make me laugh.
The goal, the place, it doesn't,
Well, it's also the best medicine, so get well soon.
it's not possible. And remember,
KC, you absolutely killed it tonight. That was really, really, really great
it's not
stuff.
cool. So here,
Excited to see
that will be okay. That will be okay. No,
Yeah, sadly, I don't have any fucking notes.
when this is coming back, we're going to do it. It's expensive wood.
How funny. Oh, you're not on Twitter.
Like that, the shooting is also true. The goal is like when it's coming anyway.
Yeah,
Because
no,
it's
yeah.
a metal
What are you talking about? Some personal stuff? What's that? Other stories about my life that no one knows about. Yeah.
I used to
On
call
Twitter, yeah, I wrote it on there. You
Yeah,
ditched me on there.
how you
Maybe I'll get it to you later.
things. Cheers and
I can't even think to say it right now. Oh, it's just, well, I wrote, okay. It's Jesus Christ.
Oh, you've done it for what people
It's
want to
Casey
see.
Sutter, but CASEY_SCODDRD, because I wrote my name as Casey.
Because that's like the
Yeah,
fight
that's
right
what
now.
I'm thinking about. Use your Twitter name.
It's metal.
Casey.
Don't do it.
Not the thing. Casey, that is awesome. Good luck finding a job in an office or something. And,
Very funny, man. Very
nice to
funny.
meet you. There you go.
The player calls
Casey
it
Stoddard.
wood.
Casey
It
Anderson
might
Stoddard.
look like metal, but it's wood. Not
Guys,
that.
guess who cheered tonight's episode? It's Ryan J. Ebel. Look at
Everybody's
that.
like, I'm from.
Wow, that's crazy. That's some kind
The
of
one guy
monster.
is
We
sorry
all
for
are.
the wood, but I'm not.
That's great.
Hey,
That looks like
so it's kind of.
this is the picture. Looks just like it.
Oh, yeah. The word was bad. It's
We did it again, everybody. Live audience, thank you so much for coming to this episode of Kill Time.
You have to understand it.
Jeremiah Watkins is on Twitter, so is Pat Reagan. What do you guys want
And
to
the
promote?
Jeremiah Stand on all social media. If there's any Denzel fans in Billings, Montana, I'll be headlining there next week. It's
So
my
the next
first
part is the
official
Arctic
headlining
Stein
set.
The great
That,
start in
I was so fun.
Billings, Montana.
Too honest, one.
Hey, what's your Andre
So
show?
the kids were here.
Hilarious. Harry, the writer of the Eric Andre show.
The next choice was,
Could be,
it has
a lot of
Engel.
people saying it should be nominated for
Like
an
a
Emmy for
square.
writing this year. A
Well,
lot of
I thought-
people say the best writing. Emmy Award quality.
Huh.
I know that as a
But he
member
writes
of
a-
the Writers Guild, I'm
Oh, man,
putting
it
in my
wood.
vote for you guys. Joel Jimenez is
But he
mostly
doesn't like that.
mostly sorry on Twitter. We love
You see
him
now,
on the drums, the ones and twos. And guys, what's happening? Promote it. Roast Battle, ComedyCentral.com.
Okay.
We're on iTunes.
Twitter calls it wood.
iTunes, what else?
Wood is a goal. So here's for now. Fucking screen music. The goal. And it becomes the wood. And now you have to understand how it becomes the wood. Okay, you have to explain that the reason that's why.
Show, but no, that's definitely going to be over here soon. Roast Battle. We'll
That's
watch
the
every
motto.
episode of it. Leave comments.
What was they have?
Right
See
to the
who
machine, ladies and gentlemen. You made it through without passing out.
You got that right.
Pretty epic.
Phoenix, I'm going to
This
stand
is
up
my
live
mother's
this week in
website.
Phoenix
Down
with
to
this
the
girl.
army. I don't down to the army. It's like
Right now, I'm in Phoenix at
the
stand up
only
live.
time in the
You
year
catch
that
me
I
live
used
all
to
days,
down
and
not anymore.
that's it. Check out my podcast,
And
Workcast.com.
the
We're
reason
Bobby
is
Kelly
what
this
happened
week.
today. I'm not very sure. I can't sing. So I need voice lessons. I can't. Really? No, just during the day, I just can't recover. I'm always in horses. And I have to sing whatever. Okay. Next. So, actually, what I'm going to cool thing with the couple. Why did you take the kind of stuff? And it also says, they don't like that too. Now, time ago, what kind of Allah? We learn from you. Yeah, table and a sofa. Table and a mizbeach. The what? Don't sit on it. Is that a real Allah? I don't know what Allah is. Would you see that Allah? Your mother told you. Very good. Oh. So by you is more stark than Allah. Salt is a slice on Allah. Salt. Also another Allah. You're not supposed to put a knife, a metal knife on the table while you're benching during the week. Not sitting on a table, not standing on a table. I think I see standing on a table and at the church. Wow, you stand on a table. Yeah, it's going up and down the table. Oh. So I don't know exactly what. I don't know where that comes from. It could be the thing. But that.
So it looks like a crime.
All right, I love it. So we learned from this bear. We're supposed to see the repair at the table. Okay. So why does the prayer start with the Navi? Why does it start with the repair? We go to Shulchan. Now we're about to go say, when we have to be Samigdash, that's why we used to be Samigdash so much. That's one of the main reasons. We wanted Samigdash because we get a kapara. You sin. You need a
the first ever 3 years and 170 episodes.
You don't know, accepted, not accepted, for all. We have a favorite. You just go to the Samigdash.
170 episodes.
Big out in the Chakra Logo. The Aksha Chevi Samigdash Kayon.
Our first t-shirt right here.
So funny to know the Chakra
Back to
Logo.
the show.
So Hal, what do you do today? Today is your table that you're in the heart. Hal, this is Rashi. By Kuna Process Arkin. Mom, so it's not. It's not about shouting. This is coming up. Process Arkin. That's how it's stopping. So my child is saying to retire that table. Okay. That's how you get a cup of
Boston's Over Theater is really the most important thing. That's October 8th.
We're going to say, I think it's a good time to mention the dialogue.
This Thursday also.
In 2 weeks. We're starting the second school. It's unbelievable. Some schools, I guarantee you, you're going to love this effort. It has everything in it from Mahos Asurs, Petrific, with our body, the innards of the animal, how it works, how everything works, the esophagus, the different stomachs, they just them, you can get a live demonstration. It's going to be it's going to be unbelievable. You're going to open it up, you're going to see things that you never saw in your life, not part of the stomach, they look like honeycomb, it looks like this. Crazy. It's nothing. It's yeah, I tell you. Think about it. We all
Let's get right into it. One of my favorite things is that Monday is like to bring out the Kiltony band, right? They always surprise me.
You help out. You help out for this is the best way to help out your friends. You must call home for text message. Get your friends join. What are you doing? Any person that comes into your program, I'm telling you.
Keep it going, please. I want to see how long they're going.
No greater test in the world. None.
Oh my God.
What?
So, for those of you listening to the audio part of this podcast and not seeing the
If you
visuals,
have a pod,
you can probably tell by the Olympic music that there is indeed a theme. They are all wearing Speedos, the three of them. Except for Joel, actually. They're both wearing their underwear tucked up. Tucked up means it's definitely stuff shoved into the front. All of them have gold medals around their neck and shower hair. It's not really your actual sweat cap. Some of it looks like it would pop immediately after diving into the pool.
pushing money, you can't even manage it. This guy's life is changed. For once, you didn't even do anything. You just fucking while you're in bed. And three guys joined. This guy had to pay people. He was driving through life. He paid $500,000. Guy to join the car. I was playing over there.
Gun bounces up and down. I always forget how unbelievably unhealthy Jeremiah is.
Money well
His
spent.
fellow son is laughing at his belly button. If
And doing
anybody
his
wins
status.
an Olympic gold, it's your belly button doing a 7-foot leap right now as you laugh. I mean, look at that. What is that?
Go on.
Oh my
It's still on.
God.
It's still going.
It's like something pole vaulted into your belly button. That is the gullet. Is that what they
I'm trying to get a lot of the
Millennium
protective
Falcon
animals.
into
Empire
Strikes
Google
Back?
how the feet work. They have
Deep belly
three
button, my
things,
friend.
four, the different birds.
Hi, Jeremiah. How are you?
What? It's more like maybe pictures here galore. It's going to be the magic AI. It's unbelievable.
A show just
Look
in
at
the Speedo before. And
Tomorrow.
I'd imagine that, it's real sort of, it sort of seems like you're wearing
Alright, boss, Stephen Shazam, how you feel?
saxophone in front of you. But I mean, if anybody's just joining the video podcast right now,
Here,
they went
check out
forward
this video. Check it out on our new stream.
Just go to the Bailey video. They're just seeing really you. I mean, this is the first time I've been in a show extremely hairy thighs, by the way. I mean, what are you, Jeremiah? Do you shave your chest?
Those are the sneak from those four walls. Put up there, according to one chicken is that wide. 4 walls, 2 for each row.
You like that? Okay. A couple of leg athletes. I don't know. What is the last real life?
You're not immediately. Omar Raskapino, Omar Kroba, Sisa Kapoisa, Sosa, Bumanakioisa, all these interesting words. What does it mean? Karaisa, Elut Fusa. These are the mold, thank you. The mold that we make the bread with. Kapoisa, Elut Fusa. Those are the spoons. I can even show you. You have it here anyway, example. No, next time. Okay, the Zikana, there's 2 spoons full of Ravina that are on the shulchan. Those are even sleeping. I see over here in the parcel, this should be sleeping. We walk on the side here, these guys right over here. These guys sleeping.
You're welcome, everybody.
How do you know it's sleeping? Because it's say so. Woman actually, yes, so they do that. Hey, look, fun. These are the rods. Which one is the pull out?
One and half of your guests right now. And the other one.
Oh, this one.
Your first comedian is going to sit here and
Oh, so they're coming out completely, but these rods. No.
so many other great Stephen Kramer book.
Literally, didn't have glasses back then. And the gold leaf. You see it? Maybe on that screen. The newest screen. No, not here.
What's going on over there? What do you Is that how you usually see that?
I usually see Jeremiah in most of the news. So
Okay.
these other guys is new.
This guy's unbelievable. I don't know if it looks for it. It's a mixed tailored for MDY. He made this with his ass once, if I understand. Just because, okay.
Oh yeah, he's got a new intro.
Let's go. Let's shut it
Yeah, he's got some new credits, Tony. Look up.
Yeah.
Look it up. I'm staring
عشان يوسف شمسحسن
I have a bigger
This rod. Well, it's not. I put a bread in it.
The confidence of like the bigger
Like, people use this as top. They use this.
Michael Phelps.
You're part of it.
They're pretty much anything can happen. It's on the way here.
It's like the kites. They cut it in. I realized that
That's why I said, look it up, Tony.
it's inspiring while it's down pretty short. And we had this hearing from him. He came to one of our funerals. Like he was sucking. And he spoke. It's unbelievable. A young guy, I went to his conference when he was alive. And people up around, you never know when you go. Before he thought he was going to live like 80, 90, 100, one day. You don't know when you go. It's very funny. So it doesn't say you're supposed to do anything about politics. It doesn't feel like, and we understand the product. As a usual, it's like, once you drop the cedar, I can't believe you lost the shop. You cannot remove those rods that hold up the bread on Shabbos. You can remove them and put them on. We saw the guys with their rice, so I might have done the Shabbos. He's telling me not to go. Means these rods have 74 in the fire. And when you replace the bread on Shabbos. So do it on Shabbos, put it on Shabbos. Why can't you do it? Because it looks like.
All right. Well, I wasn't allowed to watch that brand because
Speaking of the Steve, it looks like it. Because of the Rabbanah. Although I made a little mistake.
real fact,
Real Christian boy from Kansas City. That is amazing.
It's not follow every Cuba, we just learned yesterday repeats as a rule. Allah Hashem Salallah, say something Shabbos and do the Shabbos. Performance I heard like for Smila, anything we might to do before Shabbos, you must do before Shabbos, but I now answer the double Shabbos alive, time of night. So now we're going to go to the time of the drop. He explains the reason behind the rod, which is interesting. Why does the pirate say to put rods? Who needs rods? The little odds left. You don't want the bread to get.
I don't know what just happened there, but it made me
The guy sure living in the house. Don't worry about it. You're going to do it a bunch of Shabbos. We're going to do a few hours with the bread on Shabbos. It's not going to be the end of the world. You remove them before Shabbos, put them on after Shabbos. Decide. Okay, it's different from Shabbos. The Shabbat of an even larger shlucha. Just like in this picture right over here, you see on the bottom, the rods are under the table, lengthwise of the table, not widthwise. Umotzei Shabbos nichnas magbia rosh shel machnes korataktel. Basically, you take the challah and you lift it up as so. No, Gary, I don't see it.
There's a little mouse there at the end.
Lift up the collar. Not like this. Like this. Insert a rod. The rod doesn't come out. Insert a rod. Put it down. So like this. And keep. Like this, you have the rod in. Must be solid. Oh, explain why you give it to us. Okay, very good. But you're not like pushing it in through the collar. You're lifting it up nicely, right? That's it. Put the two rods down.
Waitress, I always do 20% now, and I don't mind.
Right down, lift it up the other side, come in, put the third rod in. Give the invitation,
I saw a really great cover band last week. I didn't say what you will, but cover band
he does it again, repeat. We're not going to
I've come to accept that I'm just disgusted.
Tyler requires 3 rods. So later, and here we go. This answers your questions. Ain't no people. That's why Weisberger was very stark when he made this. Went through all the halachas, and Weisberger was the Weisberger.
I've never seen Disney on Ice, but
not 3. Why? Because that's it. It's the final bread. There's nothing else on top of it. You're gonna have to hold up 2 bread. It's fine. 2 is enough for bread. The other ones are carrying a lot of weight for more than bread. We said that these breads are at least 10 pounds of flour. So this bread is 50 pounds.
It's true, your Twitter handle, which is the only other thing
How many kilos?
is 30 50 comments.
1 kilo? No. It's only 5 kilos of flour.
I did today. I actually did shower.
I don't know. I'm not a baker, but I'm assuming there's a lot of water that gets stuck in there, and
Because
that.
I've been wearing the shirt. Yeah.
7.
It's not that I like it. I don't know. It's just.
No, it only the last one. So if you have a shelf that to carry 5 boxes, you need to have heavy rods. The top shelf is only carrying 1 bread, so it's less rods. No, we learned that the rods are full of bread. They're actually touching each other. It does carry, the bottom one carries all of it.
I always try to make sure that I don't smell it.
Yeah, it's not 100% accurate, but no, what do you want to do that? Spend 3 months and you want to spend 8 months on one little table? Come on. Listen, we have more questions on 8 videos than you guys are.
Yeah.
This is soccer to 98. This is not that. This is something well, I want to do like that, and I feel
I
good.
like that show. Take that stuff.
The what? The bottom of the body, nothing really.
I feel like we might actually be honest with that sort of tree.
It should be 4?
They're not.
Oh.
I mean, they're religious.
I guess, look, 3 is enough to hold it. They did a weight test and
That's a little bit like
3 is
that.
enough. It's not.
Right, but you know, those minutes that they're
Yeah.
running, right?
Oh, no.
No, they're not like.
You're saying that.
They're not like loaded.
We said this already. Where are we?
No.
Oh. Look,
Well, it's funny. Yeah.
skating all the way up mountain. Doesn't have that much weight. And the son named Tifa Picker has right over here. The bottom one gets inserted like this, not on any rod at all. Why? The fish will not have the horrors of Shulchan. The bottom is cold and it gives it enough, it doesn't get moldy. Doesn't need the rest. Not also. All right, boys, this is going to be a schmack. I need everybody to pay attention and listen to me because we need a mathematician here. Fuck it's math. There are 3 ways to count Nama. 5 bucket, 6 bucket. 5 is the least, 6 is the middle, and then you have 6 and a finger, right? Let's see. Half a finger. So basically, this is the middle one. So that's 6 bucket. Anything in the Amigos that has to do with building the Mizbeah, that has to do with building the Shulchan, the Menorah, it's all 6 bucks. But the Mizbeah has a what? Check this out.
Sometimes people, they don't try to be good. And I always try to be good.
Look at this over here. Look at it on the screen.
Regardless of
It's much better on the screen.
how I feel.
Not that screen.
Just try to be a good person.
Okay, check this out. You gotta get over it. So, This is exactly goes. Obviously, it's not the scale. You know how to do the scale. But it's not that much smaller. It's probably half the size. This 50% laser. Oh, see, actually, it looks actually like a profile photo. It's supposed to be 1 hour by 1 hour. Okay. See, I will carry on past. This is what every day will do. Sorry for me to stimulate. Also, the potential of the label. What is that about the parent? Now we're gonna flip over to this one there. We use that super also known as the Apollo. Is that gonna hurt you? This pad is really more than that. You also need to scale, really take a look at scale. You should see the one that we need for the color phone. And I think you should be able to go. I don't know what you do it exactly. If anybody has an extra room in the living room, let me know. This has a pair. This pair is 1 arm by 1 arm. But the 5 fucking of it. So in other words, this is 5 fucking by 5 fucking. Not just this. But I straight there by how you start. You have a good video for that. Even though I'm holding it in my hand, I might just show you this beautiful video. Again, from our artist that starts only becoming this stuff full time. That's the thing is these stuff. The flavor, you can see a little hand on the right side, go up to the side. Like what I'm holding in my hand is usual for that. It's like a sidewalk, it's a walkway. We're trying to walk on the blue thing already. Now we're actually just right up for this little video too of how to do the blood of the ice is up there, and also the contact, the little contact is up here. And we must stand in the blue walkway called the stage. Okay. Now, there are 2 parts of a chair. There's the ride, and there's the run. Two other deals in other words. There's the ride and the run. So when the ride is the 5 talking, what do you want to refer to? The height or the width? The height is here, the ride or the run? What? You say run, you say run. Why say run? Maybe both. Okay, so let's see. By the way, we're talking about experiments. It's a fascinating thing that I'm trying to read the evaluation. It says that when Aaron Cohen went up to himself this time and he saw the carrots, for him it looked like the horns of a bull. I guess because the mice egg is very skinny, so they're not coming down. Anyway, review the story. Review the argument. I'm not giving you a cheap No. Anything that you build that can stay out is a 6 fucking Bishop Taylor. But anytime you actually do the plea, like in the night.
But I just pulled this random piece of paper out.
The show on the plea, that's Hamisha. It's consistent. Already can understand me to episode.
So with that said,
remember, it was even a bring this as a
or they thought it would help.
I was wrong. I mean, talking about it. Well, it's all in a hammer. It's like 5 properties. It's nothing wrong. It's a hammer. It's In other words, another another six armor of fuck. The third that was big. The big one. Wow. Because of his butt. The big armor. You want to know if you get a five armor? Five fucking per armor? The armor right now is full of fuck of Jerry for Echo. You read that on his back. You might explain every word here. Big armor in his butt. Okay? So, going back to this picture that reached little guy in the left corner, he started the picture in back, this is that right over here, the red guy goes, oh, there's a person go around, but I'm dead, but there's a face. Okay? Now look at the picture over here, walkway, another line right over here. Right about so the line is a walkway. And this is back to the blue walkway. So here, red, I'm a straight. We are struggling very fast. Really struggling. So it's here. There, from here to here. A half hour. So I get 4 armor, a half hour. Why? Good, let it smell, yo. The rest is not stuff. Let me show you this. Huh. Wow. I know it's in there. Oh, yeah, there it is. If you start from the center, so it's a half hour in every direction. Listen, I think the festival is designed to throw us off, not for regular people. Those who know that. Oh, those who are supposed to understand. Instead of saying hour, it's a half hour if you start from the center. Okay? Their job, I'm his bell. Oh, you have 10 minutes to understand. It's not a big deal. It's very. Their job, I'm his bell. What does it mean? What the fuck says job, I'm his bell? Then you got my dog. Because all these things we just mentioned, they're all 5 bucks. The east side, this side, the front is the horns and the bear has up this golden guy. He started to find him in this video. This guy, it's 5 bucks. Oh, there was my. Okay. So what you say this is bad.
Like my dad's friend.
This guy is 5. That's it. Zero. Yes. Well, I'm just saying about FIFA, but you say about the military, you say about everything else, you talking about the super. Baby, you just call it possess. Not possess, but possess. Like this. Is there any Solano thing there? What is this? This is 1 hour of 6 of a 5. All the children in this amigo are 5. So the point is, that getting back a long time, but everything else is 6. Or the reason though, I generally will stay with the 5. Everything else is 3. So you want to put the wall with the 30,000, that's going to be like this and like that. Then you use the 6. But everything else, with the table, the small things that move, the movable objects, they're all 5. I'm a 5. So that when you put that table behind it, that's what you should be doing about. All right, boys, we got some some cool stuff together, but everybody has to participate. Not like a nigga. How much is 5 times 6 or 6 times 5?
Wow. That's not a joke. I got
How
back
much
and
is
they
6
were like,
times 4?
I did that too.
You did that
Five,
too?
six.
Well, my boss asked me to get him lunch, and it took me like 2 hours. I was really hungry, so I just ate.
Five, six, that's
It's
it.
really terrible.
So what's going to happen
What
over
we're
here
finding
is
out here is that you're
this is bad from top to bottom. From the point, the height, this point is bad. Top of the head to the bottom
I
is 10
slept with
ounces.
my boss. I slept with my
So
boss.
nothing more going to say no. We divide this fast into 2 parts. There's a 6 part and
Is that true?
how much left?
Really? Tell us more.
Right, only 3 people answered it.
Oh, come on. Do you want to babysit my dog?
Oh,
Oh,
all down this 10. We're not doing any hard math or a right side. No division and nothing. Just 6 bucks. 4 plus 2.
my dog also has a
About 10 ounces.
I feel so bad for
From the
children
walkway
right
to the
now.
bottom
Just
6.
to
So
look
how
up
much we have left?
the Big Dipper on
4.
Jeremiah's,
Now we're going to do different types of math here, different types of almonds. From the bottom
I wish it wasn't
to
my
over here, we're going to do almonds that are 5 toppings. So 6 almonds times 5 toppings. How much? 30. But from the segment to the top, we're going to do an almond which is 6. And there's 4 almonds over here. So 4 times 6 is 24. How many toppings do I have total? 54. Now, R.D. Simon, you now let answer the question. I'm going to ask you a question. This ratings got it. I couldn't believe the whole place answered in a second. I don't know why. 54 divided by 2 is how much? Wow. Not bad. That's a tough one. 54 divided by 27. This red line on both sides is halfway up his graph. So in other words, it's 27 fucking from the bottom. And 27 fucking from the top.
Yeah, I like started.
Yeah? You with me? You looking at me like you with the fun of it from that. Right, very good, very good. Don't jump yet. Don't, I'm getting there. I'm getting it back. I'm getting there. So again, from the top corners to the red line is how many fucking?
Was it sort of like that, Alexis?
Yes, exactly.
27. No. From the top corner to the red line is how much? Halfway. 54 divided by 2 is 27. You with me, still?
We found another one. Jeremiah does a better version of that.
Top to the red, 27. Top to the wall is how much?
Wow, you found a new one.
Top to the walkway.
And then there's Alexis Grossman.
Walkway. Again, from the walkway to the top is 4 almonds, and each almond is 6 chocolate.
I'll give you a shot.
6 times 4 is how much? 24. From the top to the walkway is 24. From the top to the red line is how much?
First time that you hooked up
27. Does anybody know math here? If you take
very first.
27, you take off 24 from it, how many have remaining?
Like a burn.
No way. That's good. You guys are unbelievable. You're giving yourself so excited. 24 minutes, you're not answering
Is
this
that
question.
your full answer?
Yeah. So, I have
Like, I don't want to
a question for you. If I'm standing on this blue line, I'm a client, I'm standing on the walkway, and I have a lot of acomplis in my hand. It has to go above
Okay, all right,
the
now,
red
here
line.
we go. Now I'm going to
How
ask
many chocolates could I bend over?
other Alexis. Alexis Grossman.
Put
It is
the
your
bar.
birthday, by the way. Congratulations
3.
on that.
And if I did 6, if I bend over and I did 6, I'll be past the red line. That's a big
That
problem.
first time that
It
you
says
hooked
in
up
the
with the
Gemara
net,
that he's allowed to bend down 6
how did that
bucks.
actually, like,
So it's,
describe that for us?
I mean, something's wrong with our math. Because we did something,
Nailed it.
I mean, not from the smart. You said that from here to here, we're
Looks
going
like
to
we
do
got the
almonds
actual
that are 5
answer on that one.
bucks. From here to here, 2 almonds that are 6. That messes us up. That means that he's standing in the wrong place. Let's see inside. Very good. I'm telling you, this stuff. Here, you want to see all this.
Well, let's do a yes or no first before
That is, you don't even need it, but here, check this out. Very, very simple. The purple arrow, oh, you can't see that, you see? The purple arrow, the 6 armor, and each armor is only 5, and then we would say each armor is 6. There's 2 types of armors. There's a 6 and there's a 5. So the 6 times 5 is 30. See how it says 30? And then the top part, four armors times 6.
How far away and how close? What's the closest the babies to you guys and the farthest away out of all this experience you have? Thank you for the applause.
Halfway.
How's this baby to react?
The is 3 over there for a second.
You were just there. Yeah.
So let's see it like this. From the bottom to the walkway, we're going to use an armor of 5. And the rest, you have to stick in it. And the rest is going to be armor of 5. My thing about armor,
That's the question. How close is the baby? What's the truth? How close is the
what does it
baby?
mean?
What's the farthest the baby?
Over the bottom. Bottom. I'm a right to the width, to the wall space. Right it's a wide place to stand up. The wall space, but I'm a from the bottom. I'm going to read it in the puzzle. The bottom, because this time I'm going to use it. That's a total of 35. 6 times 5. The bottom, only 5 bucks. That's total. And the 4 out of the top of the mistake is she's a sheep. Those are a different type of ammo. 6 bucks. 4 times 6 equals 24. This day I'll come out of it. 24 plus 30 equals 54. How do you grab me? I couldn't believe it. Everybody knows this. You don't have to do the whole thing. 50 divided by 2 is 45. 4 divided by 2
was so bad, I almost want to fire you. Alexis number 2.
is 2. So 25 plus 2 equals 37. You got like.
Alexis, what else? Anything else?
Spit it out like that. Unbelievable. Is there going to have a country? Half of this 26. So from the top part of the there until the walkway is how much I think are 24 already set.
Yeah.
Come above to the poly.
Like essentially, I was born in Chicago.
Yeah, so from 24 to 27, how much is that? The halfway point you got?
Yeah, I moved here and I lived in Culver City.
That's the problem. It's not. Let me show you the video real quickly. We're running out of time. Let those Israelis wait outside for an hour.
Worst thing
So this guy is making oil soy. Unbelievable stuff. He takes that bird, smears that blood on the corner, takes the head. If you were with us, you know what's going on there. Takes the head, puts it in a bunch of salt, puts it on the tail, and returns. Repeat.
I'll be in Denver.
Wow. I'm pretty sure she's not even promoting a date. I'm pretty sure she's just trying to fuck.
Okay, but it's tricky. You're not going to forget this when you're trying to love. You know how to do it.
Obviously, know what I'm up to.
No bad. Takes the rest of the bird, throws it onto the plane.
Tommy works the 15th, 18th, and then
Okay. Great. Now, it's now. Put your secret paper back today. The husband don't know.
I'll find it out. She's on Twitter.
Okay, but the red line, our boys, they get up in the stat. Like this.
It's actually spelled UHH.
That differentiates and separates the blood that's supposed to go on the
But you sort of know that you're like.
bottom. All the abundance of blood in the bottom. Besides,
my friends always say, like,
2 that go above the red line, which is the top is the oil. So, mix it up. If you do it below, what's the halacha? Also. Oh. I showed him the video. He goes up the ramp. He goes to the corner, the southern corner of Mizrach, south, east. America is Russia, the Malarpa, Umagdala, Mitzvahs, Dama, Kiram, and he does everything you saw in the video of him. And as he bends up over below his feet, he's on the walkway. Even one hour, call it an hour 5, call it an hour 6. The problem is, he only has 3 tefachim to go below his feet, and you're telling me he's allowed to go below his feet, and it's a problem. So how are we going to fix the problem? And we'll take Lamo Knisa. So now since tomorrow, Torah is telling us that it's 5. It's not referring to the height. It's referring to the run, the step, the part that you step on. That part is 5 buckets. So what I'm telling you, I'll explain everything. Not that this you saw, the red part is 5 fucking tall. It's actually 6 fucking tall. So what's 5 fucking? The says it's 5. The puzzle because it says 5. No, the part that you can stand on. This part is 5. The soiver is an amma wide. No, it's not a full amma of 6 fucking. It's only 5 fucking wide. It's the knisa. The stuff that you stand on. And you may know what? Now everything works out good. Why? Check it out. Rabbi, so we do the math now. This is easier than before. If you have, be quiet, dude. The mizbeach is how tall? 10 amas. Each amas is going to be 6. From top to bottom, 6. 6 times 10, Rabbi. Do you know this one? 60. Half of 60 is how much? 30. Where's the walkway at? What point from the top to the walkway is how many fucking? It's 4 amas times 6 fucking is how much? He's standing on 24. From the 24 point to the halfway point, which is 30, 24 to 30 is how many fucking? 6. That's why it says if he stands on the walkway, he could bend over up this 6 fucking. That works out great. But it doesn't. It says there's a 5 fucking, something's 5 fucking. We just made everything 6 fucking. Okay, so the height, everything is 6 fucking. That's gewaltig. Now we're going to have to make our mizbeach narrower. We're going to have to make it this way because the puzzle says some of it is at 5 fucking. We're measuring 5 fucking. Now, hello, take Lama Knisa. Amarayva Knisa. The Yisoid is only 5 fucking. The walkway is only 5 fucking wide. Imagine you're a kohen walking on a narrow walkway. Up until now, I thought you had 6 fucking. Now it turns out he only has 5 fucking to walk. He has to be super careful. Gvula Spasa Sabiv, in other words, the chronos, the corners on top, Nisa, there, the top is 5. She says exactly what we just did about Pep. The total height of the mizbeach is 10 times 6 fucking. Is sheet 60. I'll give back how much is half of 60? It lost is 30. We're running obviously from the top part, which is 4 amas because the walkway 4 times 6 is how much? Because that's what we got to have 24. Comma but so the positive is back, so from 24 to get to 30 is how much? Shisha. And that's what it says in the Solomon Raglo. If you do that, but underneath your feet, let's give about the with my to the Knisa. She's telling me, talking about the run, you step on the step, that's only $5. Olá, motherfucker. זהו יסוד. נמצא שלושים אשלג. Let me show you a beautiful video here that I didn't know to show it. Oh, I didn't show this today.
We all know those Friday days, the moments just before Shabbat Kodesh. There's a whole list of things you need to remember to prepare. Prepare the Shabbat clock. Call mom and dad and wish them Shabbat Shalom.
Prepare the Shabbat candle.
Wash the Shabbat shoes.
Watch them. Really the AI is developing.
Is to take out the Kanei Hazahab from the Shulchan Lacham Hapunim before Shabbat.
How many rounds on the top one? You see that? Social shopping.
A short time without the rods is not critical. Therefore, there is no reason for it to override Shabbat.
Okay. Next. Okay. I wanted to show you something else. Oh, check this, Rabbi Side, check this video out. Goodbye. This is how they cook in the bath. I showed it once before, but this helps the sugi a lot. But they slow. Can't be broken stones. So everybody say, the bottom one is 32 talking. 32. 32 ounces. Correct. 32 ounces. Then comes another stage, which you see over here. The wood, that brown stuff. So how much is that? That's 30. 30. Why? Because if you take off an amma from here, you take off an amma from here, so you just took off 2 ammas. So instead of it being 32 by 32, the inside is 30 by 30. All we need to understand is this, and the Gemara is going to do this 4 times. But if this part from the top to the red is not a full amma, it's not 6, it's only 5, because it's a tread. You can stand on it. This is the base. How many tefachim is it from here to the red? 5. So how big is this red square? It's not 30. It's 30 plus 1 step. On this side, 30 plus 1 step on this side, because I didn't take off the full 6 tefachim. If I take off 6 tefachim, then this is 30 by 30. But you're just trying to tell me that we're not taking off fucking from the height. We're taking fucking off from the width. This is the width. I'm showing you it's supposed to be like this, right? This is the red on the bottom. It's a different color, sorry. The base. This is the base of this bath that we just saw them pouring the cement is 32 by 32. The white thing that just they took off the form is 32 by 32. The next thing that they're going to pour now, cement, is going to be 30 by 30. That's not accurate because the base is not a full 6 around the rim. So there's only 5 buckets. You have to add 2 buckets. So now this became 30.2 buckets. Is that understood?
It's like IKEA instructions.
Are you saying complicated?
The beginning was good.
Hold on a second. Time out. Forget this. Time out. This square is 32 by 32. If I take off one hammer from the bottom, make a square side, and just make it 1 hammer smaller on each side. Good. Very good. And what if I don't take off a full hammer? I take off a little less than a full hammer. Exactly. And that's the worst question. I didn't take off a full hammer now, because now I'm playing games with the numbers. I'm saying that now there's not 6 bucks. Now there's only 5.
Happy birthday to you.
Now there's 5. Is that nope? This bottom was made with a 6 hammer. It's 32. It's only the step. This part that I walk on, this side, is only 5 bucks. So then I didn't make a square that's 30 by 30. I made a square that's more than 30 by 30. Like, if I take off a full hammer, then this square will be 30 by 30. I'm not taking a full hammer. I'm taking off a little less than a full hammer. I'm only taking 5 bucks instead of 6 bucks. So now this square will be 31. We're going to call it 30.2. Is that okay? Okay, great. So now we move on. So your number is not accurate. Don't tell me that the middle square is 30 when in fact it's 30.2. Or 31, or whatever you want. But it's larger than 30. Why? Because you didn't take off a full arm on all sides. Let's go like this. Wow, this is really,
I look like someone's been crying all day? Because I have been. I can't just have me put down. Why can't I just have me put down? You know, I thought he was the pussy, but I guess
we
it's
can do 1
me.
and 2, and then we'll have to shut down. So it's not.
When I was in high school,
No, we're not holding there.
someone told the authorities I had a kill list. So the police searched my
But
backpack.
no,
I didn't, but I did it.
God, no. Mizbeach Hoyo Shloishim U'Shtayim HaShloishim U'Shtayim. This square.
But I mean, you think I look like a guy that's gonna write that shit down?
They went
Like
up a
the kind
step.
to write that shit down? Like,
On that side, and they went in. There's a rise and then a run. The run is on the side. That's what we call the base.
What do you mean? You're the funniest person all night. Keep going, Coin.
Like I'm
Red
not going
part
through the whole
on this
thing.
thing.
15
The
going.
red part. Now the problem is you're
Like I'm
trying
not
to
going
tell me
through the
now
whole thing.
that that side is only 5 bucks. Why?
Oh, you didn't make fun of me. I'm just a
Means
kneecap.
it's translation.
No,
So
that's not how it
that's
goes.
why this new square that we're going to create is going to be 30 by 30. You took off arm on
Is this
each
your first
side.
snack show?
Actually.
But the problem is,
Yeah,
you say fucking
I
arm.
had
You
to
didn't take off a full arm on each side. You took off an arm on
The
minus
bigger
11 on each
jacket.
side. So now you have to add 2 fucking to the 30. It's 30.2. That's many or no? Yes, no. This side.
There you go.
From each
Must
side.
be
All 4
being
sides.
That is really something else. What is that?
It's Liberian. My cousin got it from
I just explained.
I used to work as
You were thinking about asking the question. You didn't know my answer. The answer is the bottom is 32 by 32 with 6 arms. 6 fucking arms. That's the only thing we're changing is the side and the circle. That's what it says in the puzzle. Do what the button says. The button says build with 6 arms. Everything's 6 arms. Just side, 2 things. The side and the circle. The side is this part right over here, and that's gonna be 5 fucking one in a row. Yeah. Now you cop. You cop also? Good. Isu, Allah, Kane Amos. And now we're going to do the same thing all over again. Now it goes up 5 Amos to get to the walkway.
Not a single one.
And now he's going to go in. The Kane is going to do a run. But not a real Amos. Only 5 buckets. So it's only 5 buckets. The next square is not accurate either. You tell me the next square is 28. Hold on, let's see if I understand this. You tell me this green square is 28. How much is it really? Well, you didn't take off the full armor. You only took off minus a tenth of it. Only 5. So now, this, before you were missing 2 twaffen, now you're missing a total of another 2 twaffen for this square. There's a total of 4 twaffen you're missing. This part is 2 twaffen missing. The red part is 2 twaffen. So the word says, doesn't run about it, but it doesn't run about it. Well, you're missing 4 twaffen. You're not telling me you can lay out. We're not going to discuss 4. So you say, I don't care about the 4 twaffen. I remember that. I told you 28, but it's really 28.4. Multiply it down to another box on top. That's where these horns are. The corner. How much is that? That we know is 26. It's not 26 because the current itself is not really 6. It's only 5. And
Well, I hope.
and now we have 6 twaffen. 2 from the bottom, 2 from the top. That's a total of 6 twaffen. 6 twaffen equals to 1 full armor. So now why are you calling it 26? It should be called 27 arms on top. Lloyd Duck. Maybe I'll be Lloyd Duck and I'll be Lloyd Duck. Jay, why wasn't so careful with these numbers?
It's a somehow job. The first time I was here.
What could be the regular guy? I'm still. Wait, there's another box on top. And
Everyone is in there.
that's the 26th box.
This is probably the second time I've worn it in like a month.
The 24th. I'm looking at the regular guy. The inside box, the tiny little box right over here is a small box. In other words, once you get rid of where the panel wall, once you get rid of the front, where the panel wall, the center where the fire is the 24 to 24.
I do a lot of the entertainment business.
And according to that, you can't say like dog. I wouldn't say that. I said this. I said I meant that. There's this thing. It says my rock. After what? As a polish on it. It finds out according to your price, you're 25. But you just fuck them all over the place. And when you add on all the fuck, you have to add another. I don't know. It's 25, not 20. They're not 24. Because they're not going to know the dog. They'll say, well, you know what? He meant 25, but he said 24. No, that you can't do. But since it's an important process of the center is 24, you can't be there for that. It's 24, it's even further. Y'all can say now the 24, maybe it's only 12. No, wait now, past the fall. When I'm the answer was the answer. I was the picture I showed you. Thank you. It's this guy right over here that you start in the center, like over here. When you come at the middle, you should put it forward. This is still 24 falls at 12. And when you start in the middle of 24, it's 12 feet. Sides. Okay, so we'll stop over here. I have a wonderful week. I put the ball. Subscribe for coming. I put the ball.
Merry Christmas, spreading growth throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDY sponsor.com.
That's why I was great.
No, it's just I go home late at night.
I always knew I'd die in an open mic. I just didn't know I'd get murdered by an open mic. Kill Tony.
Any of those in a Liberian dashiki.
No,
Maybe I think Mexican candy falls out.
I guess I have the knife because I stay for the Ding Dong show because I'm a part of that, and it gets out pretty late.
I mean, it gets out late, so you carry a knife on you because what do you do? What do you say?
In case I get into trouble. I've never had to use it, and I hope I don't get hurt in my fight. There's always that possibility.
All right, your boys, here we go.
I want to change your
Self-defense, Tony. And all those knife fights.
So like you're saying you don't want to get into a knife fight, so you're assuming that at some point some guy's going to come up to you with the knife.
Everybody, welcome to the guest. Fucking myself.
I mainly just forgot I had it.
Have you ever been
Great, huh?
I don't think so, no.
Listen, the good news is I'm gonna read next year. They just said the kid was a problem. Got to do the same thing. Not only that, in about 3 weeks,
Basically.
they had enough of me. So I gotta do it slowly. Easy.
On set, I had to cut something once.
We're going to Morocco. Promised 3 weeks.
I had to cut something once.
Here comes the summer.
What was her?
What's the thing that you cut, the tension you create whenever you're on?
This is actually turning out to be a satellite location. Or what is that?
Holy shit.
Schmuck. All right, so again, what's your name?
Every one of these ones.
So where are you from?
Love this guy.
Wait.
Mexico. And these are guys related to you? No? So where are you guys? Okay.
What is your love life like?
Well, I'm a 25-year-old virgin. Never had a
Also,
date.
you have blue screens on the side.
That's
It worked out well.
also like, but I'm not in the middle of one chick. Fuck you! I used to be this guy. Fuck
So
you
they
and your
say, but
fucking
you're next to
Miller
me.
Boy and who's and odds of this fucking motherfucker. Unless you're gonna
Want to
fucking
watch
ride
on
the
those
fucking
screens.
wave. Unless you're gonna carry
Reminder,
the fucking
today
ball
is
to the
Camisa.
finish line. But you fucking give it
Camisa
full
Suyang,
sympathy.
Nation Boys. Beyond a thought, it's Baruch Hashem, I could say it for the first time.
You know what, Gwen? I'm going to tell you the truth.
In America, I was like the next day, so I couldn't really say it. This year's honor was dedicated to the first time one of the biggest speakers played this morning in 12 million. So the play mom. So I've been talking about this for a long time. And finally it happened. No. Really? It was real. It happened. And that's the first thing I happened.
Number two.
My words. My first word coming out. Emmett? And he said, yeah, that's my wife. She said, yeah, every single time. So this is my dream. People always send me pictures of people watching me on a plane, but I never saw it. So here it is. There's a guy sitting looking. It's like 5-6 rows ahead of me, watching this shit.
Yeah.
So then, so
Have you ever got one of those?
I got up. This is video camera. First I told the stranger,
You're
so
so honest. You're brutally honest. You're unbelievable.
he says, mamá, I mean, what if I keep them? Don't worry, I'll embarrass myself, don't worry.
Well, once the Ding Dong show, we'll kiss me on stage.
You said once.
Twice.
That's how hard. That definitely was.
So I forgot the guy's name, but he's supposed to like ever since he that thing. Your life.
Brings it up a lot.
Good job. Every time I complain, now this after I introduce myself, so this girl, listen to what she calls me.
And that's when I realized Mother Nature was against the woman. And they all like, what that is.
All right, we love it. We're talking about 7 college. So you'll see, such a bakery bar park.
Maybe it's due to the Asperger's boy. Listen here, Asperger's boy. You come around here too many times.
Today's is further, so if you once in a while, I remember most of my every single anyway, monthly is a big source of our.
That I was expecting to get when I said Asperger's boy the first time.
Every dollar counts, every month counts. I thought this is very interesting because I received 2 emails within 5 of each other. And so the next one was 11:44. So same day, Thursday, April 16th. Both of them said something. Right, so dear Village, great thanks to you and the whole NYC for bringing this back to life. While I did not start learning about learning with NY, joining it has brought much needed clarity in advanced learning, particularly in country. This is truly amazing, right? How nature brings different from the learning. Also, thank you. Also, you're able to read your up to 39. You get to watch there. Something that nobody noticed, or just me, of course, is that screen's tired. Not when it's making you all know. So, you want to argue about a broader perspective for other reasons. I wanted to hear whether you were correct at point you have made a couple of times last few days, suggests that whenever he visits Mis Amigos in Butter and Harry, he must bring another cereal. I hope I didn't say that. I didn't mean that every time you go to Mis Amigos, it was they did that. I'm going to
I go to Jeremiah voice for that. Oh, it's me, actual Jeremiah. Making a guest appearance.
Also,
I'd say it's one of the funny people who reached out with their
family is Harry Rose. This one is a pretty looks overlay, AI overlay, and you don't want to like here, just appeared, and also I haven't made the word out since 1998. I discovered that after the fact, and while that I learned visually after the fact. I discovered after the fact that I learned visually after the fact. Remember when I was taking my learning at a different level. Exactly, but look, thank you, artists, Moshe and Shlomo Aryeh, the lion who are playing the Think of the one who was shot and something like the Iranian family started, the House family, memory of our grandparents. That's how it was. The family. The memory of Shimon, Hai, Ben, Maria, Brachot, Bora, and Moshe, Hayim, Amrut.
I just kind of lost it. I mean,
it's sponsored by memory of a small program, kind of research on Europa. I told you that this is like a fast economics explanations of any kind of a growing. The from a house and let's keep doing it. Now, the same like the anonymous, it's really good.
Right on target,
Some of those like the way that that's from not to this place, those people not to get affected, so try to let them affect the stagnant. So there's that again, the islands, we came out of every single meaning of life. You know, somebody is marking Benny and all those who serve in the life and voice on fire. Nothing sponsors exciting with the same of the lawyer, both here, so I labor it out. Weekly sponsors anonymous and honor of Ellie, Parker Ashkenazi, and the entire NY crew. Do not slow down for a second. And I'll continue to say you should try to front of you guys. I don't know if you heard this or not. Some of you didn't have the opportunity to hear this viewing, but people like Mark Ashkenazi.
That's right.
Mark Ashkenazi started with us.
Slap hands on
All
my
30
homies.
days that I was gone, stream with Dave,
Streets.
stream with 16 hours.
Motherfucking suburbs, bitch.
Mutzi on to 2 in the
What's called
morning.
Sam Credo.
Every other
And my friends,
by
we
him.
call Sam Taurus.
Crazy
Why? Because
dedication
town
to
should be
all the
fun.
artists. Some of the artists they don't know
Apps. So we can put some life into it.
It's
It's hard. It's like that little Toby Maguire, Reese Witherspoon.
extra dots in those days.
Everybody cuts their wrist at flowers.
One of the night, 3, 4 in the morning.
Everybody's
So you start all the artists, you start all the
My
editors.
friends call me an Oreo all the time. I said,
The
fuck
meeting
you,
happened.
fuck
The
you,
doc
fuck you.
was
One time I
there.
had a drink, Oreo
All
free
the time.
me an Oreo.
You
So I
try
guess
to go
that's
for all the people here in the schedule. So
Morgan
here
Freeman calls you
to
something.
Benny, to Dave, to Yolo, all sorts of people that came in and helped out to show up
I
every
know
night.
Einstein didn't want to see black people at basketball games. It's racist.
What's his name?
Saying he doesn't want to
Jeffrey?
see black people at basketball games. It's
Yeah,
like me saying I
hold
want to
on.
see white people at Starbucks.
Not yet, and they're
coffee
definitely,
ever?
and my family's
Come to
here.
Starbucks,
I'm
it's
gonna
only
allow
for me and my
time
niggas. You
to
can only have
yes,
water
I
and
want to
pastries for
start.
a white
I'm here
person.
because of
And how do you know when a white person
this.
knows to drink? Because I'm half white.
Um,
I know that white
it's very
people
hard.
drink
We have
coffee every
good seats,
3.5
window
seconds.
seats, and aisle, and I got me and the wife entry seat. It's really stuck on nice back and forth with you here. Yeah, so nice, man. It's nice on the go. In honor of Sydney Whitman, people fight that call me. It's an honor to this. Young Classic in honor of Sydney Whitman, everyone's best and smartest editor for the everyone tomorrow.
What's up?
And how are you checking out? So this guy,
I don't know where the voices are coming from. So many guys.
everyone's best and smartest editor for everyone tomorrow.
2 years. 2 years. Started flowers.
How are you checking out? Mazel tov on my son Jimmy coming in person a few hours ago. Oh, the daughter of the good Zakai Virgin of Lakewood. Mazel tov. You're a consortium. I'm very excited about you. Welcome back to Zoe. The mother's then do I have to start before Shlomo Yonatan Negi Medushav Brachos, for Shlomo Moshe Ben Esther. And of course, Daniel said, Esther, the boys saying, where's my clock? What's going on? On my screen, on top. Let's see, you're about it.
Drugs.
Well, today for sure.
You sell.
You're going to see different colors. I want you guys to, when I show this video, check out everything. What I don't like it about it is, I didn't notice this until I right here in that one. What's going on?
That's funny as fuck. Good shit. Good shit.
It was a very, very distressing moment.
What's
You know, like, this is Dennis Madden. I went to get my
Larson Steakhouse.
I like it quite on the birthday. So I went to get it.
I didn't start to the deed, really.
Wait. 190, no? After the picture, I started telling her I went up 30 pounds.
I mean, your set was terrible.
Hey, Tony, you made me nervous, man. I was watching you.
It's good. It's good. You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
I think we're a good group. We guys balance each other's balls.
No, you guys might know what I'm talking about. Like, there's nothing. Hey, look at me. Oh, I can go to the graveyard now. Where's my license? Wow.
What the fuck is wrong with this story? What the fuck's wrong with this story?
We're only up to be called out by this film. One of the questions about the money because we weren't so my time.
Hey, this guy right here knows that I'm fucking funny. The guy with the black in the back.
I want to know which one's the black guy that'll defend you.
Shoka. My boy is Shoka. Okay,
No, what's really happening is even funnier because the black friend that he pointed out is pointing to the other black guy. Not him.
I would ask you right now.
65% of Americans will at some point say 65% of Americans don't eat the brown part of the hand. Sex is more important than
100% of the people in the red t-shirt
White cops are watching you. I don't should be like, I had nothing to do with this.
My shirt says chill because it doesn't say Netflix and chill, so I don't want to watch Netflix.
Look at that screen and look at
I just
the
want to
screen
chill.
I'm
can't tell whether I can't figure out.
Okay, maybe you change the color of that also. No, fine.
Everyone loves streaming services.
Sabine Cohen got all these shots on and shots on that.
I don't understand why
So,
they don't eat food. Why people are like obese.
we're
Bring it up to segue into.
I'm trying to test this audience because I feel like a fuck shouldn't come up in a military motherfucking character's generalities.
the largest thing is like this. So, if you take a look at the list from the
In a black person, your retired stand-up persona from the It Must Be Raining Black People.
it says, actually, I left my mouth like my phone.
That's pretty good.
That's a deep breath.
You reference to movies that people, anyone who's born
Now look at this. Why did this? The answer is very simple. Because they are left upon and use the largest clothing sorrow, and that doesn't have features. The Sabiti can go to use the smallest thing that has features. Once it has features,
what you have to do is you gotta go to shit bars that suck.
you sort of come to that. What?
That's how you and then you come here and you fucking crush. That's how it works. So you're like happy go lucky sucking
They
fucking
can't take it out of these things. Therefore, if you use the smallest thing,
it's a lot harder to get
so
good.
you can't be in your home. You can't do the smallest meal because now you just gave it to yourself, and now it's in your home, which is not going to be something that you're looking at your job is stuff. So therefore, I can find out the shots are talking about the other thing. But I'm going to show you Rashi real quickly, and I'm going to show you a beautiful video. I'm saying it's better. It says, Rashi, what is the difference between the large and the small? You got colors about the sorry, Nimsha. That is the one that is the secret of the opinion, put the oil, made it the cover. Why do a bunch of sorry, so why did they do the same thing with the large one? Did you call it the one outside? You always want to see the part?
I love how earlier he's like, that black guy.
Not only that, but other people, but everybody that gives them info, yes, and that's so you know, that's why.
Well, it's fair, the black guy in the back is a
Now, these are the things that the mission does.
come on,
In the
that's not
mission of
what
the
I
street,
use for this.
I'm from the
the reading of
streets.
the Darifa, putting it into a Ford, the flowers. These are 5 things. So some of them happen before the happening. So they don't have the future. It's not a chocolate shake, like grind. You can grind out kind of the reason because you don't have to do it. Because you didn't put it
Want to hear some more stuff?
in the clear.
Rappers call everything they
Let's see
feel.
what we are.
I mean, if I sat here for 10 minutes trying to think of the most generality, I don't think I'd be able to think of it. Very impressive.
That was on the Innocence. Wait, were you on Tone Deaf Comedy Jam? You said what's my name? I don't know, man. It's kind of like, you know, kind of just hustling.
No, nobody knows what you mean. You can tell by the silence.
Okay, yeah. Not much. How about you, man? How about you? What's your name?
Thank you, what,
Morning at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
So says the Mishnah. I think I'm going to shot somebody. Yes,
they're all wearing, by the way, they're all wearing blue t-shirts. I don't know what that means.
Dude, the only thing that would make this worse if he was wearing the Asperger's head shirt.
So the Melo, the Arifa, the Lisha, the Asira, this is all the taxi sorry please. So they already have features, so you have to make sure you know which one is.
Absolutely.
There's no place to stop. So again, and why yesterday's not? See our left one, left on the corner, the Arifa, the Lisha, the outside, is using the market. There's no places of Shabbos, it pushes off Shabbos. You can do all this stuff on Shabbos. It also like the Goshen Internet for Shabbos. But grinding and setting the flour, you can do it in a factory somewhere. Those stuff doesn't push up Shabbos. Lauer people, komen op de zesde laat steeds in samen, en de lucht samen. En in de loop van de to do before samen. Like in Britain, they have the same thing between the drummers between the night before samen, before samen. And it's every time, focus on samen. If you don't feel like to do samen, but anything they can do before samen, listen samen. That's a little. What is this line of doing today?
One time I missed your clip there.
Not as good as good for Shabbos, not good for Shabbos. It's a nice gift. They have to do that.
Being a homophobe, your authenticity. What the fuck? Now, I need to go.
Yeah, you very good today.
Darrell, you can notice the link
Shabbos and Detroit. Those are things you like to do. Like myself.
Everything I say is fake. That's part of why. I don't do real
But there are those that you can start. Started, most started, dark started. Now, even today, but if you're not going to review that puzzle, which a lot of people are, but not to call your, not to have the same name as being put here. All sorts of review that puzzle. But
When Wright was on before you, the school shooter at Dushiki, and every single time I asked him a question in 3 words or less, he got a huge laugh because he has a disorder that makes him answer things
the sites for the button hole, but if you're not put on the user puzzles to not say today, typically, what I should say, I'm going to tell you, I thought you but the action says not a problem, you can see all the review the puzzle. Today, Moshe uses this svara, of since it can't be done beforehand, she let it do it. Today. In other words, we couldn't say yesterday because it's middle school. So only have students today, so then review the hustles and apply. He didn't review the hustles. Okay, if she answered what I say so. Yeah, like this is here, so I think most people are going to first place. In America, the guys that work in the shade, they go by both ways.
That's true. That's good shit. I work in a restaurant.
Okay.
That's good shit. That's good. You're just saying that.
What do you do then?
you're saying that because you're afraid of silence sometimes. The good news is this.
We say let's do something shop. Says the Mishnah.
You know what I mean?
Call out the knockers, yes, when nice is
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
all the knockers, you have to do the different avodah. So, and I recall, inside the clean, inside of it, I mean, you do what you clean, inside of it. The Abraham might say to the hood, you don't do these things outside of this. The Lisha, the Arisha, the meeting, the forming of the girl. Yeah, I let them. Red. Marco, she looks fucking good. So, Peppa, I'm not going to do I know I'm good. Because Peppa was like 4 inches, 3 inches, 8 centimeters, 10 centimeters.
I mean, she's a boyfriend. She's been out of relationship.
I put my hip measure, my American one.
And she's from
I
Fresno.
forgot to bring it. I have the Israeli one. 10
And
centimeters. Just 10
this
centimeters.
first time I've seen her in like
So we're going to go like saying we did 10. So,
4 years.
Yeah.
I haven't seen her in like 4 years.
Where'd you meet her at?
Lucille's
seven
work.
o'clock,
It's
right?
across from where I work sometimes. Lots of things. I don't really work at that. It's
and rock ball, I rock ball. 4 is 4.
you know, and I don't know. The one that I was at was one that was. But anyway, I mean, it was kind of a quick thing. She's from Fresno. She was visiting.
70
She lived in
by 40. They are so fun. So I slept
It's
in the trap.
It's kind of like a movie, man. It's kind of like
It's a suitcase. The size of a suitcase.
No, What I do is like I'll just throw myself out there because I'm not afraid of anything. I talk around questions sometimes. And you guys are good. It was like a movie because she looks the exact same as the last time I saw her. You know what I mean? Because I haven't seen somebody in a long time, and then they look the exact same.
Maybe you just gonna have like a kiss or a hookup or something like that, or was
Of course. Now I'm
and
still.
what was the point of the barbecue dinner where you realized
And then you have on this
I'm
side.
a pretty smart guy.
at what point did you realize
I got a kiss, but not like a kiss.
Just like this. Where's the phone?
you heard that sound? You know what that means?
Yeah, the whip.
That sound that happened
The whip.
before.
There you go.
A
Whip.
different sound. You heard a sound that sounded something like that. You know what that means?
Yeah. But on the cheek,
So
yeah, she's cool.
What?
Like I said, I've been known that I probably don't cheat.
why is it? It's not the same.
Okay.
Okay, so it's giving you the sabotage.
Okay, now we know why you're not going to be able to
It's like
survive.
the side.
You feel more than a second and like the real hate comes
To be working in the airport.
I was joking. I said, "Rappers call it." I used to work
Yeah,
much
sure.
more.
You're
It's called a callback, Mike Lawrence.
And it's
Let him go for more than 2
exactly
seconds.
this hasn't it. The time law is not. It's much less. Okay, fine.
Oh yeah, I can't say.
The problem is, yeah, we're gonna get that down.
I love that you came up.
Roll Get tired of say hello. Fuck everybody.
I feel like I'm better than
Right over here. Oh, shit.
Darrell.
Right over here, you put horns.
Darrell. So you just
How big are these
the
horns?
same joke that happened earlier twice. Let's talk about it.
Our about
That
four
it's
fingers.
not a callback.
That's pretty old stuff. Nothing upon him.
Another thing,
Argoy, I saw it talk. Oh,
That's right.
nothing upon him is almost a meter, according to the company.
Basketball. I played basketball before I was
So now, so you can work that wire this. I'll tell you why. Check this out. So this is the suitcase, right? Not a problem.
Well, I mean, that's a hobby that I have.
There's definitely some fucking shit going on with you, dude.
Yeah,
You're not
yeah.
saying
I
anything.
think another 30, right?
Something that I like to do. Basketball is pretty much my whole life. It's
What do
really
you
not.
think this is like a Disney audition?
No,
Seriously.
here we go.
Really
Another
love the
30.
basketball.
Mario.
No, seriously though. Seriously, I used to walk around with basketball everywhere. I was like, that kid, basketball.
I fucking love basketball.
Seriously.
I really fucking love it.
Oh,
Basketball.
yeah. Right.
On a
So,
drug, it's called
that's not much.
basketball. That's fucking
Imagine this.
basketball.
You're looking up on it, this is why. It's the same
I love it when they talk. I love it when they pick and roll. The NBA is full of
Go
hope.
tomorrow.
Wow.
Don't let her go to the charity.
Reagan and Rock.
I started talking to the upper Camisa Club.
In the words of
Now,
Darrell, that's
we
good.
have to remember this. We're not going to talk about this. The easy up is 5 by
Now,
10.
did you know that you
It's
guys
double
would
as
be better
long
at
as
playing
his
music
wife.
if you did it longer?
Fucking long,
Like, the more you did it, did you find yourself ever getting better at it?
Is that how music works?
Why?
Or did you just, like, pick up the
Now,
saxophone?
if we pause here, the football is exactly that much. 5 seconds.
Guitar so much that you walk around everywhere with it.
So that means it's exactly on the table. Problem is that
You know what? Maybe this is your thing. Maybe you are Darrell the complimenter. Maybe this is your
whole
voice.
rib.
Maybe
Pick
there's
up the whole
something
entire note, 5 by 10.
What else do you find
No,
amazing?
no, the kind of noise. So it's carrot, Chavez voice. 1 3/4.
Other than, amazing, what I find music,
Also, in this
You
book,
know, there's like God.
what I find amazing though, music, man.
Yeah,
Definitely
I have
like
a
rap,
beautiful.
because like,
Wait a minute, Zion Dollar to die. It's 7 by 4,
but no one
and
ever
and the top pair is 2. But it's
You went real weird. You went like full dress rock. It was fucking scary.
You love
I'm
rap.
really
I love rap, yeah.
So one of the things we
You
really
love
do
rap. You love basketball. You called out a black guy in the back of the room to defend you.
my nigga.
Wow. All right. You just did that. That goes on this list that building. I mean, I haven't even said what this list is.
I can say that to flag.
Everybody remember.
I never let a white guy say the N-word on the show before, but there you go.
Just remember, some of the things
Well, you know, I like rap, basketball,
remember,
long
everybody
walks to the prison yard.
what music happened at say.
His name does sound like what a racist white person would think a black person's name is.
It's not
Oh, these fucking Darrell's taking our job.
Okay.
There you go, Darrell Davy, ladies and gentlemen. We got them both. Darrell and Davy. Fuck yeah.
Is that your house? Okay. Your house is 10 fucking and 5 fucking.
Fuck yeah, Darrell Davy.
Sometimes black
It's
don't
not even carry it in.
nothing at all inside.
It's not in there, but it's not there's nothing funny with fun. Nothing funny with
Darrell,
fun.
please
But
come back
funny to
sometime. I
have
literally have
things.
like
Should be like our bread today.
I really
It's a roundest kind of bread. It's a glob of dough.
I wish I could have found longer. Like, it's really
It should be
I feel like
it should have walls. Like the Macan Funnels.
finding the bodies that you buried.
No,
You
it's
already
not
be
a
at that
scene.
part
It
where
have
you're
like
confessing. You never thought you were going to confess what you
angle.
did with yours.
So maybe basically should have that
His
terrain.
talent is running on
Okay. השולחן הזה הסויה ולא כל המישהו.
We have a regular that does it.
Now, let's see this video of the shulchan. Beautiful video. Again, I recommend, especially if you're watching the goal, when you house the goal, watch it in the new screen. You'll see a big difference.
For Vanessa Johnson.
Hi guys. Did you know that if a Muslim woman gets raped in a Muslim country, it's considered her fault? Clap if you do. Clap. Clap for it. Keep it. They say it's the woman's fault because she used her sexiness and vixen wizardry to seduce the man. Which is crazy. That's why they wear those outfits. Because they're wizards. That's what's just a lot. And I had no idea. I had no idea. That's why I'll never go to the Middle East because I can't have a magical pussy.
Yeah, 55 seconds.
All right. So far, the shulchan Aruch, where? Shulchan Aruch started. The shulchan is 10 fucking long. Baruch Kamisha 5 fucking long. Lechem Achanim Aruch started. Baruch Kamisha. Each read the same exact measurement. By 5.
Oh, the outfits they wear.
The long way, the 10 fucking, they put it on the short.
No, I was just making fun of the fact that women seduce, they act as if the women use magical powers to make
Now you have a couple of fucking extra on each side. How many total fucking you have extra? Total. And on each side, you divide the 5 by 2. 2.5 on each side. Again, 10 fucking long, and put it on the 5 fucking width. So,
no, but
listen, they don't range 5 fucking. If you put it on one side, it'd be 5 fucking.
So women,
And then you break it up with 2. You do it on 2 sides. You got 2 left fucking this side, 2 left fucking this side. Then what? You take it and you fold it up. You fold the bread up. So that the bottom of the bread is only 5 fucking. And it sits on the width of the table 5 fucking.
The reason why I'm laughing so hard is because I almost made that joke, and I'm so glad I didn't.
No, that's nice of this. I mean, those bread that doesn't fit, you have a table that doesn't fit when you a four person
Joke might as well float it out there.
beautiful.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It came out nice. Yeah. No, it's not even a little bit quite all the time. That's the time you go on, so it comes out and you're 5 fucking on the review. Remain review to argue on one thing. How much is that? Anamo. Either 5 fucking or 6 fucking. So the later home does say in the tire how big the children are. So it could be a nice drama. But how many couples does that Amma have? The later home Amma has 6 couples. So 6 times 2 is 12. Children are getting them up. I'm a wide 5 couples, 6 couples.
Everybody, there she goes. Vanessa Johnson, the drawing from Ryan J. From Ryan J. Email, who's on Twitter, RyanJemail.com. His artwork, the Kill Tony poster, and so many other cool things at RyanJemail.com. Oh, look, it's an old Phyllis with children. Mike's the Riddler, he's the Penguin, and Brian's Catwoman. What's that? That's on me. That's my favorite one ever. What a print. Every show's prints available at RyanJemail.com. Young Jamie.
And you're on a 12 fucking
You don't trust you, he's gonna shoot you. Everything Young Jamie, green t-shirt, he's on Twitter at Young Jamie. Patty Reagan. Instagram breaks down 99. Fuck yeah. Jeremiah Watkins.
At Jeremiah Stand Up, Jeremiah Watkins.tv, and watching that on VOD right now.
Joel Jimenez is mostly sorry on Twitter. An unbelievable addition to the show. Every single week, somebody at Josh Martin Comic opening for me October 8th in the Walter Theater in Boston. Mike Lawrence, what else is happening?
At the end of the day, you have to act there and then expect them to leave. And sometimes maybe try to what result is to do is a nice goal.
Fuck yeah, I'll be there for sure.
As we have many times, the Bazooka, the two schools, all the work to be done. That's why it's not for the
What up, Mr. Aquarius? Are you ready? Are you ready? Yes, ma'am. Come on, man. What'd you say, big man? I don't know what you're saying. What'd you say?
These walls, according to one,
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh, okay, cool. Kind of held
Yeah. Yeah.
So you,
I love the weather. I love the weather.
That's amazing.
Their heads glitch on some of our end.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they put on them Schneien.
You see my team missing? You see my team missing? My team lost. My team lost.
The Cavaliers?
Kill it. The Cleveland Cavaliers.
That's okay. I know the Celtics are out too.
Yeah.
Who do you think's gonna win?
Yeah.
Who do you think's gonna win? 3 times 6. Actually, 3 times 12.
Okay.
It's a good lead. It's a good lead.
They don't really do that for pros as much because there are some people do, but it's not as common.
Yeah, I get that. I'm still being here.
Excellent, my man. Let me know if you need anything.
Okay, I'm still be here doing the weather. I'm being here. I'm still be here doing the weather.
That's what I love, man. Yes, sir.
This should be for us. This is the left hand, the red arrow. coming from the Mizrach.
Have a good day,
So far, so good, Mr. Aquarius. Just been building box.
Placing the shulchan, the mirage, it should be on the line of the arrow, the red arrow. That's the direction
Get
it's
it.
facing. So if you take a look
It's
at
Aquarius.
it's not stop. Yeah, the shulchan, it's in that, it's in the direction of
Give
the
it
arrow.
to me.
Between Mizrach and Ma'ariv, not between
Let's
north and south. Okay. Says in the Gemara.
Got it.
Got it. Charles Rabbi, that's Rabbi. Zuminayin, how do you know that the Lisha Darucha need a plea? All I had.
Oh, don't count her out, folks. Whatever you do, do not count her out.
This is where they're gonna
Give it to me.
the ashram, the chaduk. Because listen, Shom Kippurem is the chaduk of the ashram. How are you gonna eat them? Where do you cook it? You bring it home and cook it? You can. Why can't you? Yoitzer, once you take it out, it's a big problem. Makes sense. Yoitzer. So you have to cook it inside the Beis Hamikdash. Where are you cooking it? Inside a kli. So he says. Actually, and also he's
One
facing
more.
my that's why I know you need a clean, and you need a clean, that's to be done inside because you do the kusha, once you do the kusha, you're not taking it outside. Says the Gemara. It's the bread. Or 2.5 fucking wider than the table, and you have to bend it upward. This is the cash. So then each bread is going to be 2.5. Thank you. This is how I do. 2.5 plus 2.5 is 5. Times 3, this is 6 bread, right? 6 divided into 2 is 3. Yeah. 2.5 plus 2.5 is 5. Times 3 is 15. So 15 fucking height over here. 2.5 times 6. You do 2.5 times 6. People like myself do 2.5 times 2 is 5. Times. Right. Whatever. If you do it your way, I do my way. I'm just telling you. I break it down to smaller pieces. 2.5 plus 2.5 is 6. Well, and we have 5. 2.5 plus 2.5 is 5. And we have 6 bread. You do this 3 times. You do this process 3 times, you get to 15. Nope. It's easy to do 2.5 times 6. Yeah, it's easier steps. A nice niggle. You do 2.5 times 6 right away. You do like me. You work you do 2 Israeli guys. You learned in Russia. You what? What math? Oh, you study mathematics and this is how you do the same
What
thing?
is fair?
The geniuses do like that.
Thank
Good.
you.
You're welcome.
Thank
So they these
you.
what do they call them?
Get it.
He's just a son of a mathematician. He thinks he knows his stuff.
There we go.
But you ask your father, he doesn't like me. 2
Right,
plus 2.5 plus 3.
Right, good. Yeah.
Sag mir mal, gibt's dich schon gar nicht gut aus von Kumalo? Literally everything behind Koifo. Now that even in Ponovich we do it Ari's way, because now it's
Nice fair.
So 2 times 6 equals 12. That most people know.
Look at you.
You got it right. You got it right. Let's go.
What is the shot? He's saying that Dusha, the table gives Dusha, depends on the bottom. Open piece. Gives Dusha all the way up. 15 fuck him up. 12 fuck him up. Of course he gives Dusha.
There we go. 600.
Here we go.
You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship. The big 600. Thank you, madam.
You got the 600.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm like, no, I don't know. It's too China. Maybe, yeah, maybe on the 4th, there's 6
Riser and I were up to like 7 a.m., so I slept.
Ask the Gemara, how's your hand?
You took a nap?
Yeah, I slept, but I woke up late. I've just been programming robots.
Forgot about the pipes that go in the bread. They also take a break. Well, you can find
I go to the
All right.
So the more it makes no sense for you to tell me, what do you
Now you get it. Now I hope they can do it. They do the S-ray. Yeah, I don't do
laying on top of each other, there's no airplane. My time is
Yeah.
pushing left. So it's left. It's going to the rod or whatever the word is. Mold, thank you.
That's next Friday?
It extends slightly outside the frame.
Alright.
Here, the half room. No. We said each. No. Listen, the commercial before. Each Morocco, each row of bread gets their own pipes. So we said 14 and 14. The mission said it before. The Manuel Purta, it's 6 out of 7. So it says more, but you go, Purta, it's just not 15. It's 15 plus that little drop that extends.
Yes, ma'am. Excellent.
That lay on top of the bread, according to this mandala that says it's on top of the bread. So now it says more than 15, but 15 plus a spoon. Because they let them out the ask you. They actually, as we saw in this picture, or maybe we didn't see it, they're inside. They didn't take up any room. They were on the bottom. And on top, so basically, yeah, very good point. But what about the corners? You have these giant corners that are 10 fingers each by 7 fingers. It's 4, but for 7 fingers is 1 3/4 cup. It's a pretty significant pattern. So the more it's made, the left side is you have to bend them inside, like this picture right over here. You have the corners bent inside. The left side you look like, and then you put bread on top of each other. The art scroll wonders if these corners are bent inward and then 3/4 bottom, but you also have the actual width of the bread, which is a teta. It bends, you can actually see right over here where it's 1 teta plus 1 3/4 on each side. It's a 1 3/4 up is just the corner, that piece by itself, plus the width of the bread. That's 2 3/4. 2 3/4 plus 2 1/2, but it's more 5 1/2. I know that. It's 5 1/2, but it's more than 5. So in Mela, if you look at the art scroll, on one side he has a step that they go inward. This way he has these funny looking corners that go like this. That's where maybe Trump got his. all, one is spinnery kevis. So you already sent me a very nice picture, so I'm going to show that picture. This is a nice spinnery kevis that's according to spinnery kevis, it's a balagan. I'm not going to get into it. But yes, they do spin. It's on an angle. It's on like this, different angle. It's a support. I'm not getting into the spinnery kevis. Says, the sponsors. Turning it down at our global experts in cross-border payments. Says tomorrow. Boycott is Garton. Oh, beautiful. I want to remind Dylan, seriously, I'm not making this up. We hired an artist with Amy and me to look my shoes. He's expensive. We hired him just for the came over to me. He's been working on this for 3/4 of the year, so just things that we didn't know. We had to make a decision. Should we do it or not? We didn't have anything pushing us right at that point. So listen, we're going to come to it, and we might need it, and here we go. So he was up for many nights lately, especially in the Shulchan, all the Shulchan stuff, brand new for MDY, the way it fits into the base on English. He's also doing the 3D, so you can walk in the base on English, get around from room to room. But these kind of things are very important, at least to me. So I'm happy we hired him. This guy Mala is, you see over here, there's a frame around the Shulchan on top. Now, this frame is exactly in the 5x10. The bread is 5x10. It's 5. It cannot fit it into this mascara. So it has to lay on top of the mascara. Give that little amount. So you can't push around in the basement. Everything's exact. So it has to be on this mascara. Now the mascara is this tall. So you got to count this. So it's not 15 sockets. It's not 12. It's more. So look. Come on, the Omar mascara to the mata also. Here, something like this. There's that decorative thing on the bottom. That's the mascara. So the top of the table is completely flat. Well, the Mando Omar is Gartu Romalo also. Now, even according to the Mando Omar, it says that he did have mascara. How do you say mascara in English? Afraid. On top. That you could answer Karkude Hava Misharkido. Check this out. I think you also did this one. But basically, it tilts a little bit. Like a guy on a rocking chair, some sort of chair, he's a lazy boy, laying backwards a little bit. So there's a little bit of an angle to that frame, and therefore the bread is exactly 5 up and beautifully inside. The left one got the shoulder, and the bread was still inside. Give the sign like we learned. Rejoice the argument. Rejoice argues on this whole thing, on this whole picture right here. He disagrees. He says that we didn't have to be sneaker. Let's say the third sneaker, so you have to understand what he meant. He says that the frame, this frame, and that's it. That's what held the bread in place and didn't let it shift. I guess the weight of each bread, 10 pounds, right? 2 straight per thing. So we say today it's 2.5 kilos, so about 10 pounds of bread. So you have nice weight, each one on top of the other, and the mascara just didn't let it come out of place. So they told me, this guy's going out there, so what are you talking about? He's like, yeah, I kept sleeping because the mascara went down. Okay. Over a bit. If you have a piece of wood, a flat piece of wood, like this is not mekabel stomach. Why? It's a simple piece of wood. If it has a frame like this, so it contains something, so it becomes a clear, it's mekabel stomach. So now what do you do with the tabletop? The table is flat. The chayra, it should be mekabel stomach. But on the other hand, it has something that is very similar to a food that has a base piece, and that is, it's a table. It's holding the still in lofty black. It's massive. It has width. It has that itself to make it into. So says the Rebbe that prove it from the shulchan. The shulchan has the mekabel tumah. The shulchan, why? Why is the shulchan mekabel tumah? It's just a table. The Chayri see from here that even a flat table is Mikabel Kuma. Oh, so you're going to tell me, but the table had a Mascaras. So according to the Rambam, you're right. I don't have a great writing. But according to the Rambam, the Mascaras is downward, is upside down, and this part was flat. The Chari have a right that a flat table is Mikabel Kuma because it's a table, because it has width. Or they're going to be right on the back of the matter, so a table that I can flip over. It doesn't matter if I use it this way or that way. I guess in those days they had like these portable tables. So they have them today also. You have these legs that go this way, and they put just a piece of, like a TV dinner kind of thing. What are they called? Snack table. Okay, look up snack table, you'll find it. But like this, you put a piece of, but you can go this way or that way. It doesn't matter which way you put it. So that I'm tomato. Exactly, look at places. That's what they used to bring, because it says they used to move the tables out of there by dessert. Different Gemaras would say, oh, we were found at the table. Just reading Rashi. It's male. Why is it not a typically 8? It's Rashi the Rechavi. It's very wide. Rechavi is Kibula 5. Great. So it says Gemara, I don't know what's late. So what if you say that the frame is upward? I'm not going to have a good ride for it. Mikla, we should go back to Gulu Kumo. So you tell me that the Shulman is a Midas, I have a big problem. The Yates, also the Nakasu. This bookcase right over there made out of Walmart. Yes, Walmart. The Mikla Kumo, no. Why? It's not moving. But this one is different. This is not built in. Forget that. But maybe even this table right here doesn't move. Hasn't moved. This top, yes. The actual table, sometimes people try to push it a little bit, try to get coffee to do this thing. When it comes to piece of clay, you can't open up this thing. It wasn't designed 100%. But anyway, next percent. But there's certain things, like this table maybe should not be. Why? Because it's lanakas. It's just here to stay. It's not meant to be moved. Any piece of wood that's meant to be in one place is not Mikabel. My time, and how do I know this? That's to be similar to a sack. My sack without the Reka, just like a sack. I learned Tumah from a sack. And a sack is something that I can fill up. And yeah, but I move it. It's movable. Mikabel. So do everything else. Has something that I can move. Empty and full. So here comes the Gemara, the famous Gemara, Shusanami, the top of Motorek, the Shino, the Shulchan used to be moved. The Shulchan is thought of, no one thought. I just said, I'll Shulchan tar. Make sure that the Shulchan should be tar. What do you mean, make sure? Tar without each tar once. You can make it tar.
It's tempting to think that, for instance.
On the Lame, yes, you could make it tar. They used to raise it up and show all the people that came for Yom Tov. They would show them, look at this beautiful nest. It's one of the things that you got, the advantages of going to something is you get to see this nest. Look how much of his book loves you to deliver Yeshua and Levi. No Yeshua and Levi. It's a great miracle that happened with the Lechem upon him. See, look at this when they remove the bread on Shabbos, it's just like when they got on Shabbos, like it says, if they bake it on Shabbos, there's heat coming out. So here we go. Check this out. It's unbelievable. We have this, yeah, or by the door. I don't know. There's no real shows with Mama Chef. Okay. Somebody asked me another question. I already sent me an email. Shout out to them in this class. They watched the capture that we took in the video. So we cut such as this only two. Like this. Like the artists don't know 100%. They do better, but they learn a little bit. They don't know all about it. They come to two taxes he asked me about. So the video just showed his kid. Okay. The thing is leaving some tzipui. Oh, the voice out. The tzipui. If you remember, in the beginning, I'm not going to show it again, but this guy, maybe while I'm saying the Gemara, I can show it again. Doug, so put it on low. But then leaving some tzipui. Milan nan hashulchan adubaki. So you have the covering of the shulchan made out of the, and that is the Kabbalah Tumah L'Chayra. So we have to know, does the table go by the wood underneath or by the not the cover? That's a good word. The plating on top. The plating is the Kabbalah Tumah. It says you have a shulchan adubaki, you have a folding chair. Got broken and should keep on the side. Oh, so this also has a plate made out of marble. But she then welcome and office places it has large enough to I missed the part where he so over there you can see that he put them a couple of layers and mentioned it before.
No one really knows for sure different claim, but this is
what difference in what is that. Okay. We should have other places. So you have a broken folding chair, but it has enough room to put some cups on it. Put your beer, whatever people do. Like, to make if you do the argument, it's not good enough to put your beer, and you need a larger place to put your steak there for the barbecue.
35
It's only if you have enough space to put your cup. But if not, why is it not?
Restore unto us the service of the Beta Mikdash in its place.
Of the marble takes over. And the plating of marble is not Makabel Tumah. So you see the plating
speedily in that days. Almost got it, kids.
So maybe that's what he's telling me. They moved it. Who cares if they moved it? Even if it's something that was wrong, they never moved it. It's Makabel Tumah. It's gold. It's a gold. It's gold. And gold is not wood.
3760 increase in the
have a plating that had nice nails. You couldn't remove it or not. Bishop Ebo, that's the baptism of here in the Micro, this is the baptism, but in the baptism, a lot of words in the baptism. So you both get the both readings. I don't know why they said the baptism. I don't know. Oh, you should look people as a business. I know they did a lot of work to get the pronunciation correctly, but Rashi says the short of the business is the note. Fine, what? Oh, it's the okay, that's right. Oh, it's like people as the business. Well, on my leg, when the girlfriend says, I don't care, it doesn't make a difference. People it doesn't matter if you're knocking his nails, it's blue. Look, it's like people as the business of whether you covered the frame you did, it goes by what you covered it with, and so therefore, if you covered it with gold, it should be the top of the voice out, a wonderful day, have a good Shabbos, lucky Shabbos, 10 o'clock for English? No, 10 o'clock for English, 11 o'clock for Hebrew, a good Shabbos. Very discussed, spreading drugs and not people sponsor a shit today.
Context and hopefully to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express our gratitude to Congregation Tia for allowing these lectures to reach a large audience here on Esoterica. Find the entire series of playlists in Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or you can find these episodes after autumn of 2020.
Oh, God, this life here is good.
I hope you check out my other content on and perhaps consider supporting the production
Yishkoya, the Mark Ashkenazi, for being there. Day and night, whatever you call them. It's pretty early, fairly early. I just got done doing the Hebrew share, doing the English share now. And then I go home past and go to the airport later on. Tomorrow I'll be in the Eretz Yisrael. Oh, if you guys are watching this year, this is actually a period. This is, we are in Wednesday right now. This year is for Thursday, so it's so short in the morning. Then, after share, I'll be landing in the show and having Hebrew share. Thursday night, making some in the bedroom. In the mother's share, can't wait. Wow, my list being in the room, unbelievable. So, looking forward. Reminder for Spirit Simon, declare this to be your day. Don't say now, it's in America, 15 days later. And the Spirit Simon, of course, has more visuals, speak of each one of the stronger minutes, which we'll explain about. Let's close up here. From Robert Firstberg. First of all, wishing you an incredible account with Chag Pasha Sameach. I really want to put in this year. I made it this year 3 times during my trip. I've got about 120 or so consecutive days now doing down with you. But what's most incredible is the 18 months or so since I started my order at Skyrap. This morning was being a car. I looked at the museum that was planned. It ended up being the last bit of this block with a splendid view. 2 years ago, I would have understood maybe percent the museum. This year, close to 100% talking about success. I cannot believe the change in my comprehension of moving forward. I think I should have provided me this year. On a daily above work, your team making it enjoyable, but as I found out, it stays with you. Going to face a feeling extremely blessed. Really, going to face a feeling extremely blessed. Rock Christian, that Village, California, photo from January 2nd this year. Thank you, Rob. Next time I was here last night. He says that I would enjoy this.
I sank their entire navy. Frankly, every ship is at the bottom of the ocean, except their Spina Rocatus. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
I don't think I want to think. Except the funeral case. He does say that for some reason it's not. The official edition and one shots accepted by the Iranian Levy family's Algerian family in honor of Arab Hariri. The draft delegate, Kelly Akabov, Shemar Dillon, and called them for a bracha. The Masechet sponsor, we have a one-quarter sponsor. We're looking for many more. Beis Hashem. Just about $10,000 a year. But, we want to use it. We have 6 hours right now. Dedicated memory of Bobby Boyer, small part of the those are going to work on. We have 4 editors. Hopefully, I'm looking for everyone. I don't know. I heard of a very good idea. I hope it goes through. Let me know if it did. Joel Gadali is the original from Father Jack Gadali, famous editor. The whole share knows who he is. He does. It'll be tremendous. Just why and then. Anonymous, it's not a broken super that positive information, definition of our brain. Some of how to let you see easily. Anonymous, we're going to mention anonymous, we're going to some access for months. So, probably I can work at the stadium. They go to County County Island, came out of the belly, so there is a life. And now, money is market Benny, no. Well, he's been talking to what? I signed you, which name of Ozzy Murray Park Memorial. We sponsors Anonymous in honor of Ellie, Mark Ashkenazi, and the R&B Way School. Gilad, Soldado, Procession, Stuart, Mark again. Promise a full month. Probably more. We're going to get it. And every single day, every uncle, multi uncle, 2 in the morning, multi uncle, 10 o'clock in the morning, here in America. Today, Eitan Weinberg, leading this master of yoga and our father's 4th word started to come to have an Aliyah, anyway, Art Esther Almeida. Because Ayala Daniel Zed, then Ayala Esther. No, I said it like that because, well, we know the other things show up very well, and they know one have Esther very, very well. And she has a complete blameless. Why is it holding top? Sadly, paid on that first word. That we did well. But it's not, I have to say that we got that thing that we're supposed to really fall too much behind. Siaka Ishmael. And we're discussing a very interesting, super interesting, that's whether or not the left hand opponent was shaped as a square or like a speedboat. So you know, the speedboat ran a few these Iranian speedboats that I suppose doesn't look like that or not. Yes, this is what it's supposed to look like. Somewhere. Says Gemara, I have a question. If you tell me you would agree and say that this is a speedboat, that is a complete word. So just to repeat this video, why not? There's three forms. One was as you make it go. One was putting it up. That one is what the word is referring to. This is the honeycomb. So the question is, what is the real meaning of the law? First, this holds that. The form is in the inside. The wrong direction. So, the Taveras, if you take this as the form from the oven, or look at this. This is very simple. I don't know if you did it. Very impressed. You're able to manipulate AI to do a form like that in the shape of a boat. I hope I run out of control when you can. But it says in the form that this form was like a basket, like chimeras or honeycomb. In other words, it had a bunch of holes, a bunch of honeycombs. So unlike a honeycomb, which is rounder, it was square. How's your rhythm going to get out of this one? It says it's square. Not like a book. Says no, I didn't feel good from the top of the back. The top was square. Whatever it means exactly, maybe for the form inside that was square. Maybe the outside was square towards the top, but the bottom was like a boat. I ain't command all my continuing with them. Whatever right out to it. This is like it was actually a speedboat. Tanya, our boss, niggas is on from the summer. We discussed these, the wall to go up to the top of the shofar for the sleeper. They were split on the top and they looked like the runners, almost like the branches. So, she did something, obviously it didn't look like this. But, he asked me to just throw it away. I said, no. Maybe I'll give somebody some sort of idea. It looked like some sort of flower. If you look at it from the side, it looks a little, comes out, but, in front of us. She said to them, that they would rest the bread on it. But the point of this whole thing is, she's very much, feeling that the bread was similar in the shape of, okay. Now, we have a bit of a sugya, completely different topic. It's not even the whole album, but a very, very interesting question. Let me show you this video. We're talking about the lechem hapanim. Lechem hapanim are 12 breads that are on the table of the shulchan, and every Shabbos you place them. The new breads, you put out the old bread that's sat in the shulchan for a week. Smoke them out of them, you show the price show, it was nice and fresh. It's one of the Nisa. I want to show you this video, beautiful video, but also the Gemara's question is based on this video. In other words, when Klal Yisrael travels through the desert, travels for 40 years, when they're traveling, how do we do the bread? The bread just travel. The bread was surrounded by Mishkan.
That means, in fact, the person in the Bible referred to as a Messiah is actually
The Mishkan,
pagan
it's a midah.
king.
A portable
Cyrus,
is a midah.
Jewish guy.
You see on the screen,
The idea that
the census,
God picked Cyrus to do
those
this
walls, that's the mitzvah. Now the bread is inside the mitzvah.
and that was
Now we pick up the walls,
from the Bible
we fold everything,
as a Messiah.
we move.
Referred to as Messiah.
1 mile that way.
So, if you look at
The bread just now moved.
the only person referred to as
This was the mitzvah right now.
Now, what ends up happening is that
And I took the bread out of those walls
evolves and
to
changes.
the
And as it evolves and changes, there are a lot of debates among Jews about what it means. And to be
I
clear
didn't
about
put the bread
this,
out.
there's
I'm
never
traveling.
settled
I'm doing my job. I'm a Levi.
to this
I
very
pick
day.
up the shulchan with my friend.
It's
What's our
never
movie?
settled
Move,
idea in Judaism.
move outside the designated area of the Mishkan, which was here for a month or so, and you start moving. Now you move outside of that area. You see, that's another. On the one hand, it's on the shulchan, but it's still on the shulchan. The shulchan has a future, you know? So that's the discussion thing. So before we have the discussion, let's just see this beautiful video.
It just doesn't exist.
But like,
So, over time, what ends up happening is the notion of Messiah
goes in the
becomes
sleep
more
and point to that man cover the bread.
mainstream in rabbinic Judaism. And by
This is very important when you just put it later.
discussions about what Messiahs mean, what is to be a
Breaking
Messiah.
down with the wall.
And even by then, by the 5th century of the Common Era, there's no agreement. So if you read Tractates of Hedron at the very end, 90s and 15, you'll see that there's a lot of debate about what they thought the Messiah was, what the Messiah could do. And recognize the Messiah as Messiah's name. There's enormous debate about this. At any rate, by the Middle Ages, belief in the Messiah had become a dominant part of Judaism. In fact, it's one of Maimonides' 12 articles of faith. You're supposed to believe that the Messiah is going to come. You fervently believe this. This is one of the 12 articles that allegedly makes
How
a
would you
Jew a Jew.
picture that Mudesh?
So there's the idea that you can believe in the Messiah, but still not figure out what exactly the Messiah is and what they're going to do. And it's not even that this would be one. There's some that miss the text.
That's the other thing. That's the worst question.
One of them's going to die.
I just removed the bread from
Like a military.
the boy. Like my opponent, this side of my son, does it become possible by traveling? You understand? By in the midst of my son, it doesn't become possible by traveling. Why? Because the bread is on the ship.
But the Messiah is actually out there, and it's just a matter of
And it's not possible. Now, since I'm traveling today,
somehow they get activated.
like the shoe,
And so the idea is the
maybe
Messiah,
some of you
there is a Messiah
will
in
have
India, they have
some understanding of what I'm
Messiah in
referring to.
It just that no
Well,
one
time asks,
that
and that's
task
what we do.
up till now.
It says that
What little do we
when you're
know
going
about
to
what the
travel,
Messiah will do? How do we know if
she
the
tells
Messiah
the
will
voice
do?
play
Well,
like,
the stakes
with
are
the
pretty
motion,
high. You can
the
see
last
why
time we left them,
Muslims
the
have
whole
why Jews don't
big
accept
deal.
Jesus as the Messiah. Because it's very clear that Jesus has not accomplished any of the things
Please give me a
that
break,
make a
please.
Messiah. Messiah,
Garbage
according
store.
to even the most
So that's the first time. Of course.
general
What else is there?
It's true, by the way, not just of Jesus. It's true of every Messiah has to favor. And so some of the list of things that they're supposed to do are things like they have to be born in a Davidic bloodline, related by blood to David, treasure the
Okay, and very nice.
They have to
Like,
rebuild all
you have
the
both.
cities of Israel.
It's
So
weird,
every city in Israel is certain number of these grants to be rebuilt.
especially us after young trips. We need clothes that we can wear.
They have to do. They have
A
to
lot of us don't have clothes to wear. We wanted to get a shot.
warning crops from the sides, they just die. So
We should have food that we
children
eat.
lived,
We should have food that we can chew on. Use
they tend to die. Not live thousands of years. They have to bring world peace. Well, in fact, not only bring world peace, they have to bring peace to the point where not even the animals fight each other. So that is world peace, the level of not the animals fight each other. They have to cause every
You
nation
didn't get from Gold Park now. Get the problem.
so everybody becomes kind of Jewish.
Yeah,
They
you
resurrect
know,
Judge Dead,
exactly.
or at least they judge Dead.
Okay,
They'll
fine.
resurrect them, and
Hey,
they judge
Gold Park,
them.
not there. Question, Gold Park.
Which is weird. The Messiah said that they'll get judged. They can just send Christ like a sin symbolic. They stop all buildings.
This is edible.
They
Notice the
stop all
edible.
sadness, hunger, and who's immediately established the Jewish
So,
kingdom, which is
y'all
stretched
say-
out the Mediterranean, and you're free
You
to
see,
see
mom, stop. Those kids.
all that. That's a bare minimum.
Italian.
Just to be clear,
This is the bare
I just related to this for today.
Messiah is expected to do. This is just the minimum.
He says, you know when you go on a trip?
Even be a candidate.
I don't know about you guys. My wife is packing up the sandwiches and the food as if we're going, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. Okay, with one sandwich, one chocolate, I get it. 14 sandwiches, and what if we get stuck for 6 months? And what if this, what if that? Of course, no wheels. It's not cool to go wheels. Gotta go to design or whatever. I just never understood. These people, they walk through the airport and stuff at 40 countries. They look cool. Let's get the wheel. Who cares? It says on this animal, that's the wheel. I'm not asking for it's a great part. It doesn't fit in his way. I'm not asking for extra food. I'm asking for less and less. Today, right now, you take bread. It's interesting. How much fits into it? And you send this here a great story about Devin Amella. You know, bread starving, about to die. I need clothing now. How many of us here have 4 or 5 coats? It's just not a big I don't need all types. One coat, one beggar. That's it. It's one. I don't need the extras. The second thing that is very nice. No, spirit email. Just my wife, your wife, everybody's wife. So, okay. Really, you put on them show the lady, a woman's born with she needs to look at the family, she needs to have exactly what she's doing. What the sandwich is, that's really, but I have to do my wife's family, they're foodies, they're very emotional food, and as soon as she told me, like, when you try them, they're all, oh my goodness, you'll already be pulling out the sandwiches and you're all sitting about. What ends up happening is that but when you're funny that we went on the speech, I don't even tell you that you should do that. Here's the fruit, and here's what you think. Later on, I bought I used to go buy the toaster of them and make a pizza with them. Intense feeling of desire. Yeah, they have big kindness now. They said, no, the food at night was good. But during the day, you didn't get the same. All the guys were eating, when the ski school, they were eating burgers, and we had to sit there. Well, one chocolate bar you gave us. Which one? I didn't have the chocolate bar. You actually got more of this. Secondly, there's just sort of a chocolate flair in Europe. About that. So we have a place where no sugar lady. One was just a it says it becomes partial by moving the bread, even though it's inside the shulchan. And on the inside, it's not impossible. It's in the shulchan kappa. Mine go on the inside. This is a shift in conversion community. So I want to give up. I want to tell you the end of the whole sugi. The end of the sugi is there is no machloek. Okay, no machloek. If it's on the table, it's not machloek. If it's off the table, that's the whole sugi. How do we get there? How does the Gemara know this? So you're going to have to prove it step by step. I'm going to move something six at the Yaakov. So it says, as you are part, that's how you travel. In other words, obviously when you park and you take the bread outside of the Mishnah, that's so when you're traveling, look, as soon as you travel, you're outside of the Makam of Mishnah. The Mishnah is right over here. You just move out of there. I'm going this hour, all the men on the hall, you see the left my comment, all here. This is tremendous. What I'm going to say, this is strong. It's not like a flimsy brush. This is so strong, this brush, you can't get out of this brush. It says the left my comment, all of you. This Jewish shop is going to remain on this left hand comment all the time. Let my comment, all of you.
in that Christianity was
Look, I need to know that you're going to do classes. What's he going to do this possible? What's he going to do this possible? Yeah, I know it says that it doesn't become possible it seems that you're not going to be so. It seems like crap is like hard. And when you're hard, you can't take it out. So you can't take it out. So you just get out. It should be possible. No. You don't understand. It's not stop. It's right to me. When you're hard and you don't take it out of the shofar, it's good. But it tells you that's going to be so sometimes when you travel, you didn't take the bread out of the shofar. It's still in the it should not become possible. My mom says it's possible. I'm going to say I probably longer than you. It says that the bread is going back to the Easter is not good. We always say the Lashon years, the Yossi years, as is. It has two short remains covered. Says Marel, that's what I'm doing. So we're starting to get to where we need to go. Now what? Says Rabini, it was super, everybody agrees at the top of the table, there's no soul. The remains covered. I don't care how far you take it away from the original Matan of the Mishkan, 25 miles away from the original spots. It's still called why? Because it's in the
air in the 17th century.
Christians, Jews, I love you, please.
Very intense comments started appearing.
What does this mean? Just as a shot.
Further, we also have printing that's taken off. Now, printing is one of these things that disseminates very, very rapidly.
Put it in, write it in your Gemara, the Surah.
It's very rapid. You can also disseminate ideas that are incorrect very rapidly. And what you get are all these
first of all, it's off the table.
Europe, they're making claims.
But better than that, you took it off the table for Shabbos.
One good example of this is all the Jews that were the 10 lost tribes of Israel.
They came Shabbos. And every Shabbos, you try to take it off the table. Now, you have a question about this. You took bread out. All the folks says, let's go. Everybody go. We go.
This idea that we not
history at all. So now it's off the table.
Printed through Europe.
We're going to shut the move. Do we consider it good thing or not? That's my point. But if it's on the
dissemination of
it's 100% good thing.
Not just there's all kinds of things going on in Europe that let
so what's the change?
Columbus's discovery of
not going to leave because you have to be so much more things same thing when we have 4 twice that the part is like the travel. And when you travel, you take it out of the Mishkan. It's possible. It's cool over here since it came out of the. It's possible. Remember, all my neighbors, it's not about sitting up for a life. I'm teaching also. What it is. Here it is. I don't care. Whatever my mind is, even if it's traveling, it's considered a life. But now, this is interesting because now we expand it. All of a sudden, now, as you're traveling, it's going to be a good muscle because is an expansion of future.
Also, there's a huge
What is on there? It's really
in fact, the
have a vision also by Almighty. The macron of Judah is like by Almighty. Before it was restricted to the Almighty. Now it expands to the whole macron of Leah. All blue here. Before, very nice. Before it was only it says macron and red. Now it's an entire blue. As we're traveling the whole blue, and we travel, as you can see, second, we travel in a certain formation. And that formation of blue is the Kedusha Goyim. Not so much. It doesn't say, this is the not side that it travels and it remains oil. That's what Vietnami, let's see, what the apple so what's he gonna do? If he already learned that as you're traveling, you show. No, sorry, not that. Vietnami, so it should be possible with Yotze. Hashiyakaping so, and he went out. They went out of the right. It should be possible. No, like you said before, so the opposite. Not funny also, it's like park. When you're parked and you don't move it, it's not possible. But it's also, you're not playing, so you don't come out of the macro reveal, you're still in the blue square. In the blue square, now, Vietnami, the mindset says that the oil money travel. Tomorrow, in other words, it remains on money and there's not nothing out of them. Only the dollar will go. It's not saying that it remains with you. It's trying to tell you that there's a certain way that the macro went. Each Shevet had its flag, and they had they reached they travel in a certain way. These three Shvatim are going, and these, there's a certain formation, and that's what the parents say. The nuts are like that travel in a certain way. How would you go with this? So you want to do and how is the other man know this idea of going, if you use enough deposit already, that they still do show when they travel. There's another good part. And also, everybody is telling us that there's do show when you travel, not that you have to travel with a formation. So you might know, you're right, there's two parts of the puzzle. We're not going to give yourself, I'm not going to teach us that they travel in certain, no. So you're not going to give yourself, I'm not going to do show. And but also, that there's flags that there's a formation. Okay. In other words, there's two parts of the sumo where these flags. Makes say, I have a question. We shall see myself. So that was. This picture is a shot from video, but you see how they're breaking down the walls of the entire Mishkan. So by breaking down the walls, what happens? The moment you break down the wall, there's no more Mishkan. No more Mishkan. Then what happens to all the Korbanos that are inside? No more Mishkan. What happens to the Mitzvah itself? You see, you have to start moving as well. So it says, the Sham seals Mitzvah, Production to South. So let's remember these words, production to South, and we'll talk about it like in 10 lines from now. That let's say I'm checking a carbon copper, and Hashem says, take down the wall. Take down the wall. Now the copper all of a sudden is exposed. It's in the middle of the desert. He's not in the Mishkan. He's now possible because he went outside of the Mishkan. The Zavar Mitzvah is Shalkin Kutu Kusasa. They must leave. Typically speaking, Mitzvah has to go completely outside. Oh, really? So they will not go to find it. But they were speaking, Mitzvah goes outside of all the mountains. He's on the desert. Floor is on the with sand, and a Zav has to leave the blue. You don't leave the blue. So in other words, the Machna Leviah and Yisrael still have Kedusha. So they have to use it. The Kedusha from the Machna Leviah, the Kedusha of Leviah and Yisrael stays, remain. And you have to get it. You're Mitzvah, you can't be. They didn't have Kedusha, they didn't leave. It says that what happens to where the Machna Leviah, the Machna the Mishnah, what happens to that? It says that if you have a carbon in there, it becomes office. Why? Because there's no more Kedusha. There's no more Machna. So then the Lechem Aponim, the same thing should happen to the Lechem Aponim. If it happens to a carbon chata because in the oil that your Kedusha expires because you're not inside of his amigo. So the Lechem Aponim also, the Kedusha should expire to be possible. Is that a raya? Well, apparently Lechem Aponim. No, all the Chakos, the oil, you're right, but not the Lechem Aponim. Lechem Aponim doesn't become possible. As his word doesn't make any sense. He's Moshe. If the oil is considered oil, I think it's actually not me. So then, even a practice that stays there should remain complex. Should be complex. Not afterward. It's not considered oil. I feel like I'm not me. The 11 one should be complex. The Lord says at the end of the day, you know what? I give it. There is no machlokes. There is no machlokes. No, that says that the Kedusha remained in the Lechem Aponim was talking about a different case. He's talking about a case that the Lechem Aponim is on the table. When the Lechem Aponim is on the table, there's no. Oh, look at that. Let me see your Gemara. You're thinking like Gemara for example. Actually, one of these pictures. This year. All the pictures and you like Gemara. There's one of these two friends.
Individually settles in Cairo, where he comes into defense of a very wealthy leader of the community. And it's there that Shabtai actually did a job, basically a fundraiser. What he would do is he would
imagine the Romanian
raise money.
And what he would do is
raising money from
people do it.
folks trying to get the
Let me get in.
online.
Yeah, Friday.
Actually, one of these missions,
I don't know about
fundraising that
it's Friday, if that's the night. Only us here.
actually had arrived in Cairo, and she was a decent worker herself. She was a pretty famous sex worker.
On the beer.
And she
make sure that
massacres in Poland, and she traveled all the way
okay.
through
Come on.
Cairo.
You know, it's nice. Were you up the whole night? All right, what's going on? Says Gemara, and it's another one. The Omer that says the bread is possible is off the table. Somebody removed it to eat. So it became possible. But it's not on the table, it's all place. That's the line of this video. On the table, the bread is raised of it. Even if you remove it from the Mishnah, you go 100 miles away from where it was before. You're going to start if it's off the table, and you remove the Mishnah, it becomes possible. All right. Oh, you see what my son's Belial. Did Israel travel during the night? Oh, all right, it traveled during the night. Why? But I could start. Not travel. Let's go. You go, even if it's 3 in the morning. Go. You know, so what's it? The Hakim said, listen, if someone woke you up 3 in the morning and says you have to travel, you say, okay, very good. But I need light. I need a sweet. I'll wait till the morning. Go in the morning. They didn't see you go right away. Why? These all the guys are being seen myself, but I because if you don't travel during the night, ain't last week, it's afro. So when are they supposed to go? When are they gonna break things down? When are they gonna do this? This correct is breaking. There's the wall. When are they gonna break it down? In the morning. Now, if you go back, I told you to remember, go back 10 lines. It says that when the shots with my sons, when they broke down the walls of the barrages, automatically touching the sun of the earth, the carbon becomes possible. So as Abaye, I know it says something. If you must wait until the morning, when you shut this animal yesterday, so it just became possible this morning. Forget about the fact that the animal left the base on the day. It's morning, and morning is called what? Lino. Forget about yotes, it's Lino. Here, let me show you the picture. There's 2 different things over here. Lino is sleeping overnight, not the cutting, but the cutting. And yotes is bringing breads out. So, says, why are you telling me
For instance,
that
it's something
a practice that gets stuck in limbo in the Mishnah. When you break down the Mishnah, practice is stuck there. Oh, it's Yaitse. It's not Yaitse. It's Lina. It was there overnight. Why? Because the only time you break down the Mishnah is in the morning. So when you break down the Mishnah, by the time you break it down, you have a practice that shut you before. Because you said maybe have in the middle of the day. Maybe. Okay, fine. Different passions to have over here.
And so it seems like what ends up happening is the Shabbat actually travels to Gaza.
That's his right. My usual thing would be when you run expensive cheaper. Everybody knows that the travel during the day. No one's going to allow it to. Go day and night. The same amount of you to go to the moment. When do you go to the night? You start in the day. I'll give you a mushroom. So, chestnut show, I just thought this morning of a mushroom that was looking. I don't remember what. Had a geschmack of mushroom that was. I thought about it for a second and it's swell. Great. So my mushroom that I want to say right now is the person that's on a cruise ship, maybe depending on the day that I'm on. So he's on for a few days, if you remain on the cruise ship for shop. Something like that. I'm not asking a lot of us. You know, but to get on the cruise ship on shop, this is about it. It says before you go day and night. Yeah, you start out nighttime, run in the day, then you go, oh, that's what I want to say, hold on. I know what the muscle was. The muscle was, I'm looking for a place now where there's a marketplace today, that everybody, the more you sell there, the more you sell, the more people come to buy. Right? You remember the Gemara? And I was saying, oh, buying and buying this soup and happening as well. But I don't want it.
That's typically what ends up happening. Well, what ends up happening?
Hold on. Absolutely shocking. The second part is something that we do today, that because there's more people doing it, that place it brings more business, more people go there to do it. I don't know why I did it this morning, but that's what I was thinking about. But this is my interesting muscle that you go to, so over here also you start in the right time. You start in the day, it extends to the night. So it doesn't mean that you can start quick at night. No, I don't mean mama. Start in the day. You love your mama, maybe you can. So that's why I like something that says, look, I prove it, start during the start at the beginning. Remini. He said, what do we say before? Oh, so let's go through my fourth line from the he said that Zav and Mitzayah are thrown out of the mouth because the Jews are not going to be in the Yisrael every day. So you got to get them out of there. As soon as we start moving, get them out. They don't get trapped in a place that they shouldn't be. As the Bible talks about it, who will operate as when you break down the Mishkan. And so, they're permitted to go in, even into the holies of the holy over there, even to the Machashina that people go. So certainly they go to the Machalabia or Machashro. Why tell you they have to chase out the Zav and the Mitzayah? Actually, the leisure, the mayor, the leisure is going to see on the days in a second. You know, this mutter for the Mitzayah to go in there. And then everyone said something real. So the halacha is that if you have a bunch of Mason Kleishos, 51% of the Kleishos are Mason, you're allowed to go to the Mason anyway. Do Kovanis. Why? What if when someone looks at the keyboard, the Torah doesn't have a head there? You start with a different type of thing. So only someone looking at the keyboard is only for a dead person, so it's not for the Torah. He decides he's going to put himself in with everybody else. Is he chayav Torah like he wants or not? Says over here, y'all forgot to do long story with the flag where it's a I'm on the phone, you gotta face up, but you know, y'all can use Restream, then type parts for pushing yourself in. I'm going by and shopping, and I'm not gonna put you up, but I'm going to. The shot is made, amazing stopping. So we're doing stopping. If you send a regular minutes out of there, I mean, that's like that's 6. Oh. Sorry. Yeah. The Mitzvah, if it may make sense to leave, the Mitzvah has to leave. It doesn't literally mean the Mitzvah always has to leave. There's no separate rule. It means if the Mason doesn't believe, this Mitzvah doesn't get parts. That's what it means. You don't have to say it. It doesn't get parts. In other words, we treat it lighter. Now, since we see that we treat a Mitzvah lighter on Pesach, if this is a situation where you let people that just came from a funeral that were in this walk, they all just went to the value of all kinds of things dogs all went within 4 hours of this. You let them go to the Shemita. So now you're more lenient with it. So you say, listen, we're not going to give you a part. We're not going to drive it. So you see that we treat him with leniency. So true. When we knock down the paroitas with the Mishkan and say that they make you go inside the Makom HaShechina, we're going to be lenient with the Mitzvah. That's why it's very important. This is Rabbi Lezer says the lenient with him also. The Chacham is breaking down the Mishkan, the lenient with him.
So it's like having the son of the most
important
declaring
I don't know.
Enthusiasm that he received in Aleppo after spending 22 days in Aleppo.
We have a brand new mission on voice about turning the dots, talking about global experts across borders payments. I've actually left them back and left them a phone in the show somebody calls them before that. We have a 3-way appointment. Very, very simple. One man over says you need the cake, you need the bread of the lectionim, the tzedakah, and you bake it even outside of the Azara. Baking it outside of the Azara. The other man says no, kneading and baking only inside the Azara, and then you have the middle. What does the middle man say? One on one. Lisha on the outside, baking on the inside. So, I'm not saying that that's the first sheet, the middle sheet. In other words, one on one. So, to me, it has to be, it could be even outside that. But the baking only inside that. The Azon baking stuff, you do not perform Shabbos to bake. As you will see, personal Shabbos has to do whether or not it's decent. You have decent while you. Oh, that's what it is. This guy is. Yesterday time already? Yeah, no, that's coming up. Okay. It's coming up at the end of the mission. If baking the challah, the bread, left, physically, then you cannot bake it on Friday because by the time the bread gets to Shabbos, it had to go through a night, and that is no good. It's like overnight. If it doesn't give it that exuberance, so then you can bake it on Friday. Maybe you don't either. Oh, I say not true. You have to knead the dough inside that Zara. Certainly, you have to bake it inside. Shimon Omer, the other one is Rogan Loimer, the one who's called, you got it, the soil, Ebola. The other one comes upon him, shares by Zara, shares with Kagi. You could do the baking, even the baking, you could do it in the Kagi. What's this Kagi? Tiny is within the walls of the frame. Not these walls that we see over here. Sorry for that. But it means within the walls of the shrine of those days. In other words, not inside of these walls. A big cooler. You let a bake the bread inside the wall. So the Gemara, we got you. I have a question. I was talking about fucking a boat. How long is the other limits count? How could you do it outside? There's only so little. If it's clean, there's the sun. Remember we had that feed that we spoke about the sun. I don't think we have it here. But the sun holds a certain amount of flowers. If it gives you future, how can you do it outside of the community? As soon as you put inside the feed, it becomes Scottish. Now, outside of the community, it becomes Scottish. So much feed is actually, yeah. If it's a feed that measures wine and oil, that gives it future. So a lot of my pleasure whether or not the solid seed for flowers is future. Look here, over going according to my mama that says there's no future. But then you tell me they should bake it inside the this side of the wine. This side of that wine. I mean, that's the other. Scotch. You know, the oven is a future. So what's the obvious answer? What's the question? First of all, that a clean that holds dry goods doesn't. They tell me second later that this clean called the oven gives it. She can answer a simple oven is future. And a measuring cup doesn't give future. What are you going to say? So I'm going to say, I'm going to use the other guy. All my rabbis, I asked this man to a very tough person that's like metal. Meaning, says Rashi, very, very sharp. Rapshation. Name is Rapshation. Sharon says that Rapshation was very special. And over here, Rashi says that he's very sharp. I like to say over the screw up all the time. The screw up says that in order to say position in Torah, first you have to know all shots with Rashi. Then we can go. All shots. Come to look at them 67 years. You gotta know all the shots with Rashi. So he's very sharp. Not now, he's very always he is first, like in Arabic. No. And another interesting thing that we have to verify one of the we got a few confirmations, but not full. That in Psalm, the Rebbe, to be just on this on the patience on this Asha, every year the same sugar, Shalom takes them about an hour and a half, and they give a prep, and we call it prep loaf check, something like that. Prep check. I think that's I don't know. There's somebody from the Hebrew show, yeah, maybe third chapter, third. I don't know exact details. From Europe, from all over. One of my kusha was a big passion on rotation. Zubo or the desert. You're right. The measuring club doesn't even counter passes, but the oven, even though it's for dry goods, it gives fusion. That was catch. I'm not strong stuff. And what about the other food? Where do you bake the bread? Inside the meat. Inside that is all. Why are you doing it inside? Because the oven gives you fusion. If you did it outside, it would be polished and it would be called the lights. There's nothing in the shop. And nothing to push off shops. Why? You have to leave it. You got a big problem. If you cannot bake on Shabbos and the oven gives you the show, now the bread is a day old. If the bread is a day old, it becomes possible because it's slept overnight. When do you make the bread? On Erev Shabbos, on Friday. You can't do it on Shabbos because it doesn't go for Shabbos. Let's do it on Friday. And if it gives it crucial, like the only gives it crucial, then it should become possible. What this is rough. You got the very slab over there, rough over here. I don't know. Over here, we have some precision. Bookshot and cautious to touch your body. Sharp one, very sharp one. Romano Russian. And he didn't have what that.
Basically told a very simple thing. He says,
Oh, Ravashi.
here's the skinny.
Let me take a stab
They
at this.
interrogated him. They asked him if he
Mike
wanted
Bushio,
to
but
use
don't
the
tell
side. He
him.
says yes.
Mike Bushio.
So they said, okay.
He was,
Here's your test. Right, here's the test. I'll convert to your religion. I'll convert to your Messiah.
From
If you pass one test, the test is this. We're going to strip you naked.
He was during the
Bring
roller
in a bunch
safer.
of archers.
And
They're going to shoot
he
you.
wrote in the
There.
safer, which was reading
And
it,
if
he
you
should
survive,
wrote
if you tell them you,
that the question of the behavior doesn't even start.
well,
So
you'll
this
die.
was so upset.
And they say,
He
our
was thinking,
Shabbat,
like,
you're
who
the
on the
Messiah.
floor? How can you write such a... Have you read something that
And so,
doesn't even
Jeff
start?
died.
So it's like I have an answer. Okay.
Not the Messiah, I'm just
Here,
Rabbi.
please.
He
Here
did
you
not
start.
want to show with a bunch of arrows.
Doesn't
And so
even start. He had a big title.
he's here. Okay,
Remember, a
Rabbi
whole
says, okay, Jeff died.
was spoken to the Machaber about it. Why he wrote that. Okay, fine.
Convert to Islam,
So,
or you'll be impaled.
Why? He's trying to explain it. It doesn't even start. It's
5
talking
minutes
about it.
inside.
I want to show that it's not a Passover. Give out to him. I want to show it.
Shabbatai, not being stupid,
How can it really be beginning to mention a mistake?
converts. He converts to Islam. He
Right,
becomes
push you.
Aziz Neman.
Do it, man. If they find that he's able to safer of the Afghan Africa.
The Sultan is actually pretty pleased with the fact that
You are Mike Push you. I don't understand the casual part. Do it, man. The mocking Jesus. To me, it's still almost like a third. He says, Mike Push you. What does it mean that you bake the bread inside that outside? No, you bake the bread outside. So I say the mocking Jesus, these are people that work inside. Very that it shouldn't be so color. You gotta be careful not to make it
better materially. I mean, obviously, being shocked there is really bad.
so we have a bit
Really bad.
fast. I don't know, he did it fast more than
They basically took away the problem. It's like attention. So the
I think that we gotta go.
and because they're crazy, that's great. But he was not just shooting there. I think I got a lot of healthy friends. I think we had one shooter.
What's going on?
So I
woke up tired.
tired. So
And you'll see what tired is.
One, the first thing he was missing process and spreads all from this is really bad.
Okay.
This is really bad.
Something with him, the joke.
They packed the bags.
Someone's you up
And
and
they
down.
were already including Japanese
Yeah.
in there.
Well, we have actually recently sometimes the bird so he was off. Why? Makes no sense.
This guy,
What are you careful about? So think about it. If an amount of bakery, you can do at the line, we're very, very supermarket. From here, we don't care at all. Makes no sense. If you have to care, you have to care from the moment the those mix. Oh, you can't say, oh, I'm always careful over here.
That's bad.
But we
Not only is it bad, it's incredibly
embarrassing. Making that kind of job.
Just took it as
I
a
don't, we know.
crazy
Well,
Jews,
no.
stupid Jews can't fit anything.
Yeah.
But not only that, the people, the Jews who remain anti-Messiah,
Yeah.
like Manasseh in Israel and Amsterdam,
I feel we didn't use these writers and I really use them. Not so. You have to be very careful when you bake it. You have to be very careful when you need it. You need to buy it reason if you don't need to be careful. When you making it dough, I feel not you don't need to be careful when you're baking it. A little actually, Brucey. We don't like it.
hear about the apostasy until the
So,
summer.
really, the Mishnah, you know, I don't call myself review this meeting is go, every business go must
Led to basically ran over to where
be done inside that Zara. I'm sure arguments is they're supposed to be outside that Zara.
and the big debate is
Zara.
what did the apostasy mean? Now, one thing
From
we
the
know about
whole-
Messiah is that when Messiah is
Toma,
terrible things
maybe a
like
bow,
die,
I know
or
it's
refer to
the
as
first
religion, it's not a problem.
the
That's
Schmack
all part of the
Maisa.
plan. That's how delusion goes.
The famous story that the outcome was terrible. So I'm not just running away from Saul. And he didn't have any food. He collapsed. And he got the annoying year after year. You know that the Mishnah was annoying, and then after he divided, there's the reason. No, you moved the city of Canada. He got it. And he told them, told them, come here. And then he spoke to Miller, give me some freak out. Give me some fake. It's very important to make the fake. So there are actually a couple he ended up eating from the left of my opponent. He was strong. How's he eating from the left of my opponent? Is that somehow Shopify really was? So there are some people that can believe that. That not only had he not converted, he was tells them, you know, he was never fired. Another way is that he converted. Something here is weak. Even though it's going to become punished with the police. What is it? So that's the macro. Maybe you decide the Falash continue to call up and maybe he says he found them, he came there on a weekday. He came to this day on a Friday. All the rules there are people late. Your fishing is on a Friday. After Yoni Kad is a plea. I understand. It's going to become kadosh in the oven. When you put it in the oven, it becomes kadosh. And if it becomes kadosh on Friday, you possibly believe that you don't have bread for Shabbos kadosh. It's already possible. It's over now. You shouldn't say about the Shabbos that you know government. You shouldn't argue. No. Go ahead, I'm going to show up on the Shabbos. Oh my God, what are you doing that day? What are you doing? Should you do this on a Friday? Why are you doing this on a Shabbos? Why are you doing it on a Shabbos? Read it down. If the oven gave you Dusha, understand why you don't bake it on Friday because it was puzzled, because it was overnight, it's puzzled enough. But the oven will give it Dusha. What gives it Dusha? Shulchan will do it now. So bake it on Friday and don't put it onto the Shulchan until Shabbos. And only then the clock starts ticking. Here's the video. It seems like they forgot that except for some version of the radio. Except for some version of the radio. His position was, yes, Shoptime. No, you got that. This was the Shaw ended up throwing all the bad and then just really getting pushed. And then he went ever graduate of Islam, Judaism, and emerge as how deep is this fallen. Shoptime, for what it's worth, basically got to a titanium Russian, as you can imagine. We basically just lost it. Russian. In fact, the program lies in Islam, Turk. So small. Yushalmi says that he ate all 12 breads. It says in the what? The Melech found them baking bread, but still, it says in the first possible, even though I prayed for this, he gave him bread as covered. They didn't have any of the bread. He didn't let them upon him. They only had the bread that came off of the table. Now, the bread that came off the table of the shulchan is a week old. So what do you do? He found them baking bread. And right there, the farmer finish up next week. So what do you mean? Like 11 teams left on my phone and something was national. They told the Melech there's only this bread that was taken off the table of the shulchan and some of the he tells them, boy, this bread that comes off the table, there's no meat. If a kohen eats his bread, he's allowed to eat the bread. So once the kohen is allowed to eat the bread, so there's no meat. It's not considered kosher anymore. It has a lesser gusha. MMA law wouldn't be such a big disser for the Yisrael people's bread because it's not going to mean it. It's also, but not as strong. But even if it's the most holy of holy, this washing on the shulchan, the life of give it to him in third person, give it to me to eat. It's so good. He's saying about himself. So what is the pashas? She says Rashi over here. Shachazin boomers. He had a disease called boomers. Makin on outside. It's not me Shachazin boomers. If somebody has boomers, in other words, he's starting. Makin on outside, actually, already. Until his eyes light up, I can give it to him, even on Yom Kippur. We've seen the zero. You know what one bread is? How do you eat one? One is 10 pounds. And 120 pounds worth of. So yeah, it's a good one. Yeah. Oh, pardon. Oh, you're saying why would you have the right to eat all? If a person can eat 12 bread, then you understand. You have the bulls, you can't even go until his body tells stop. I didn't say. I was just as I know, the word bull was pretty sure it's from bulimia. Same thing with bulimia. I mean, they're related. Fullness is starvation, and feeding. Yeah, versus you eat it all, and you let him eat. Yeah. That's why you're going to human Gemara. The Chayim says the Gemara is only like this tradition, or the traditional ones. But the Kanani, in other words, the oven with condoms, or not? That's the child. That's the Machloek. And I was going to remember, always be here saying that the water, the should have said, you should say this. There's no crucial. You're allowed to make the bread inside the zara. You're allowed to make it outside of that zara. In other words, that's the tradition. That's what it means. No, so that's in my blanket. Whether or not the oven is crucial or not, I'll see you there to stroll for the Measure Shed. Have a wonderful.
Meredith's book is spreading horror throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor MDY.com.
And his last Jewish act, Zionism, was to request a Muslim or Pharaoh that he can say the prayers or Aziz actually pray Jewish prayers as he died.
Good morning, Rabbi Isai. Live from Lincoln. It'll be very interesting. Like, as the cameras were going on, it's on live. So it means that there's a tornado watch here in Lincoln. You don't agree to the ratings of tornado right by the neighborhood. It'll be unbelievable. I mean, not this house, that's a show. Yeah, wow. Tornado watch in Lincoln. Rabbi Isai, a reminder to say, Spirit Sa'imer, this is the right day, but many of us think that we're married yet, and that reminds me of at least Harley with us, the centers guy, but nothing. Centers guy, he's 245 daf into Shas, and with us, less than a year, that we met the first time in Park City. And we also have Ari Blumenthal all the way from Cedarhurst. Does a location there, visits every day. Right now, it's every month he shops, he's going strong. And he had a location in Orlando. And he wears the empty white patch, right? Wherever he goes. And let's flip you around, everybody say hello to the camera. And where are you, ladies? I don't see you. I'm going to have to turn. Let's see. Yeah, ladies. Ladies, show what I can do. And then Ari is going to go right over there. Oops, I turned the camera too. This is the house now. Right there. So, around. Okay. What do we have here today? First of all, we have an amazing daf. It's a really a very interesting daf. Look at the art scroll on the page to see a lot of pictures, a lot of weeds, really cool stuff. The Serious Time is dedicated to, of course, not more revisions. Speak of figures, smart, from the Lil Esther, before Steinmark. This was yesterday's shoes. I'm not gonna even indulge that. Knock it down. Very, very easy daf. Probably a little shorter than the usual daf in terms of time. This is Ariel. Yeah, before short. 10-2. I gotta go quickly over here. I only have 30 seconds. We're gonna be out of 10. Okay. So, Yeah, that's the story of my life. It looks like it's short, 30 minutes. Dear a strong letter from worth reading. You should know you'll be held accountable after 120 other positive years to our passion to don't know about your humor, to develop basic learning, attention to the talents to game. Amazing. Kind Greenwood. No, I put it out as a relief. Wow, it's not a hate mail. I told you, you should know you'll be held accountable after 120. Not another one. Mendy Abramson. I Googled. I heard you quickly mention about touching uncovered parts of the body with the reason washing his hands. Ruach versus cleanliness. See my safer. I love a guy for traveling vacation, which I recently sent you on page 151. I have a lengthy discussion of this. Spent dozens of hours researching the topic. It's interesting stuff. I also have a truva out if one needs to wash one's hands after touching the arm and head of what one's doing. So that's what I expect. Some are makel, you do basic mitzvah. Don't even want to watch it the same way. When you touch the area by the first milah, the mother can still say a bracha. Another reason, it's a revealed place. It's revealed in Shillah. Okay, cool stuff. All the best, Mendy Abramson. Shmuel Schreiber. I would like to thank you. I'm married with 3 children, and over the years I've tried several times to learn Daf Yomi. A few weeks ago, my friend told me about the incredible impact of this year, and Baruch Hashem, I joined the middle of the second. And we were already approaching them. I feel the need to share something that was a bit difficult for me yesterday's year. We spoke about the tragedy in which 2 people were killed and about the need to be careful and stay safe. By the way, I don't want to put a damper here, but the passion, but they're still searching for this guy that drowned in the canal. His brother, they found him, but unfortunately he didn't make it. So now, think about the tragedy. 2 brothers, one is unaccounted for, and the other one is lifted together. So I don't know if he's talking about that one. It's a tragedy, but he's saying, you spoke about a tragedy in which 2 people were killed, and about, the need to be careful and stay safe. I'm a reservist with over 600 days of service. The number of friends I've lost is overwhelming. Over 20. Lost 20 friends in the army. Sadly, on a weekly basis, fighters for things to lose precious people so that we can live here and learn fire. I would appreciate it if you consider dedicating this film as well in the recovery of the wounded soldiers and remembering those who were killed. Kiddush Hashem, thank you. You wrote this in Hebrew. So in Hebrew, I addressed this to explain to him. He's new to this year, so he doesn't know. Maybe for those who forgot and are new to this year, I'll just say it one more time. For me to give the English year is very difficult on a daily basis. I put a lot of hours into it. It's difficult. There's no days off. It is place of traveling. I'm still jet lagged from my trip from America to Israel last time. That was like 3 months ago. So it's difficult. Face up this vacation, the whole thing. I took upon myself to do a share in Hebrew, which I'm very, very happy I did. It was close of my limbs and the injury and all those. Those who were there, I'll speak about once in a while. And my dialogue, but here's a person that is feeling bad that I didn't say that the share is dedicated. I want the whole Hebrew share, which numbers now probably in the 15,000 people that watch the share a day. It has tremendous stuff. It's actually growing on a quicker rate than the English year. It's very popular in Israel. It's popular over there, whereas in it is popular. I tell you about it. I told them, come over to me. I watch the share every day. Like they have no busha. I don't know what it is. Okay, it's interesting, no? You think the opposite, and that's true. You have those also. So that's what I have to say for that. Maybe once in a while we'll say the memory or refuah, the amount of soldiers that are injured even now in Lebanon. You hear about the deaths, you don't hear about the injuries. What you do hear, you don't realize that injury means. You were telling me before that you went to visit these guys. They come to Chicago, some of them. No arms, no legs. Prosthetic expert. And you went and you visited them. A lot of amputees. These are injuries that are life-changing injuries. So of course we down to them and we hope that we're able to see the enemy go bye-bye and everybody they can come home safely and we don't have to worry about this. It's unbelievable. Things are happening. Times of Mashiach. All right, fine. There's a lot of stuff here. I'll have to see Dr. May Wickler just throwing this out real quick. He says he's a person playing for all the work that went into the whole staff. And this is from Jamie Azulay. I like this. So I put it in here because I don't want to forget this. That on our video, there should be like a caption on top. Maybe it even goes away eventually, which stays there so people later on that watch the video know what the video is about. It's not just a funny video. Right? So it doesn't just stop it. Okay, I think that's what you're saying. Subscribe to Jamie. And this may be through my show to go here. This is satellite location. They very much on a daily basis. Our we rented a nice office in a nice office building in Maybrook. It has all this stuff. Look at the wall. Love it that room be Kaddish. You don't come to Kaddish. It's all. The map of all the locations, 28 locations says there. Now I think we're up to 34. He funds it. He has a wedding hall. We did a huge Lava Malkin's wedding hall. I think 700 people just from the set that you could come if you're part of a satellite location. It was unbelievable. Every table was a different satellite location. The whole massive, actually, it's 2 walls. There's 2 chasanas every night. So on a month Shabbos, there's the weddings. We got the whole thing. It was unbelievable. This is what you call it. And during Shir, I spoke about how he advertises, put 100,000 shekel into the advertising. Here's one advertiser in Maybrook, in front of his hall, and for me, it's like much larger than life. It was huge. So Dave threw the middle Shir, so I'm showing this one. All right, Rabbi, so let's go. We'll have to do this later on. We have how many minutes are we? I don't know how much we're watching. The official edition of New Shops is set by the Iranian Levy family's parrot, the Palcher family, in honor of Rav Mordechai Rubin. Oh, we have a new parrot. Rav Tzadi Daled with deep gratitude to Rebelli, and Dov Meir, and Bat Shana, Balkany family. Dear Talman, dedicated memory of Avimir, of Shmuel, Foreigner, of Chaim Tzidoi, himself the sponsors, Joel Gedalis, the Leading Trust, and father Jack Gedalius. Anonymous as helpful workers of the Gashmis, the Palcher family donation, the Living Trust, for Rana Goyd, from Shlomo Palcher, the Mission Eloi, Anonymous, for Shlomo Rosh Benazar, Anonymous, for Shnema, and Rabbi Tzomim, the latest Bas Esther, Shlomo Malki, 2020 speaking Malki Zom Chesed. We're so proud of you, Mordechai, keep steiging. We should do like YouTube, where if you pay like $1 a day, you get to watch the show without the commercials. Take money from it. You see how many people actually. Like, what? And it's free, so no, but you get all the stores and everything during shit, but without the sponsorships, whatever. And then you're not gonna be happy. Send this right now. Send the girls and family, Canby Island, UK, in honor of Rebellion, you changed my meaning of life. Money, also Martin Penny, and all those who talk in the wife with Bobby Charles, Carl Muffin, sponsors, Ivy Simon, the first name of Murray, Burke, and Miriam. Weekly sponsors anonymous in honor of Ellie, Margaret Nazi, and the entire new white crew. Do not slow down for a second. Daily sponsors Moshe Yitzchak Grossberger. In honor of my wedding today, may all brachas be fulfilled. Going Chayil El Chayil Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Where is he from? This is like Mexico or something. Yitzchak with a J and Moshe with a CH. Interesting. MDYR Rabbi Sarah Fushtem Yol Kanedem Mishim Brachim Fushtem Mor Haberesi Fushtem Yol Daniel Zed Ben Ayel and Dester. Rabbi Sarah, here we go. We have brand new Mishnah. I'm serious. It's all easy today and it's super interesting. It says the Mishnah all the way in the bottom of the Tzadik Gimel on page. Brand new Mishnah. Chomer b'smicha mebetnucha. So we discussed smicha means to lean on the animal. And tnufa means to wave the animal, lift them up and wave. There's 2 different things. There's certain chumras that you have in a smicha, and certain chumras you have in a tnufa. What we do in the smicha? Go what? 3 lines from the bottom. When it comes to tnufa, it's enough that one person does it for the whole crew, for all the partners. Whereas smicha, we said yesterday, each and every person, it's a sarbanah, we learned each and every person must do the smicha. And Chomer Nufa, and what's the Chomer that Nufa has? It's not. Shat Nufa no Haggis be Korbanis Hayacha be Korbanis Hatzibur. You have to do it in all types of korbanos. Korban yachid is the shlamim. So here's a picture that we showed yesterday. The shlamim knufa, chazan and shayt. We also have the tzibur knufa. This is tzibur knufa. What is this? This is the shtei alechem with the shalmei, what do they call it? Shalmei tzibur. The two sheep that we're bringing on Shavuos coming up. Shleishim yom kol l'chag. What? Oh, that's the we'll get to it. Coming up soon. That knufa. Oh, we're going to tzibur. B'chayim, you do knufa when the animal's alive. Or b'shchutim. And you do knufa when the animal's dead. I just showed you. This one is pretty dead, I think. This guy is dead. Where do we do knufa with something that's not alive, that was never alive? Here, in this picture, the bread, the blach meitaida, you have to do knufa. Smicha, you don't do smicha when the animal's dead. Which is more, it's going to have a kasha on that. In fact, you see that there are times that you do smicha when the animal's dead. Korban, the rabbis call valid korban smicha. Korban, by the Shalom, it says the word korban comes to include all the owners must do smicha. Shiyacha, Baladino, I think, maybe it's a kapaymer, simple kapaymer, not nuva, and instruction of shkutin. Nuva, you have to do these in after the animal's dead sometimes. Nismata, there's no nuva when you have partners. Smicha, the instruction of shkutin. And it is like the rock, the smicha that you don't do smicha on a dead animal, you shouldn't do it with partners. I'm really for partners. The rabbis told out partners that all the partners must be free from 10 partners, you should take over, use on it, and go away. The next one that says, you try to use on it, the void is not enough. If you prove on where you have a bunch of partners, you should all take it. Sometimes you do so. Take a wool, and then say, could I buy you one? The next guy does, let each guy should be that's stupid. Because we look, because you're a woman, take proof. Just like by a woman, everybody should do too. The last week, what's about the things I was saying? Last week, when the traffic is putting the traffic to get harder, you don't do it when that is it. But you do it when it's hard. So it's beautiful that you do it when it's traffic. Still need to do it when it's hard. People can traffic is putting in the distance traffic. Somebody's hands have to be on the other person's head. Each person must be touching the animal, otherwise, so, that's a great question. The question is using things in the nature. But as you said, you learn from the top, you catch your, and you know, everybody remember, the thing is, yeah, every time you jump in, we made it. So we learned from teachers. Right, a few times, that's the owner, the plant stand is under the strong side, but sometimes we even tell our mind on it. I study stuff. Does that happen to a man such a woman? This is the man, being old, being a little fish, but bottom line is, find your place, man. It's not such an abstraction. It's not talking about it. This is an interesting answer that the cut is not so important. You have sound, whatever, but when it says that and every person has to see uniform, so each and every person is important. Each one is as important as the other. And I'm reporting my hand doesn't touch the animal. How do I touch the animal? I'm going to people this. So it's impossible. Obviously, parents and kids, and everybody touch the animal. Imagine we had a carbon bake shop. Sometimes they have a carbon bake shop. This thing notifies you with an email you received as a scam. How do you all touch the small
Instead of guessing whether that bank email is real, you can check it before anything.
It's just an example of a lot of partners in the animal.
Awesome. It's offering the
There you
best
have a show.
wildlife protection out there.
Whatever school you're a part of, and some of the control is going through the training. There's no flight from Chicago to there's a dollar, split some money. I want to be part of your island freedom.
And the final kicker, one
So, like,
subscription covers
you-
unlimited devices, so you can
So,
protect your phone,
that's
laptop, and
that's
even
one
share
thing.
it with your browser. Pick one tool and protect all aspects of your
Each one,
online
you
life
by
with
yourself. Lift it up, put it down, and let the next guy do it. You should have to do it together.
Check out the
There's a lot of things. We're about to come on the list of cars. It's looking up. It's done. Not like they explain very nicely. It is like a sheepish style part. Yeah, when it comes to proof, the proof is on the theft. The difference between a dog and a theft. The theft of the animal itself has to be lifted up. So sometimes it doesn't even matter who lifts it. Maybe crank it before you not everybody else can do it. The animal will lift it up because when the missus in the sourcing, that's smooth. The missus at the time missus that the animal could have sleep and bite here, it's a mix of like each person is a and that's why that the difference how many people do it. One for all the time.
It's the great Sam Talent, everybody.
So you know, you can write that. I don't even look at it. And sneeze out when they're on the top of the stick. And of course, if you sneeze out after that, I'm like, it's not on you. So, according to what I'm typing, like, say, I want to do that right now, today. So imagine I just think to myself, right, a typical time goes to the meeting to perform related twice a year. And this is which one's family is. Finally,
It's an erotic thriller about a hitman in
you're
Paris
ready to
doing
go.
romance.
One time a year that you get to do that vitamin stuff. Sorry, guys.
RUT pre-order it now. It's available
Can't say a word. You go to think so.
September 22nd.
So let's say you want to
My
do this
friend
comment.
Sam Talent.
I'm going to show you the picture so that you can remember
That
how to
people online will say fits. And I go,
Oh, good.
and probably the certain
on
behind
here
that
was where
help out.
everybody described as a
This one
tour
carries
person
the
kind of
blood, and each one that carries we learn
I
that
have
we
a big
don't
hot body and I
control
want
the
everyone to know
where the
that.
animal parts of the butcher stops over there.
And
This
it's,
place is,
look,
you know,
I know I'm
it's not
sexually distracting
first guy,
now.
number one in line, he
Let's
carries the head.
focus.
The one
Please,
is the
Tony's
rear.
the
The second guy lot, he
romantic
carries the
pervert, you
2
know.
feet. The 2 feet. And I'll tell
Just
you,
here
this
so we
person
can get a
carries
nice
something.
cake for old
This
Carlos
is
over there.
That's right. Carlos's birthday.
So imagine
And
this,
his
here we
twin
go.
budding off his shoulder there.
You got in front,
It's just
he's carrying the
asexual
head going for it. So you guys
reproduction.
see how this is guys do every stuff.
Rogan said if
This
you're
guy
going to
in
have
the back,
porn
he's not
players,
doing
they all
well.
have to have a bald head like me. And trust me,
So that's how they
the
walk.
trombone
13
player
guys.
is well on his
Up the
way.
ramp.
It's
So
a
there's a lot of
Tell it's a win.
He's a nine-shot player. Yeah, like let's call it 9 lines from the new player. He's nine-shot player level rates in the hockey when he decides. Right now, I'm in the public. I will earlier by 7 to go up the ramp. Guys, got to be the second in command. Second guy is waiting. Maybe something happens. I got to see from the corner.
That's all right.
That's it's kind of sweet, you know. So you need to catch it. Oh, it's got to be real, so it's gonna play and he takes him with the right on the right hand. Alone, shows him up, right? Helps him out. The third guy walking in line, he's holding the head. So he extends it, he gives it over.
Multiple time guests.
What's it called?
Always
This is the word that's not good for us. So
contender nominee,
Because
always in
sneak
the
on.
mix, and we're doing it again.
he's on a dead animal. It's the head without a body. Right? I said this joke on Facebook, and I really like that.
Get pulled out of this
It's
bucket.
not
If they
well,
are, they get 60 seconds
so I
on
haven't
stage.
tried to
You
joke.
know, their time is up when you're the son of
Move
a
on.
kitten.
Son of Halim Zorka, you don't want to Son of Halim Zorka.
I'm gonna let this dead-eye
It's the
ketamine
joke.
addict
I'm not
pull
going
the
to say the whole
first
joke.
thing.
It's the joke that the doctor
Yes, I know we
with
can all tell.
the attached
Hand
limbs
that to Red
that
Man.
got
We're gonna
off.
go wrangle that
And they
person.
brought
Could be anybody,
so
clearly.
it was
And
so,
while we
so good
wrangle
at
that
catching
person, ladies and gentlemen,
different
starting
limbs.
the show is
So
one
when
of
they
our
brought
favorite golden
the
ticket winners ever in the show's history.
this one I can't do
You
it
know
because
him,
that's
you
the
love
value.
him, makes
You
voice
do
for the
it in
great
20 minutes.
David Jolly.
Okay. So here you have a good head. You have a good head. It's not as good as you sleep. Son of Halim Zorka. After the sleep, it's a cop already said there's no sleep on the good eye. Next person I should either reach or you see that. Now the second guy around, he has a two. He's what was it? And he's a two. The first fight. Nice little fight though. I was gonna say, the first fight came down, nice little fight, and the first fight he was a little fight. So if I let him go sleep on, he's on fight and then I'm going to toss him into the fire. This is how well. I found it very interesting. I think people know about it. I certainly, even if I know about it, it's not a thing that people are not doing. You know, like when it does, you know, what does everybody do? They give the price, you know, so that, they used to charge money for that. Like, if you're the one, you didn't charge for the guy who's zero, that's a you just do it because you help it. Because passing the micro, all that is all part of the so, but it's something that you do for me, and if you great. Nice little thing though. So, Son of Harlem is always good. He's not showing. The second guy, doesn't mention the first. The second guy gets out of line and goes back home. Son of Harlem. We got what he's doing right there. And all third guy gets for the first is for another, the third guy goes home. Then the fourth guy usually the now why did the circle? I said it, someone explained it earlier. I think it was more than a friend kind of thing. That since the first guy, he was supposed to be the main person, and then the friend double decided to come out. So we let him stay on his desk for those and he's a big performer. So, but the fellow people who sleep on every single word, sleep, serve a little darker. We like to take the time to see, and instead of who serves that thing darker, let somebody else talk to them about it. At the party, you see that the playing double does you sleep on the dead animal, so why are you telling me, oh, sleep, only Koopa is on a dead animal, and sleep on it. Well, if I go watching some footage of the logo, it's not really a thing, but you do it just to give honor to him. You try to get, you know, he did the sleep at the beginning, he was involved in it, he did the sleep on it. How do it look for you guys? This is more for the greatest ever. I'll talk to you as well. The Sol Salante, he says that it's easier to learn all the time. It's a great one family. Because of the way this was part of this backstory. Easier to break 2 meters or 6 meters. Right over here. I've been a lot of things.
By the way, here's a little behind the scenes for you. David had his spot in the other room. I was doing this room one night, just a normal Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday night of stand-up. And for some reason, he didn't take the night off the day that he got full on teeth implants. And I don't know, Sam, if you've ever had the unbelievable pleasure of being in a comedy green room when it commits another comedian like that. The day of, clearly he needed whatever it is, 75 or 100 bucks, whatever you got paid for that set. You know what I mean? I don't know what it is, doesn't matter. But clearly he could not spare a night off of work because his entire
moving on
he had these, I get my David Nick, instead of me rambling about how long have you had the guest and I make fun of you, non-stop jokes about your team. If you had the guest and time like,
Massive bread. How do you do it? What's the procedure? And we'll see a lot of stuff about the even if something that's very, very interesting. Yeah, welcome. The emotions, two bread from
now we're talking about perhaps 6 to 10 jokes per minute for 60 fucking
those
minutes.
two bread, you have to remove them separately. In other words, don't mix up those, don't make a very large go in the fire. Make one dough for this weapon, one dough for the second weapon. You know, you gotta the neck on the oven. One, you can put two left. You're on it, so bread, and you try to stop it between the full on the lunch after whatever time started. Same procedure as you said, left when you make it. Each one is made all by itself. But when you bake it in the oven, you put two in the oven. What the fuck? Full beans, full color on the face. We're not gonna fun and look at put in our mix. What did it say? So as you make it, put it in, I'm gonna show you a little video or whatever in seconds. If you right down, and when you put it out of the oven, no stone with it. You put another mold, this one makes it to the price of seconds. Today, the love is starting with the bread. You don't want to control cars. There's three modes. This is why I'm not in meeting. How do I know about meeting it one by one? For the love and how you know this thing is creating this. Hold on. Third struggling. Yeah, I love it. The love on the party is two struggling. The story takes about 2.5 kilos. People can women and also take power where people can kill at 5 pounds. So he's double that. 10 pounds per power. Massive. It's like a cocktail of power. You okay for 5 pounds? With 5 pounds? So double that.
Actually, it was really bad. I smoked crack and I brought these guys back from the bar where I got the crack. And that's what my life changed. I would imagine those are the types of things that happen. Hey, ask David. I don't know.
You know what I just remembered? Like, I
smoked crack, but I did steal a few.
I might be making this up because I was only 5 or 6 years old. I used to go to the religious life. If I went to ski often, and we used to leave for Rockaway right after Abdullah. And it gets a very sound city. I'm not joking. Get them sound city. But you have 12 hours. Is that a thing that runs have 12 hours? Okay, so I did see. Okay. Yeah? Are they going to hours? 12, hello? Yeah. You do scholars. You never have. Look at this one. Okay, fine. I'm telling you that. I remember the 12 hours. I know it's all the same thing. But 61. I remember seeing it out there. Talking about 47 years ago.
And now we move to the bucket, everybody. This is obviously where the show, this is the meat and potatoes of anything that can happen. It could be the next great talent.
Very good.
It could be the crazy person. It could be somebody that's great that had a rough night. It could be somebody that stinks that had a great night. Their segment sucked. Their interview could be great, or vice versa. Anything could happen. First book of all the night, getting 60 seconds uninterrupted. Goes by the name of David Edwards. Everyone, here we go.
One by one. And I was actually a lesson time, and you know that each weapon of the 2 weapons of war.
I know I look like I just fucked a pair of balloons.
I'm in America.
I've always been known to look like a chicken that just got done fucking the ground. That's what it is, man. I really just wanted to come out here and acknowledge the fact that I am the haunted motel. I'm a laser now. I can see. There's souls with me, baby. Refuse to contact me, so I actually moved there for time to get in touch. I got striped guys out. Disappointed. To all my Latino women, family of my boy under the sheets. You guys ever seen the rain? Specifically this heat. Against the rules. The rules are that the rules they can only learn in one concept, one of them. I am some people. You want to use it to teach me that the weapon of fire takes the some talk or some. Two breads to one other.
Well, the thing is, well, it's like, oh, like it's something that you saw from the fact that you were for one more mountain arte you learned to a lot. Says more like something song before we read in a moment. One shot pushing the sample song. You should like put them in. It doesn't say the way they learn it, it's even a stock process, the sound process, you're putting it in some sort of way. Once it was in obviously, network phones, this one, again, as we're talking. So, once you put the diamond, that's if you put it in wireless, so, okay, mint full spine of a panel and have a special mode in the and you notice in this mold that in Yoshi's single design, he holds in it so the heat has the gene okay, right there, and he takes it out, notice if it froze, it puts it in a fridge, holds the base, and right the scalp that it shouldn't fall apart. When we went to like in again, what's the name? There's like here that does look more funny than it.
So how old are you? 22 now. 22.
So
So you moved from Utah here 6 months ago.
Just me and maybe a few other people. This is 7 years ago. We had a whole production between him to another channel. I don't know. Something we were going to do it, and then the war broke out. So everything from there. Yes, okay, well, what was that song? People look upside down. It's interesting as a bakery, he just does it for show you how you make the left and left water. This is if you look at this picture and try to do this at home. So he had trouble. He's been doing this for a long time. He started falling in. You have to have these, listen, maybe he was in a rush, because they're waiting there, and then they just threw next time. So I don't know exactly what happened, but it wasn't so. But nevertheless, it was worth the trip, and we were planning, maybe it's still good. Who knows?
So David, you're 22. You're starting now. Did you do your hair like that specifically only when you go do stand-up comedy?
Actually, Mario, 183. No, okay, one sort of, you shape it, and the ramen is made out of gold. Then put it another. What's the problem? Use it again. Use the same, when you put it out, put in the original one. You want to keep it all on, not good. And once you bake it,
do you plan on doing more mics? Yes, sir. Now that I have a job, I can
it spreads, it rises, it's a different shape. Not the same shape, not the same size as the original one. Some explain that it puts you in the top, like the little collar, it goes over, whatever the child is not put into the original one. Great. Says to the mother, speaking of, left my phone in case I go to those how do you make it left my phone? $30 every day. Let's say Wisconsin, if you go straight, turn it down, as guys mobile, expert for cross-border payments.
So,
I'm not actually paid oh. From your Germany. Yeah, I'm showing the video because it brought me to tears, me myself to tears. They said, okay, maybe choke me up. Started choking up again. But it's in Hebrew. This is Angela Style last year. Jeffrey Tuck. You know my movie. You know what movie. And Tuck is even money. You might be fun. Amen. You're not sure. You're not sure. I'll book it for you. giving this to the public. It's the greatest revenge. More and more players always in the clubs.
She's cool now. She's great. She's killing it. She's like an old man in a rocking chair.
One thing you gotta explore, but I was pleased though during the show. That was a good Hold on, 1 second. I just want to not forget this one. This is Edith's Record. Unbelievable. Now the guys are coming. And this is Edith. He's right. My kid is right. You know that we have 2 places in the right. 3 things. What is it? How do you think okay. I don't think we got. Although he did come to here in Hollywood, Florida, but I don't think he's a part of it.
Any other crazy thing we should know about the life of David Edwards? Any fun facts he ever won every single
One of these is zoos, I don't know which one it is. So let's just see the words and I'll show you this. The main table pizza, one is an open box. It's a box that's loaded. Imagine you have a bomb inside. What's going to happen? The top will fly off. And maybe 1 or 2 more. So that's what the knuckle phone looks like. That's the one we're familiar with. Table pizza looks like this. The one on the left. That's another thing about it. It had a little slogan beside it. You know? What? After you kids open up the cafeteria present. Okay, got it. I'm assuming you got it. And Spino is headless. He's like a little boat. Speedboat. So we should remember this for this album because that's basically the album. That's questioning the boat. How could it be squares? How could it be speedboat? Different question. The main table pizza. It's a square, like an Amazon box that sells open no top. You have no online. You see it. So first of all, for me, it's a little bit of a not set up. Just the results. I got enough. I'm getting back to Israel on so Trump said that he destroyed 158. The entire navies on the bottom of those. Oh, besides his little speedboats. The speeder is headless, he said. And if they come close, we're going to blow them out of the water like we did to his blood pressure. And by the way, we're down 92% on drug smuggling. This is that little boat. Thank you to the country for this. You really said this yesterday. The little the fast posted they had, and they're doing fight the legs. Mine was just we get a blow them out of the water. You know what today's that. So let me show you the video. Slide to the video.
Hello there, our dear friends. This podcast is sponsored by Prize Picks. The regular season is ran. The NBA playoffs are finally here. Prize Picks, a preferred partner of the NBA. So don't pass up your next shot with Prize Picks. Get $50 in single lineups when you play your first $5. Now is the time to do it live. 2026 NBA Finals Sweepstakes. Get 5 squares during the NBA playoffs, and you put a chip or 2 to the NBA Finals. To enter, just make a $5 lineup with at least one behind NBA player hit during any 2026 NBA playoffs. Live player picks are made after a game is already in progress.
I know how the athletes do it. Now, you know, but on the shoe from the spoonfuls of calls in the light. So, if the paper, the grand flat.
Soccer,
So I
college
was like, oh,
tennis,
golf.
esports,
But whatever I want on the bottom of a flat bread.
player gets off to a hot start. You now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. So download the prize picks app today. And use code Tony to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code Tony to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup for your prize picks.
And the bottom is like a half inch wide. It's like a little finger. The bottom. So where it's little shelf for you to put it. It'll be like, you know, not a good place to put it. So the more answers, take a look at this. And you have to actually create a little bit of a shelf in the bread so that the spoon can fit in there. First one, I don't think any fruits are, I don't know how to use it. If it's a box, it's square, the zip on, I don't know what the square does with this. Like a post. That's how you have to use it. You're exactly the screen set. So what? Nothing wrong with this bread. There was a little indentation. It was, the zip.
And because of that, they always have
This one, all my favorite fruits are. We're really thinking about, we're going to go after the speedboat. So, then we're going to have one couch on the square. Could be say that it's open box, and then I have the Yaspis funnel. So now, check this out. The 3-inch bread that has with a pipe, set it down the middle, and have a pipe. And on those half pipes, there was really the second layer of bread. The bread could actually really cover each other, but actually like 6 Amazon boxes. It's fine. Or it's like 6 food bags. Why not? It's in all fine and then we're out. You need the air to flow in between the breads. Otherwise, you need moisture. But you put these little half straw in there. And this. That's me going through these bread.
Very funny. Welcome back. Sam, is this your first time seeing
I
think so. And I gotta say, Candace, you came out with like 20 seconds of setup and paid off that Juneteenth.
I don't remember that.
Awesome.
Okay,
That was great.
we'll have to do it again.
Sam, it's not our first time meeting. No, we were on 2 comedy festivals together. One in Santa Fe and one in Hawaii.
Oh, that Santa Fe one. Can you
Exactly.
we listed one?
We had them because what Almy is Almy next to or on right. That is correct. This is not very much cheaper than well, the question is for the
Who the fuck's going up comedy shows? You live in paradise. They
No.
don't give a fuck. They just are like,
It works well if a bread is a square, so you can put 3 pipes on it. But if the bread is like a speedboat that's new, how exactly is the pipe going to sit at the end of the canoe?
Over the East Coast, I started in DC, then I did New Jersey, New York, then I did Tampa, Florida, and then I moved here.
Yeah.
There's a couple things I want to clear up. Can I have a
It
moment?
doesn't really
Okay,
work.
all right. So,
You must say that there's an extra piece over there, like
okay.
a square
When was
piece.
your last time on the show?
And it's
June
that
2025.
encrypts it.
Okay.
It's not optional. It's not, it doesn't have the full look of a square bread, but that
Let's make our
has
corrections
more
here.
work than
Clear
just a
some
narrow
things
thing.
up for us. All right, so
Well, I don't know if
two
it's
things.
doing
So,
it.
number one, I got really good feedback. There was, oh, she was so funny about
More shit,
but
what?
then no one can find me because no one spells my name right. My name is spelled Kandyce. Last name is August, like the month. If you're looking for me online, please follow me. So that was number one.
Then you don't need any.
Even though they said great things about my comedy, except horrible things about my appearance. They
I
were
don't
so,
know.
they're just like, she's
This
so
one,
fat.
I'm like,
She's
asking how come
I
you have
would
to
like
put
to
it
say
over
the
there?
last time I was on the show, that was not me being fat, that was me being pregnant. I just had a baby.
And what is
Thank you. Wow. Thank you. Yeah, Redman, you can use that excuse. Triggers.
maybe what he's saying is maybe it has what they call the emotions the sneaker. The sneaker. They would see maybe it's just the sneaker out of these walls. All the way up. They're not walls, they're poles. And those poles position always at the roof. Okay, let's see. The program from South Park City, that goes about the skiing.
They're mean to everybody. It's a roast. show. I've been taken to
And
they say some pretty wild stuff. But I know that one of the things that you do on the show is people need to lose weight, you weigh them, and then you invite them back with a weight loss challenge.
I know about you. You ever
Okay,
eaten
I'm ready if you want to do it.
It's
Really,
not, I'm not on a sick level, but you know, I go in there, it's crazy. She goes back and forth all day. Yeah, okay. It's a half pint there. It's so good. Jump here. You know, it's something.
Can we get a scale out here?
And I just see a ice pipe person.
So what is going to be the challenge? Like, how much do I need, and when do you want me to come back? I mean, I'll give you 6 months. Okay, and let's see how much you have. And then it's a lot. It's a lot. And that was like, so maybe so understand that. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Sam. Sam, you're such a nice guy. I know you don't remember me, but you were so nice every time you were touching you guys.
That bad restaurant Santa Fe. Her name is spelled with a Y, which I also remember.
Yes, and remember you said it's pronounced yoga, and I said it's pronounced yuga.
Yeah, that's why we're not friends.
Yeah.
Now I remember.
What is true? The only
With the
bread
cake.
is close.
And this
But
is on the
imagine
scale.
if you
Let's see what we
have
got here.
a canoe. A quick canoe between two walls. Look it out in the canoe.
Red Man says that's what he weighs. There's not a chance in fucking hell Red Man weighs that. Red Man famously
Are
lies
the
about
walls going to hold
everything
it
he
straight?
weighs.
And they say it.
He wants said that he could suck
It's
his
on a
own
point.
dick.
The bottom does it.
Not only is he flexible, but his dick is not big enough to reach that.
You're looking at it.
I was there. That was at the arena show.
Over
When you
here,
failed
the
miserably.
walls
You think you weigh 239 or less?
over here. The walls is not over
This morning was
wide.
close.
It's going to
Okay.
fall
How
over.
about this? I will bet $1 million right now that you come in over 239.
So it's not the good for the sleeping. That's fucking wrong. Also, this sleeping are not really, what talks about. You know, the shit is okay. Everyone, I'm going to you know, it's the phone. I'm sleeping less than how the sleeping sidewalk holds up. So, you know what? The argument will be, let's see.
No, I don't remember last episode. No, it's been recalibrated. We recalibrated it. You want to get up there, see if you weigh less than 230? I'm a little bit nervous that I didn't shake on the bed, so it's not official, but I'm still guaranteeing 245 or higher here. 249. All right. In that case, I'm going to go 250. 252 is my guess. Candace, read it when it pops up.
We weren't saying that there's like a little, there's like a basket or something. How do you describe it? Here, like this. Take a look now. There's like, yeah, there's like a, there is an indentation there. It's the shape of the boat. Put the boat in there. So there's no shape. There's a lot inside the side. Same as the water, it's going on the side. It's just how to sleep the level, how the sleeping helps together on from the highway. You have a shape to it, like slot, and the dress that it is. This time when I go into the feather, you see that the bread is like oh, I didn't use this. I understand why you have a sidewalk. Oh no, I'm not going to give a pizza. But if you say this is bread or square, that's the wrong. What exactly? Well, square flat boxes that I'm talking about. They're not going anywhere. It's not holding in place. They're square without a wall. Let's see. There's something over here. There's one right over here.
It is a lot. But she's perfect. She's perfect. She's half black, half Indian. I gave her to a Kamala.
Without the wall, because they're not
The character from Mortal Kombat?
I go, you the last time
Probably already talks better than
because of the weight of the bread.
She's actually very smart, very alert.
No
You
break.
can see, like, she
So
focuses
mainly,
on her
you need to
eyes.
put
She's only 2.5 months.
the
She's great.
walls. You need to put these.
Yeah, thank you.
they
I
need to
love
be-
it. I love her so
They need
much.
to be
The Indian dad is being a good dad. He's going to come out here and follow my dreams.
On top of each
Again,
other,
he's
will
great.
touch the bottom.
He's great.
This one
When
was
the
on my
Indian
kids'
dad
and
holds her
then
near his
up.
armpit, does she start to cry?
So this one is hard to explain a little bit without pictures. I'll try to do my best. This is the switch. The switch is like the L shape. And this sits on the table.
He's perfect. He's what is it, Cherokee or
So
chocolate?
we can go. They can't go on the L shape.
Sometimes you don't know if it's the table or him.
How is the L shape going to go with the bread? But if it's a bowl, so the shape of the bowl is like this. So the L shape fits right underneath the bowl.
He's wonderful.
Yeah.
Amazing. And he works with computers and
This
stuff.
point is the point of the bowl. So this part is on the table, and the L bracket sits right underneath the curvature. Yeah?
He actually has an accounting
Let's see if we can find it in
Yeah,
there.
look at what does he do for work though? He works at debt
Yeah, you can
consolidation.
see it over here.
Helping people get out of debt.
Here, check this out. The L shape over here fits right underneath the bread.
on a computer, sir.
The bread is
Did you
not
clear up your debt?
laying on it. Maybe put some pressure on it, but not on it.
I don't have any.
So this bracket right over here,
He's really good with money because he's an accountant.
it's not too good for donated, but okay.
He's like, well,
It's not
Candace,
really
we're looking
bread.
forward to seeing you in single
It's
step.
still
Let's
touching
set
the
the
table.
goal. So you're
It's point of bread
239
on the
now.
table.
What seems
And the
reasonable for
bread
6
has
months,
curvature.
Sam? You're a weight loss master.
So
What do you think is
the
very
bread is not
challenging?
good in
I
this
feel
like
like if you were able to
But if you
lose
have
20
flat
pounds
bread,
in 6
then
months,
I
that's a
think
great
it's
step
inferior.
forward in your progress. You're
How exactly is this
Okay.
going to sit?
And
How
I'm
is
going
this
to
going
jump
to
in here because it seems 20 is a little easy
work?
for
Some
me.
extra.
That's what you said.
Let's see. Let's
Let's
go get it over here. We can't really see. But, so you know the answer is that there's no L bracket. You keep the pieces going to be. That's just the record on the floor. So on the floor, not under the bread. It's on the floor. I don't know if it's I don't know if it's on the ground. Yeah, so on the ground, on the ground, I'm not going to do anything skinner than that.
How much have you
Even
lost?
I'm
You
keeping
were way
on.
bigger when I saw you.
If you hold that the bread is like a bowl shape, so then the sleep in on the table. Because it doesn't really interfere with the bread. The bread has a point, it's deep. We're leaving on there, so the table sleeps on. I'm putting on the other side. That it's a top. It's weird. Sleeping on that. If I don't know if you must say that the sleepers are not laying on the table because there's no room for them. There's bread on the table. So they're right for it. When I was logged on, we got left in the non-business system. That sleeping on me is oh. So, this is good. It's smart. What you say? Mark? You do? You got it.
So
Okay.
Candace,
Great.
let's have
That's a
some
good
fun
one.
with this. You're 239 today.
Yes, it is.
Coming back in 6 months. I
So
think
here
we
you have
set it at
it just has, instead of the bottom of the
set it
bowl,
at 25.
you're
But
touching
let's
the floor
add
without touching the metal on the fork.
let's
I
say,
don't know if you call it like just very good.
I know what I want to win, but go ahead. What do you want to win? I would like to win. I just want to be a part of the show. I would
So
like to
we
win.
want to get to the end before so for the tomorrow, and we're at the end. So let me just show you this one more time.
Like one of two things.
So
Or
good.
both. You
Excellent.
tell me.
Pause it.
Either
Stop.
golden
Great.
ticket or a spot at Madison
So
Square
if you
Garden.
notice, the
Let's
bread
make it deal
actually
here.
holds down the
Because 6
wall,
months will be
and the
after
walls hold the
Madison
bread in
Square
place.
Garden. Okay.
They help each other out.
But let's do this.
Without the bread,
If you
the
lose
walls will fall back.
25
The bread puts pressure
I'll
on,
give you
but without the walls, the
an
bread will
additional
cook.
you won't have to solve.
So each one helps the other. If
To
the
make
bread
things
are
exciting,
square,
239. If by some
so the
fucking
bread is not
miracle you're
on
able
top
to get
of the
it to
sleepers.
190
They're not holding the sleeper in place,
it's
so you
not
can sit on
under
the
200.
bread.
Okay,
The
I'll
bread
get
is the wall
high.
helping
Okay,
the
well,
bread.
you only eat steaks.
So
You like it.
therefore, it
Steaks
doesn't
would usually be the
it
best.
doesn't
Okay,
go
all
well.
right.
Once it's not, I love the man of the things that people need to left. The dollars. And it's here again, that's the sense that my money's gonna have to go, that the bread is more for the big boat. The boat takes of the sleeping right both sides.
There you go. 240.
Most credit cards throughout the world. Come to a
All right,
today.
perfect.
MBYSponsored.com.
Your next vocal goes by the name of Seabass Matar, everybody. Seabass Matar. Okay, here he is. Hey, what's up, what's up, what's up? All right, no gratitude here, no problem. That's the problem with people today. There's no fucking gratitude anywhere. I saw a guy with a full head of hair saying he had a bad hair day. I was like, bitch.
Good
I look
morning,
like I drive a
Apple
Honda CRV as a
side.
stepdad. That's what people are missing, man. One of the things that I was grateful with was my dad had a heart transplant. So every day he woke up was a grateful day, right? And I got this tattoo in reference of him. And it says, all this extra time. That was my dad's motto. I had a Cuban guy tattoo it, and I was like, mira, Emmanuel, I don't want to see those silent H's in that bitch. No tildes. And I love it, and I love everything it stands for. But the only thing I regret is where I put it, because it's on my right hand. I gotta go jerk off. I'm like, no, man, I'm in. Give me extra time. You know what I mean? But it does stay true to something my dad always told me. He said, life's gonna get hard, life's gonna get rough. But if you need a hand, they'll always be there for you. And I was like, God damn, not like that. Thank y'all. My name is Seabass Matar. Seabass Matar. I kinda got lost there. You said the dad had a heart transplant. Did he pass away? Oh, yeah, in 2013, but he lived 27 years. That's what I'm talking about, Rip. Party time. He lived 27 years extra with a heart transplant. I was supposed to live 5, and he outlived the surgeon who gave it to him. So, wow. Yeah. He was supposed to be sterile, had me 7 years later. So,
Surprisingly enough, this tattoo on your right hand, I had the exact same premise. Early on in comedy, because I have 303 New York from Colorado.
okay.
Right, so when you jerk off, it looks like, wow, you know. But if you want to go, just remember, if you want to go fucking southpaw, you flip it open, it says mom, and then
That's crazy.
it's kind of the same thing, bro.
If you kind of look at it, it looks like I'm thinking balls. You know what I mean? So it's always like my dad reminded me, like, my dick's bigger than yours. And I was like, I guess that, I guess.
Well, we're not doing tax, but very
Fair. Let's talk about it. How long have you been doing stand-up? About 8 years now, closing in on year 9. Wow. Where at? Miami for about 4 years, and then over here for about another 4 years. Okay. How's it going? Oh, yeah, it's going dope, man. I mean, I love Austin. I love maybe, Texas. All of Texas. They showed me a bunch of love. And, I'm actually moving back to Miami next Friday, so this is my last sign up, and I got fucking moved again. I was on here like 2 years ago, but
Texas must have been showing you a lot of love if you're
no, that's my wife and my mom. We need the family. They live here with you now. My wife lives with me. Our families live in Miami. My mom lives in Miami. What ethnicity are you? Cuban. South American, not Mexican. Yeah.
I didn't say you were.
Yeah. The accent Tony said was a little, you know.
And it looks like you're ready to play horns with that.
What's the wife's ethnicity? She's Cuban. Both parents Cuban. What's she leaving the hand for? Tell us about the Cuban wife. It's a real firecracker. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. She's how many times have you crushed her in your glasses? Never that. Never the glasses. Nah, we've never glasses. And you have kids? Not yet. We're working on it though, definitely. That's part of the reason why we're moving back to Miami. Being around family and trying to have kids.
See when your family's there.
That's right.
So
Especially your in-laws' house.
this is a reminder.
Moving in with your parents. Thankfully, they got a big, we're not sharing like a small house. They have a 4-bedroom house. They're renting stuff, so we're gonna try to get our feet across over there and see what we do. Very nice. She believes in you doing stand-up. She supports you. Yes, thankfully. Did the in-laws support it if they ever seen you do a show? Yes, they're actually my biggest supporters. Actually got a show lined up in Miami, just a small little brewery show, nothing crazy. And they're already like buying tickets and telling all their friends and everything. So thankfully, the whole family. Thank you. I'm not sure if that crazy. I think they're doing a
Germans that is still there. Fight for career with women's players around stop us. And
There's a place called HO Battle Rooms just opened up in Austin nationwide, and
okay, fine.
what the fuck are you talking
Well,
about?
what I want to show you is
It's like game show.
It's just an escape
that
room, and you're ruining it for everybody.
It's like a higher version of an escape room. Yes, right in that same
you
ballpark.
live in
What a
Germany
nightmare.
for 7
Is that a
years.
tough gig for you?
No, it's fun. It's great. People have a
And
blast.
it's short.
I think I've
Yeah,
seen
it's
this
still
before. I think
you
I've
have to
seen
have
it
these
at or
people.
from. Yeah,
It's
it's
all
all over.
And
Yeah,
it's,
it's
you
all
know,
over.
once it's open,
Yeah,
it's
it's very
more
dope.
white
Honestly,
people.
it sounds very like. Everyone's gonna come to this, but when people go, they like. I've seen people walk in very like. I don't want to fucking be here, but still on a team building, and then when they leave, they're like, "Oh my god, this is amazing." So
And then it's
it's a fun time.
This guy, he has a big
I'll have to
staff.
take your word for it. You know what that sound means. Anyway, Seabass, what's another fun fact in your life before I get you out of here?
I used to be a hype man for the Miami Dolphins. I actually came out on the Miami Herald, our local newspaper, against the Cleveland Browns back in 2016. Jay Ajayi drove in the game-winning touchdown. I think it was in overtime, and I came out of the Miami Herald like high-five. So that was dope, man. You know.
What's that have to do with you coming out?
I tasted the mother.
You're married to a woman, and you're gonna have it.
Yeah.
No second to it.
Now, what's Seabass?
Number
I didn't
one,
know that was a name.
In Spanish, Sebastian's my name, and then Sebas is what everyone calls me. Sebas. So in Miami, 95% of the people speak Spanish. Man, Sebas, it just stuck, and it was Sebas.
Just the stuff and how you for it every day. Beautiful, the whole place. MDY.
So you have wild success in Miami, chasing your dreams and having a good time. Yeah, here's last time.
Okay, beautiful. What's up? What else you have here? Okay, we'll go to the sponsors. Official edition underwear shots, except in sparkling and ramming and leading families. Besides dynamic, anonymous, the judges are them. The docs are Gilmore, Elliot, and Susan Hagler. In memory of our father, Vincent Glover, they were to Rigo.
As you leave your address, you realize you don't have your card anywhere near you. That's when you see it that virtual payment that has all your information saved. Making checkout as simple as a tap of your screen.
I want to marry Shopify. It's the best business tool hands down. Get started with your own design studio with hundreds of great ideas. Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand style.
Shopify is your commerce expert with world-class expertise in everything from managing inventory to international shipping and processing logistics. You can stock Shopify's always around to share advice with their award-winning 24/7 support. So see less parts go abandoned and more sales go.
And all the things to the talking the wife is focused on
Shopify and their shop pay button. Sign up for your $1 per month travel to Disney at Shopify.com.
Aaron Balmstella, daily sponsor. Aaron Bauman, memory of Mendel, the Kubio, Michael Rollins, Mr. on the single face off at 83 years old. You can think there are most about his mother and grandma, mental, non-impacted, at a weekend is a big room, $1,000. Mazel tov,
Family's old-fashioned.
$2,000 for getting water.
And all my friends are starting families of their own, and one of my friends, his kid has Asperger's, ADHD, and autism. I can never remember little fucker's name, so I just call him AAA.
Daily sponsors. Here we go. Elliot and
I used to work in prison for like 3 years. We have a lot of interesting people. We worked in prison. We worked in this one guy. He had his own hair. You can believe he came to Christian with the women. There was a reason for that. He was child porn.
Nada,
Says house with a computer full of child pornography. That was the last time I trusted a coworker with my laptop. I saw a homeless person outside holding a sign that said dying of AIDS. Could use that stuff before the blowjob. Thank you guys on all singles.
Probably a little shorter than usual.
It's your first time on the show,
In terms of
It's been a while. What did we find out about you last time you were on the show? Not much. I bombed
Really?
you could drive it a little bit better for us. Mad Rife was on. I was like one of the first times in comedy that I've had like an out of body experience, and it was on this show stuff. So it's pretty terrible. Matt Rife does that. Yeah, he's a handsome fella. You're that guy. You're out of my body.
So we're talking about sleep talk. What is sleep talk? You might know, I don't want it to be like a time
Speak for yourself. I would never speak for you, Tony.
Where
in the Midwest are
you
you
know,
from?
like
City's Peoria area. Downtown. Yeah, just put out Downtown. All right.
what is
That's
wrong?
interesting. Because I'll be in the Midwest. I'll be in Chicago. Peoria. I understand Peoria is where I'm doing my vlogs.
Location. The location. Where do you
Well, you're wearing the Omni Cabin. That's a great club. Yeah. Dude, good for you.
So right there by the
So, Austin, you really worked in a prison? Yeah, for like 2.5 years.
and I've seen something which
very small town in the prison.
happened right before. That was immediately
Tell
after.
us something that would,
So this is a little
going on
so
there. What
that's
did you
the
learn
series
that
that we got
surprised you? Being
that
a
the red
murderer
line
is
over
free
there
in the street right now. They're like murdering people in the 80s and they're just out. Yeah, tell us something we don't know. Yeah.
Cool.
I didn't know that. Yeah,
Title
so
on
it's
top.
like information and stuff.
I
Yeah,
think
and
it's a little
one
too
was
fuzzy.
like about to die.
It's
He was
showing
like
us
85, and they're just like,
because I guess
just
the artist had an
there's
issue. I've been struggling
there's
with
the
it.
door.
Not
He was a great
knowing.
worker.
That
But
serious is
yeah,
right
he
there.
told me he watched somebody's soul leave their body on PCB. It's free now. So.
For
Okay.
instance,
Alright, that's pretty cool. What do you do for work now? Door guy and
it's
stuff on
fascinating
Restream.
how long I'm very
Ladies maybe
fascinated.
go one at a time.
Always trouble. I don't have a good
Walking side by side with each other, knocking over everything that
One
exists.
of them said,
Absolute fucking idiots.
when you
You ever say crazy like that? Everything for things, ladies. Literally. They can't even fucking hold on to each other and do anything in society. It's fucking unbelievable. Sorry that this stuff happening out there is more entertaining than you are. But I mean, holy shit, I've never really seen anything like it. It took 2 or 3 drinks getting knocked over for it to get my attention. And then sure enough, they're just holding on to each other. They're tight alley. You ever see a man get raped at your job?
We're saying that
Guy in a wheelchair. I got no a guy in a wheelchair was getting raped by another like retarded person at healthcare. I didn't do it. I don't know why you're grounded in like that. I would say he was retarded. He was though. He's a rapist. You don't have to go crazy. He was a wheelchair guy rapist. We're gonna have to cast aspersions. Let me ask you this happened in the showers or something? The healthcare area, yeah, back in the shower areas, like they have their own little cell. Just the guy showering in his wheelchair. He just couldn't move, so like the retard would go in there and I mean, how can you say it like you just watched it every day? Jiggle the hose, Mikey's up to it again. We're gonna put a bell on Jeff, his wheelchair's all over. They're using the stone. Did you ever see this take place? No, never saw it. I was in the healthcare area on first shift. Apparently, this was happening on third shift. So, yeah, I just missed it. So, just like the security camera outside of Epstein's cell.
He says ass is clean. The wheelchair guy's ass is broken. You know, the cleanest it would ever be. Red man. He did get washed by people. Red man's on the side. He was getting washed. Like here, baby, in the sink, right?
What do you do for work now, Austin? Work at a place conscious of radiance, like a door guy. Security. Do some coffee shops there.
I didn't tell Chola, usually we don't do that. Maybe there's something for it. I don't even know. Hoping there's
No, I love all the Mexican. It's a Mexican restaurant, so you know the beautiful Latinas. I would love to
it
go for
has
those
a
someday.
little.
Have you ever been with
Okay.
those?
So it's something
It's
like
one of those.
something like
I'm gonna put you
in
on
this
some
case
game,
of
young
like
blood.
blacks,
All
yes,
right.
and having the names.
Hey,
Tiger.
I want them.
This for
One of you should suck me.
someone who's a father. And he
So
uses
you've been with
animal.
a Latino woman that has.
What have you noticed
The
is that for
problem
being
is,
with a Latino woman or a white woman? What have you said about them that you think psychologically find satisfaction?
Yeah, if they get that letter loyal, I mean, they are loyal. And the court's getting off of the pussy, that's tough. Molly, come on, Carlos, happy birthday.
And say, oh, Animal P looks so much better than Animal A with my father designated. Let me put Animal P instead of Animal A.
No, I mean, you know, like
Just
just
like
like
Animal
I
A,
like that. Like I was just hooking up with one, and she took it further. So,
What do
so
you mean?
Frankie Moro, it's Robert
went through
Thompson,
my phone when I
but
was
not
asleep.
Grana. There's something really just
Yeah, on your Netflix password.
This is an actual thing that you can go through the history of the country and you will find out that Latino women that go through your phone when you're sleeping.
It was just fun.
There
There was a Tinder match up. I didn't think that. I thought we were both, you know, on the same playing field. But she took it further. Yeah, went through my phone.
I'm just trying to test you over here.
When you say Tinder match, this was like a first date or something. Or are you
Time looking up.
looking up and she's already going through your phone?
Yeah, I never really see.
Right, that's not boring. It's not boring. There's a lot of buttons you can hit. Look, turn on your volume. Perfect time for that one. There you go. Jesus.
I don't know. I found that short that makes sense.
The whole night afterwards, yeah, that's when she gets crazy on the second hook. Second hook, yeah, extra crazy. Yeah,
That's what Latino women are like.
did you get the McDonald's before you had sex with her? No, I didn't. I didn't find out till after. That's why I was mad. Because they were yeah, she freaked out.
Well, no longer in that situation, but Austin.
Too many
There you go.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Alright, let's have some fun in here right now. We have one of our newest golden ticket winners who is an absolute fucking machine ready to go. Very funny man. We love him. You're gonna love him. He's getting spots. He just recently got passed here at the mothership, being seen by the talent coordinator Adam Egan. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the great Pat O'Neill, everybody. Here he is, the very funny Pat O'Neill.
I don't know how they do it. Maybe it's because not to sleep on. No,
Thank
you
you.
don't have it.
My son just came out as trans.
Top it off.
Big dog. Everybody calm down. Son, how you living, pimp? What up?
Review the still one. He takes one and he says,
Dog, I found this documentary. It's deep. It's a deep cut. It's been banned from YouTube. There's only lore about it. The only thing that exists of it before I went on the trail is half of it and clips. It's because it has so much music in it that, like, basically, it was originally posted to YouTube in 2012 or so, and like YouTube wasn't as strict on music as they are now, where they're mountains for it. But I found the full version. It's on BitChute, and it's ready to be watched right effing now if you're ready for it. These warm-up games are bullshit, dog. I'm the real deal. I'm raw or nothing.
Completely ready. Margin's ready, like, as in yesterday's thing, this girl, my sister-in-law, the English was Dino from the last show. It should be a hour. Tragically passed away from a
How was your day?
age of 42. And here it is, scanned the name. If anyone gets this place, I'll be very surprised because the name is super big. Question mark ID equals.
Did you know everybody's waiting?
There is a scan. all the dollars left in 17-year-old kid.
Oh, now we have to wait for you?
Okay. Something about Rabbanos. Omer, just imagine it. The rough life here. Never saw his father. Never saw his father. So, the Gemara, Rabbanon, Omer, Yomer, the rabbis say, so off. So we have a review that says that Yoresh inherited this not to sleep, but that's not to. Since there's an actual Homer, you do tomorrow. What's Homer Yomer? The rabbis say Yoresh.
Can you leave?
It just struck me because in Chicago, there's a lot of
Don't fuck those people. I don't like talking about people behind me. And every day I ask them why they banned me, and they won't tell me why.
They gave him the Silverado plus $500. It cost him zero plus, he got $500. Beautiful car, $650 worth. He's flying. And he put in super mode and it took me from Shul to my house in 1.3 seconds. And he got it for free. They're driving for free. And they're just showing a car like.
The reason why they tell me they banned me was other platform issues. I don't know why they have a streaming option for their platform if you can't stream 24/7.
I was actually offered one. I have a business in Chicago. My wife's not going to be able to drive. We're really here in America. I don't even know how caught up. I should have taken it. Homer Yomer. The rabbis is
just like
yeah. I think it does. There's not like a lot of people who watch you. There's no like it's not terrible, but it's just like there's something weird with the video. You can like record a video and you think you're recording, but it actually is only recording like 30 minutes of your stream when it's supposed to be like 12 hours. Just weird stuff like that. And it doesn't like say like stream stop. It just you think you're still streaming.
Sure. Hold on. We have to show that. Okay.
Word, dog. But I keep saying it like it's going out of style. You know how I do.
So this is what we learned.
Does this word seem familiar? Ba-bam!
The guy's carbon is not required. Carbon over carbon carbon, and you are not for your
incorrect.
And it's 5 partners, 25 partners. Every single one of the partners must do smicha. The rabbis called out carbon smicha Leslie. He argues and he says, if it's 25 partners, one partner brings it to the business and it's not smicha, and that's it. Minami Islam, even if Yehuda would have hold that every more 25 people have to do smicha, I don't need 2 special sukim.
That's a good move.
Do not do it for your friend.
Good job.
Do not do it for another human being. What's the difference? Going out there. If I don't do it for my friend, I don't do it for a guy. If I don't do it for a guy, I don't do it for my friend. I have 2 extra words. That's what he's learning. That the Karbana comes to say, not for your father. Another one, like we said before, the rabbis told about the Karbana that all the people that are partners here have to do this. Rabbi Yehuda, Homer Yomer man. Chacham learned from Homer Yomer that it says that Yoresh need to do Torah. So what does it really do with it? He says Yoresh cannot do Torah. So he has extra word, Yomer. What does it do with it? The rabbis say that a woman can do Torah. Why would I think the whole entire parasha of Torah just talks about a man, Zachar. Masifeli Rabbis is how can we even include a woman? We add her, we say that she could be tumor because it's the actual word. V'Rabbanan, how do they know that a woman could be tumor if they already used up Hamid Yomer for somebody else? Darshim the in from the vav of in.
Guess how many blogs? Well,
Zok Daily Mishnah. We're doing great here, no?
I have created a lot of blogs, not blog posts, but actual blogs. I've created like over 100 blogs in the last like week. And I think that's amazing because these things are on all kinds of really interesting shit. And if I just let them sit on the internet for long enough, they'll just generate search engine results, and I'll be the most famous person in the world.
It's one of the jokes I shouldn't say, but unfortunately I can't control myself. I'm going to say it. If editors don't like it, take it out. This Shaita, his wife has this. Das macht die. It's like, I have you tomorrow with the Kudus. So very nice. How are you? Yeah, didn't see you. Mom's came perfect in time for this stupid Torah. So this Shaita is
dude, ChatGPT 5.5, there's going to be an instant version of it. That's pretty baller.
That's why 25 people are going to this year. Too bad. It's like, I can't go.
It'll provide instant results. Like it won't be like thinking and like
so she comes back.
It's just boom, immediate.
Bro, you couldn't check the diaper. I don't know why it's so certain. On the box it says it's good for 10 pounds.
I guess, yeah. I mean, sorry.
What's a short I was thinking to myself today, I just got what's it? It's not parting. I'm always thinking about making that soon. Other than that, you are here. The guy told me yesterday he was here. This guy, his father has a giant room in the basement, hundreds, thousands of wine. You live your life, free Hummer. That's what I said. That's one of the reasons. Hummer. One of the big reasons I stopped today. I don't know if I don't realize it. First of all, Amazon. Amazon is a big one. It's a Aliyah killer. Because that thing, if you go on and just click and it comes within sometimes 3 hours, 5 hours the next morning, and then I know they open up the package. You know exactly that it's a toothbrush and toothpaste, but it's such a geschmack feeling. You open it up, And that's one thing. And I noticed another thing. And I told you over here, I was busy making sure that they take the garbage. And they take the garbage. I don't know if you shot this. Maybe because I'm on that. It was overpiled. From Shabbos, and I wasn't sure we would take it, not take it. And that feeling of relief. That also, that keeps people here. I'm telling you, okay, fine. You're not asking. You can write in. There's a lot of things you can write in to Gatti.com. I was insulted by MDY.com. Great. So, I was very busy. The truck comes and not comes, and when it came, they took the whole thing and it left a little bit on the floor. And so we're not, we just throw it in the public thing and the cats eat it, whatever, it's not going to get done. Hakol Sankin, Chutz Mecheresh, Shoyt Couple. These three, it's a deaf mute, right? Always. Cheresh doesn't mean deaf. Cheresh means deaf mute. So the time of the Gemara, they were illiterate, they're considered, they don't have das. They can't have kavana. A shoyt is a shoyta, katan. When you do smicha, you have to have the kavana. You have to be able to say, I'm leaning on this, I'm doing it the shalitzah. Besuma and a blind man cannot do smicha. They're not free. And I don't work with the Eved, the Shaliach, the slave, the Shliach, and a woman. Just Shliach, once in a while I say it's 19. So emphasizes Shlichus. There's a wrong, like 250 years ago, I have to look it up exactly. When I say the name, you cop when. Let's call it 20 years ago. He goes to Chatzana, and he stays. And so we asked him, the road, he's in and out. The Rav never stayed up for more than 10 minutes. The Rav stayed for 2 hours with him. He said it because the Egir asked me to come to the Chasim as a shliach. He my shliach to go to the Chasim. He told him, Chutim, did this. So if I'm the Egir shliach, I want to be a shliach for as long as I can. So I'm staying here for 2 hours till the end. Anyway, so that's a shliach. You don't do smicha if you're a shliach. You don't do smicha if you're a woman.
Damn, how many points do you get for May? I can't do that.
I can't do that many times. The leftovers of the mitzvah. What does it mean it's the leftovers? It's not ikr mitzvah. It's not ma'akev. So if you didn't do smicha, you're okay. You don't have to bring another card. How do you do it? Ala roish b'shtei yadayim. 2 hands on the head. I'll say it over here. Why not? There's a question. How a lot of people have a minute to give their children a bracha on Friday night. So most of you probably do it with 2 hands, right? So just you know, the Vilna Gaon says you shouldn't do it with 2 hands because it's saying the Yibarach Hashem, so it's like 3% Kohanim, and you should only do it with 1 hand. That's what it says. Throw it out there. What about what the father thing? I don't know. I never seen anybody sit down and do it. You call your kids over, come, huh? I know the fathers they go from 2 years. No. Oh, maybe that's what Hashem punished you. Hashem showed you. You always do it too. Really? Because of this? You knew about this idea? You make them come to you, you go around the table. Okay. And they're talking while you're doing it, the whole kiss thing. Right. Okay? Al-Raj Mishtei Yadayim. Smicha is 2 hands. So the Mishnah in Bukhari says 2 halachas. It actually pops up here as 2 halachas, but the Gemara is going to say that's 1 halacha. Usually I just noticed now there's a Zion on the chest. I mean, as if it's 2 separate halachas. For what? In the case, maybe it is. So it's 1 halacha that comes out people that in the same area where you do the smicha, you do the shkita. Take it, the smicha shkita. If you notice over here in the pasuk, the somach yodeh arosh shoylo, that's the beginning of the pasuk, and right after it says the shachar. So smicha and shkita they go one after the other. They follow each other. And this shouldn't be any. Basically, shouldn't be a hefsek between the 2. You have also like the salacha, take the kilo bracha. Like you wash your hands, you say bracha. There's a certain they're one after another. That kind of a logic. Says the Gemara, it's that's easy. I know you can't do smicha. The labnei daily. You need kavana. They don't have kavana. Nochinami that I could get. They didn't show some main going some. So I'm just going to steal some places over here on the days, and we touch it. The Gemara says that there's no smicha by women because the Gemara doesn't bring it there first because of the same person. The Bnei Yisrael, the Bnei Yisrael, not the Bnei Yisrael. Okay. Ella Suma Mekamela. Why is a blind man excluded from smicha? Machlokes. Rav Chizda, Rav Yitzchak Bar Abzi. Chad Omar Atzu Smicha Smicha Miziknei. I learned from the Sanhedrin by the Parahel and Zava. And just like in the Sanhedrin, you can't be part of the Sanhedrin if the person is flying out of home. You can't be part of the Sanhedrin. That's simply to be able to do God. That's to see. So we learned Smicha that by Smicha also, the person can't be blind. So places on other days, I know I put it in the slides, but I can't find it now. He says, just the it even says that it belongs in Amud Aleph. I'm sure. Yep. So it says, Asi Smicha Smicha Ziknei. Anyone can go in the Nukim Kolmum as places of farm question. So that you can't have anyone. You can't have a broken arm. You can't have a missing ear. So then anybody has a missing ear, broken arm, can't do smicha. There's nothing to do with blind. You're going to learn from the Sanhedrin, and the Sanhedrin can have a bone. So the blindness is not the only one. And then he says, and the other sheet that we didn't get to, and he learns from Restream, and the man also another bottom question. So then a person that's blind in one eye should also, and in one eye should also, blind in one eye should also be farther from smicha. And then he asks, and then why do you need a special positive name stroll? Say that not the nice stroll and that not women can find it. So that part alone takes care of women. Okay, a bunch of good questions. Call upon it. So we're at 2-3 lines from the bottom. I learned what's the oilas ria again. We gotta get this straight. Everybody must remember this. Oilas ria is the oilo when you come to see Hakadosh Baruch Hu. You come to the Beis Hamikdash. You come and you get off from Chicago and these guys that come in. I did it once. I had a deal that I closed. Yosef, you weren't involved then. It was a long time. It was during the what was it called? The 2008-9 over there. Not depression. They had a word for it. No, that
damn.
Okay. So
That's not even a word.
They had a word for it. The recession. During the recession, thank you.
What is lays? What is the type of chip?
A mansion, one of the Twins House. I sold it. So I got on a plane. I went to the Kaisel straight from Ben Gurion Airport. Kaisel. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. 3 minutes. Just thank you. Got back on the plane. Went back to Chicago. If I were to do that in the time of the Mikdash, I would have to bring a carbon. You can't come in there and show me like, who are you? You come today we bring a ripped shirt or the Kaisel shirt that you don't have to rip. Then you have to come with the carbon. Come in, say hello, bring something special to the Rebbe. It's a oilas ria. The what? It says by oilas ria, and obviously oilas ria. Seeing, see Hashem, a blind man is public from his carbon. But no, it's really not anymore. Just going to do the classic. If you learn it from oilas ria, how come you didn't learn it from the Sanhedrin? If you learn it from Sanhedrin, how come you didn't learn it from oilas ria? My dad only knows now it's don't even dream about saying this time. Because the oilas ria is an individual part. It's not a community.
Canadian Pacific Flight 21, the largest mass murder in Canada's history.
You learn from the other one. I don't know. I want to learn from a place that says the word smicha in the pasuk. You come from you don't learn from another place. The coming time coming to the Barabo, but Yager is all you know. He said a mishpat. This is the word a mishpat. The mishpat doesn't go. If you like, doesn't go. But by Osri doesn't say smicha. Even though it's high much to know smicha, great. Each one has a reason why you doesn't learn from the other pasuk. Okay, it's on the Gimel on the days. You might want to say it's answer. Turn it off. By that global, we lost them. By that global, experts across the border came. This is the guy I was talking about today. Since he doesn't turn it off, a lot of people. He told me. I heard from a lot of people. It was you used it. You see, there you go. I didn't know that you used batteries. I didn't know, but it's I can find out. I'll tell you. The Shmuel uses it, but it works. Okay, so it's connected to advertising us. 45,000 people see it. The special oil people making aliyah and buying real apartments. Do money exchange that, do dollars to shekels, and do large amounts through various Simon is a very big part of the daf and our global. So I'm big into advertising still. No, I was just talking to the Shmuel about it before Shir. I forgot. I wasn't saying I was telling. He overheard me telling somebody, but I didn't say the name. I'm like, okay, here's the name. I call upon him. Something Gemara. These three do not do smicha. It says in the Torah the word doi, yo doi v'lo yadam, yo doi v'lo yad shlichut, yo doi v'lo yad mishtoi. So it says 3 times. Not the hand of a slave, not the hand of a shliach, and not the hand of his own wife. It says, why do you have 3? Learn one, all of them. She say one time you're right, and the other includes a heaven, or a shliach, a wife. I wouldn't know that it comes to exclude anything but a slave. Why? Because a slave is the least connected to a full-time Jew. He has some mitzvahs, but not a regular amount of mitzvahs. So therefore, maybe that's why you can't do sneak for you. He's different than you. I'm a shliach of mitzvah. You're talking about another Jew. Another Jew could do mitzvahs just like you. So if you can do the mitzvah, he can do it for you. Why? He can do your son's first milah for you. He can do a lot of things for shlichus. Why can't they do this mitzvah? I was saying about mitzvah, which is all the command. So even this one, it's not like you. He can even bring the carbon basic for you. Everything. Yes, when I'm the party, the eved, the shliach, you like to buffet down your because it's not like the body, it's not like you yourself. The famous line, Rabbi said, Ishtoi, you fade down there. A wife is like you yourself. Maybe she should have the ability to do something for you. It's really fun. So first of all, this is a Pam Kasha on the Bagger where I live in. I went to the doctor. She told the doctor, our foot hurts. She felt the wife's pain. Our foot hurts. It wasn't his foot. Our foot hurts. His foot hurts. It's a little bit of a shite on that, but I gotta tell you this unbelievable boom is going. Mamish unbelievable, seriously.
No.
You have to think about it 3 seconds. I'm gonna give everybody 5 seconds to think about it. It's a bomb. You go home, talk to your wife, because it's beautiful. You're only going to ask, maybe other people ask as well, it's the obvious question. Why did the Rebbeinu Shalom create other Mishra? And afterwards he realized, so he splits him and then does a whole surgery. Why don't you create him like a giraffe? The male, the female, and everything's great. Says the little joint is unbelievable. Bob wanted to make them one. You can't take one thing and another thing and put them together and make them one. That's 1 plus 1. If it's 1 to begin with, and you chop it in half, and you put the 2 pieces back together, that's 1. It's murder, no? Yeah, what was the murder? Never heard of it? Wow.
Are you fucking serious?
Think about it for a second. What does it mean to stick the group? We used to be one, but this book split us. So now it's possible to get back together and become one. Creating 2 different things. They're created by themselves. They can never be one. They could be 1 plus 1. You could be infused. You could try to, how do you say that? You could solder them together, and you could do it. You could try doing a lot of things. They'll never be one. No, solder.
No.
Yeah, what do you think? What?
This could be for the win.
Mom, you mean it fits in well? You can't take 2
Yes. It's not a lot of words.
Mush them together. That means it's literally one piece. It's interesting. Okay. Whatever that means in physical, I don't know exactly. Yeah.
We can go off Q last minute, J.
Objection pose.
And
It's a life. I mean, this piece of meat is not part of it. Huh?
Almost.
What did you play?
We used to have
the one that
dropped us. I guess no one direction different to why. But now we have a new idea. You take every rejection, it goes on the thing.
Warm-up game. All right. So go to bed shoot. It's called the Winged Beetle. And I don't know what to believe on this one. but it is fucking good.
Smicha shiurim. It says the Mishnah, the what? The smicha is like the leftover, so to speak, of the mitzvah. The what?
What happened to your boy, William Montgomery?
It says in the puzzle, there's some hold on.
What happened to your boy, William Montgomery?
Oh, this is great. I love this one.
Any true William Montgomery fan would be aware. He's not thriving. He hasn't been on the show much.
What's it called? Winged beetle.
It's called the winged beetle, dog. Everybody knows that. And it's deep lore. You should look up an iceberg chart. It's like 90 minutes long.
Yeah, no, there's two of them. They're thing.
Okay, all right. I like that.
On the card, but it's down on this graph. That's a weird one that I found.
But what happened to William Montgomery?
Not the sleeper.
He's still alive.
Why doesn't he perform on Code Tony anymore?
So what the Torah say? The Torah says in some of the lyrics, so you get a kapara, so to speak, from smicha. The level of myself is smicha. But if you had this idea as a side of
You really think he's You think he's the best comedian ever?
Seems like they had an issue with the
Honestly, it's hard to think of someone makes me
Their name is Restream, and they're right fucking here.
That's not
That's right. I'm a lay down comedian, baby.
So I think that I brought this card. I did everything. So I didn't read on it. I don't feel like reading on it. Because it even says in the Mishnah that it's not the end of the world. It's a shiurim. You should know that if you do that, malo lakosu,
I don't know if it's the best. What happened? Why is that? What happened? Why would they say that?
Just to take the cause of the shite.
Why would? Did you do anything bad with it?
The terms of service, violation of service. Disable your account for spam or platform. Sending a large amount of direct really sends one message. Participating in a server dedicated to spam damage Discord. No, thank you. Spam Discord.
No.
Automated user accounts self-automatically to that. Taking other actions. Taking other actions on Discord, for example, joining conversations, asking to do that on one server, attempting to change the body activity.
Until you're banned. Wait, what do you? Don't type that.
You can have multiple Discord accounts.
Okay.
So I don't know what.
Appeal it.
press the button, but it's really
So I have my contacts or something.
Isn't there like an appeal button?
The neck, because the neck is not in the
Have
same
contacts.
plane as the head. Alagame, the cut out the really short, but the back is a continuation of the head. It's a big deal. See,
Is there an appeal?
I want to go next to its head. Like, I can
Goodbye.
When it comes to the chazak is beautiful.
That is
You could do a smicha there.
That
By the
is
way, there's
weird.
another. I'm throwing out the Vilna Gaon today, but there's a great story with the Rebbe Yehuda that he came to the Vilna Gaon right before his chasana. It might have been the day of his wedding, and asked the Vilna Gaon for a bracha. So he came with the shtreimel, a triple.
You only use that account in here, basically, right?
Yeah.
How old was the account?
So when the Yehuda, for whatever reason, when the Vilna Gaon came over to him to give him a bracha, he went like this. Imagine a brand new shtreimel.
I don't know. Kind of like a new account that I created just so that I can stream and also be on call.
Right.
I can just stream it on the phone.
No.
The bottom of the rest was like we always spoke about it.
Yeah.
But
That's what we're doing.
what if you put the hand on the side of the head?
Alright.
At the jaw.
I'm gonna stream right here.
I am ready.
Don't put it on the side of the head. So we have
Put both hands on the head of the behemoth and do smicha with all your koyach. What are you doing? On the head, I said. Put on the head. On the H-E-A-D.
Now I understand. Right on the head.
You're a shortet. You're just either way.
If it's so hot, why would you take off your shoes?
Now this is the tzava, okay? I'm watching this for the first time with you. I guess I skipped this in the Hebrew. Oh, he's showing the thigh and the head on the same thing. Okay.
So he even admits, I'm the guy who took his place.
He says in the Gemara, 20 lines from the bottom. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22 lines from the bottom. Not just mouse puppets. The person, I think when a person doesn't want to touch the animal, it's not the cleanest thing. Maybe he wants to put a towel, maybe he wants to wear some gloves. Toshma. But actually, it's a problem. It's chatzitza. So we have over here our famous. Take a look.
I am like so not getting my hands dirty doing the semicha.
You can't do semicha with a chatzitza. And women don't do semicha anyway.
I'm like, yeah, okay. Stay back. Not really. How do you know you speak with your hands over trucks on the top? So I'm going to stay up there. Notice, Siv Yoda. It says Yoda, Siv, stay. No. Without the tradition, you read Yoda. But we know you have a tradition when you read Yoda. It's interesting, we're writing Yoda. And later, Jesus, when it says Yoda, you down the top, it means two. Why? Because the word two comes right before it. Stay Yoda. Zebanat Kol Mishra Yodai. I understand. How do you know what about it should be Yodai? It should be true. Says the Gemara story. Also, Rebbe Lazar Amar was thankful in the brush of Talmud Lazar. Because of the opinion, says Rebbe Lazar have a way to be Kiddush. Says Yodai, Shtei, Yodai. And the Mela, every time it says Yodai, it means two. So I have more on the Shnei, he didn't say it in the name, he was like, sure, it's not true. So he's very tentative. He didn't mention it in the name. So I can tell you, a personal note, when I hear somebody quote me, at least the fancy said, it's not about the dot, it's about the idea. This is the go tickles over here, you know, it's smart. I don't know, I can imagine somebody, you know, pretending it's his own life. It's even hurt me. But what's the child of Shlokish? He's an Amoira. If you go on the right, from the first on the right, so you hear it. But we learned that when you repeat something over from somebody else, so it looks literally moved. In other words, there's a huge split that happens. When you mention his name, say what? Yeah, it's a thing. So it's on that part. You take away from the specific way the Google very good. So now Shlokish says, you know what? You pretended it was your own shtick. So now you're gonna have to defend it. I'm gonna ask you questions on it. And let's see if you can defend it. If it's yours, you should know how to defend it. He's something that the relate to see your dog. I can even if you tell it above means oh. You see now you see why I said over there, it's a yoina that above. So when you read the yoina, same idea. It's like a 4-letter word, which is a 3-letter word. And he wrote it Yud Nun Hey. Okay, so now Rash reminds me of this. Yud Tal Vav Yud Nun Hey. I didn't. If you're convinced that Yud Tal Vav means 2, why is there 4-letter word? Why is there a Yud? Every time it says Yud Tal Vav, I know it's 2. It's the point of putting in an extra Yud. Yod actually called. Yod actually Esrim Arpor Yod. That's 24 Yod. Now, in Bavli Tzira, it says that right after the Shlokish, we have to reveal the learn from Musa with Rebbe Lazar. This Rebbe Lazar, Rebbe Lazar would be a riot. Every time Rebbe says something, he says, oh yeah, Mamish, he's a rice like that, he's a mission like that. So Rebbe got fed up with him. He says, you know, when I used to learn with Shlokish, my brother-in-law, he used to ask me 24 questions on every thing I said. Here, there's 24 questions. Now, they ask, if there's no 24 times, this is the other one. What? Yes. They mentioned money. You can't even get to 24. You said 24 is more of a luxury. Original maybe 24,000. Talmidim, somebody wanted to say, I don't know if that's true, though. I don't know. But it's a good one, not a good one, not going there. But I saw brought down, like they threw out this look, 24,000 Talmidim over here, 24 Spartan, 20. Okay, the kids said. It's the idea, it says it many times in Yodov. Yodov together. Yodov, when I'm reading it, I was thinking to myself, maybe Shlokish should actually use these particular Yodov as a symbol for what he's doing. Yodov, love, like fighting, more like, that's what it's about. Moshe Rabbeinu was speaking about Yehuda, the other brother, more like a risk. It's like a fight. Sidos Yodov. You mixed up the hands where you got Yehuda, but over here, you mixed up the whole Yodov part that I said. Ishmael, everyone didn't know that because why does the Torah say Yudal Yudvav when the Torah say Yudal Yudvav? And it means the same thing. It's good. Because enough that day after it calms down. I don't know. For me, it shocked me. Not shocked me. It's like it's tough. It calms down. It's upset. It calms down. Yeah. You know. He thought about it a little bit. He's in a better mood. And he says, "Oh my family, he goes to sleep time. If you were." The way I answer it is that it's my parts. I was only talking about smicha. In the parsha of smicha, when it says Yud Daled Vav, it means 2. The rest of the Torah, there's 24 other places that says differently. I wasn't talking about that. I'm talking about Smicha. She says, yeah, I thought about that. But the Smicha now makes it by Yismakas Yoddo, Allah, it's a way. Moshe put his hands on Yeshua, and he commanded it. But it says Yoddo with 2 years, not 1 year. So your part doesn't work. You tell it's only by Smicha, and only by Smicha it says Yudal. No, I have a case of Smicha that says Yudal Yudal. So he says, no, Smicha the Behemoth. I'm talking about every time he refers to Smicha on an animal, by Karba, not on a human being, by Yeshua. I'm going over there, every single time it means 2 hands, it's only written Yudal, not Yudal. Ooh, so the children take the Smicha stuff. Oh, that was quickly only have 3 seconds. My comment, what does he say? In other words, all we try to say is pick up the Smicha Shkita right after Smicha you do Shkita. And the Mela, it's in the same spot that you do that when you do Smicha, when you do Shkita. If it has to be one after the other, then it's in the same exact spot. So the whole sentence is extra. What says Hakikam? You're right. How do I know that in the same place you do Smicha you Shef? Why? Because you're taking the Smicha Shkita, because that can come one after another. That come on one after another. Therefore, in the same place that you do Smicha, you do Shkita. Both sides. Have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for coming. And thank you for the power of us.
Merit the Zchus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Sai. You didn't smash me in the roast. I don't do it too loud because tomorrow won't be sure. All right, we're live in Linkwood. A million of people. Or some people say Swiss Eimer, of course, I want to really shoot up big smart and strong and lay acid, which lame up. Mush from. How did 2 years ago, we first found that we did Sekiro, and the reminder was very clear, and I knew there was a number during the day, and I had used my spirit reminder, which was a big number, and I don't remember for the next 24 hours. I found myself having a hard time this year. There was some realization that anyway, just words on it. That's the kids are. I'm reading this much from the Elam. A lot of people, it's one of the first or second time that they're doing the entire sphere with us. So you should call those behind the scenes and make the art cool. So then we had a special to learn today's daf with Chavrusa, with the Paris himself, with the old gold. We're both at the same Facebook program, means about bus, and we all have a people speaker. What a speaker, unbelievable. On Pesach, I said over the story about the Paris. Oh, you were there? Who was there? You weren't there? See? Next year? Yeah, put you on the spot. We struggle to understand exact mitzvahs of and later, once the tag comments, pressurize, so you can watch the show and understand exactly the shot. Thank you, Gemara. Thank you, Rebellion Mark, and PNBY, but works hard to post the show before Yontif. I'm a career, played them with comments best, that's probably Palchik and Yo Go, which should play out. Morocco trip, Rabbi side, deadline to post this Tuesday. If you haven't counted you and you're eligible for $1,000, please reach out to Yossi or Mark ASAP. Trip dates Sunday, May 10th, Sunday, May 17th. We're locking everything in, so we need to know. How much coming up? Hello. Wow, less than a month. Spotted an NDY senior Hashem doing the down on his fight back from Orlando today. I was told when I showed this picture earlier today, and I did not know that this picture was taken as of this year. Miami's back on full throttle. Please need CV. Oh, I still got a message from that. Look for it. I'm going to We made larger. This is the number one satellite location. MDY spending full house there. And satellite location in Korea, Hata. Penny, as I'm not there, so it goes around almost every day. Goes to another satellite location. This is one of the 34 locations in Arizona that do it live. His son won 2 raffles, $1,000 in total. $1,000, and also they won something big. I don't remember what it was. Two good ones. All right, official Legion of War shots accepted by the Iranian League families, Paragonans, Radically Hashem, Sally Bay, Isaac Cement, Nana, Kitchi, and Gitti. David Salman sponsors these corporate sponsor, our only corporate sponsor, David Salman, that should have more. Dedicated memory of Avi Meir, Shmuel Parker, and those who come to Rafa. So, without the name of my father, Jackie Guns, and I'm looking at the guy's name, the nation. He's a Richmond Sarah, going to return college with the Manchester Elu. Anonymous with Bushman on the Michigan Czar, anonymous with Bushman and a root some to live assessed to the strong mountain. None of the people of his own festival, so cardiac and more striking. Senegalese family can be either came out of rebellion, things like living of life. Plenty of money, just like companion, although it's something you like, it becomes hard. Monthly sponsor, Irish Simon, which name of the Murray First Ben Miriam. Buttons are working slow today. Weekly sponsors anonymous and honor with Ellie, Mark Ashkenazi, and the entire NDY crew who do not slow down for a second. Shreya, NDY art. Fortunately, I'm going to do a brachos, which is more permanent, and the other meal is then I offer. Once it's starting a new study today, we are going through the menachas and all the performance and different things that go together. We had the minchas sachem that goes together with the performance. Spoke about the oil, the flour, the wine. Now, today, all day, we're going to be speaking about smicha. What's smicha? For those of you who it's your first day with MDY, smicha means put your full body weight on the head of the animal and say bidu. So says the mission of all Rabbanis and Tzibur, ain't ben smicha. There's only 2 exceptions to the rule. All communal Rabbanis do not require smicha. Puts min a parabal mitzvahs, the start Harishaleh. Parabal mitzvahs in this context will have later. Parabal mitzvahs referring to something else, but Rashi says parabal mitzvahs is referring to Elam Davar. What's Har Elam Davar? Har Elam Davar is when President Sanhedrin make a mistake and they say that the halacha is you're allowed, for instance, to eat a type of thing, not all chayla. Is it this fat of the animals and multiple when in fact it's smells and flies, so it doesn't. Don't have to bring one. Har Elam Davar. You have a video. It's above and beyond this video. Like, usually videos we only shot. This is like a little bit more. Who does the sniff on the pile on Davar? It's a legend. Okay. If you know, you know. But the guy that, the Texas guy, the Kachkigun guy, you know, this film. Okay? So there are two higher Habal, Allah, so it's the higher on Dava, the Sanhedrin has to do the Smicha. The Sayyam Shalem, we're going to see that Halacha makes you see that there's two, except the choose which two. So, we're using this is the Makama, the Yudah that says higher on Dava, and also the Sayyam Shalem. It's the goat, that I'm going to give these two goats. One, the blood goes into the down inside, and the other one is thrown up. I'll show you the video later on because I don't want to show video back to back videos like that. That one is more of a schmucky video, but too much videos back to back. I'm sorry about it. Retroactively remember the video that I'm going to show you for the bottom dollar. I'll just break it up a little. Sorry, but is very, very similar to Ireland Dog. It's when you decide to make a mistake, and they say you can do it with desire. So, vice from his head and desire, so you're breathing with the goat. So Reb Shimon switches the Sarah Mishtaleh with the Sarah from the desire. It's a different type of goat. On that goat, you have to do sleep. And we're going to see the Gemara. I don't think anybody argued, but Caesar must be done by somebody that's involved, somebody that's a owner, not some representative. And that's a thing throughout Smith. You can't do Smith for your friend, you can't do Smith for a partner. You have to be involved. So, call for Banos Hayofet to Smith. Every single carbon of an individual requires Smith. And it's going to have a car, like a nice guy. That's how these are the three that we had yesterday that don't require the Sachem. These are the three, they always put together the car, the nicer, the firstborn, the 10th animal of the newborn, and the carbon pesa. Those do not require sleep. The Hayyar, somebody who inherited a carbon, another Shvamin. I missed this one. This is the story I want to tell you. That's how you do. Yisrael Goldstein, my sister-in-law, Dino Das Yafim Elazar, tragically passed away from a young age of 43. So this is a crazy story. Yisrael Goldstein, his sister-in-law, just moved to Paris at 43. But this comes after her husband was nifter when I think she was pregnant with her only child. You know the story? This kid was like a teenager, 17 years old. He's the only child, and he just lost his mother, Majna. She's 43. His father, he never got to know his father. Crazy story. Okay? Very heart-wrenching. Big tragedy. Okay. So how do you know the story? What's the story? The one when she nipped the Mamish now? Right after Pesach. After Pesach. I'm sure. Crazy. One kid, Salamite says. One kid, and they're both nifter. One was 43, and the other one must have been in his 20s. Maybe she had a lot of desire, a lot of heartache. Yeah, one kid. All right, so Hayyar, son of maybe. Oh, we're talking about Yair. Yair, his father is nifter. He lead over in the Oilah. Shlamim. So now what does he do? He has to bring the Oilah to the he takes over of his father, and it's the sleep that his father would have done. Well, maybe in the suffering, and he has to spend more money, and he has to bring the stuff we spoke about yesterday, the oil, the flour, maybe. He also has the right to do where we all know that if he finds, let's say, a better animal, he says, my father left over I want to give a real animal to this. He goes out and he says, this one is instead of this, that's awesome. Well, but he could do it. Why does it take effect? Because it's the Irish. He's instead. So I saw a very interesting Shiloh. When the father who died was blind. Somebody who's blind doesn't do smicha. So now he dies. Does the son do sleep? What does that one say? Does the son do sleep? His father went to that sleep. Now that his father died, if he could see, so maybe he should do sleep. Does he think of his father is exactly the same as his father can do sleep? Or is it like a new thing? No, what do you guys say? Yes, it's sleep. And if what? Yeah, right, but that's not like the Lashon we said yesterday that Nimsa that the Hafel is Homer min Iker. The Yerush, the Hafel, he has a bigger chumra than the main part, the main guy who died. He didn't have to do sleep. What about if he yards his mother? The mother left over a shlamim. The mother wouldn't do sleep. He's a woman. Okay. Oh, so you're saying you're making enough community? Wow, it's a foolish problem. I didn't even have that option. I said it's either yes or no on both. And you're saying yes on one, no on the other. By the mother not because it never started being, but also it never had when this guy was blind the whole time when he it's a technical thing. Very lumbish. I hear. There's a story, I don't know if it's true. I'm saying over the story because I want somebody to write in and tell me they heard this nicer. That the Brisker Rug, actually no, the Chaim, he shaved. Doesn't sound right, but okay, he shaved. And someone said, your father doesn't shave. I can shave when he's a butler. She says, I go, because it was like a stuff, like, because in Brisker, everything's like the father, like the doctor. He said, I don't go by the doctor, I go by the mama. My mother doesn't shave. She does shave. She doesn't need to shave. I don't know what he meant. Okay. Anyway, if anybody knows the Maisa, no, you never heard the Maisa. Well, what? He grew a beard. Yeah, you're making up a Maisa now. He wanted, they said you should be like your father and shave because your father says you're a buffer. He's like, well, like my mother, and I don't shave. That's nice. Who knows? All right, something in mother. Torah. So now we're just going to go through the Mishnah we just learned. What's interesting about the sugyas is that you don't really have any teeth wonders or stuff. It's more on the easy side of the the community for bonus, you don't just make besides to parallel and double. You see that Sirah with Izar, the Shimon does the second sheet in the Mishnah. Shimon by Yechai says parallel and double and Avad Izar. Like the two Averis that doesn't forgot about and they gave the wrong sock, they made a mistake. I forgot they made a mistake. On those two, you have to do Shimon. You know, Sirah with Izar, wrong. The only one out of the two that you said I agree with, and that is the parallel. I don't agree with the Sirah with Izar. Oh, if so, you need two. And now that I took out one out of your two, I only have one. Sorry, I missed out. It must be the Sorry Live Sozo. You know, let's show it now. Why not? Here, Sorry Live. Left, a beautiful piece. To do a viral. One is the sun. One is Lazo. Smicha. And now he does the video. One of us saying, after no fullness, showing the country body. I'm learning some more about this, but we haven't spoken about more. You know about the stream? It's Restream? What happened to Restream? says the Gemara. So instead, so one is Kaya and Dabar, the Smicha, the other one is Sarah Mishtaleh, the Sarah Azazel, but not the Sarah with the Sarah. As the Gemara, the Sagi the Mail, who told Rabbi you need two? He was forced to bring a second one, Sarah Mishtaleh, because otherwise you don't have two. Amaravino, the Mirish, they Smichas the Tzibur, yes. He was forced because we have a Kabbalah. We received it from Halach Lamesh from Sinai for generations. There's two that require Smicha. Now, which two? It can't be the one that you're saying with Shimon, the one of the Zara. So I must take another one, the Sarah Lazar. Oh, my Lord, Shimon, my Lord, Smicha B'Bailim. The one on the rock, turns out. Yes, good question. Oh, my Lord, Shimon, my Lord, Smicha Ela B'Bailim. The Zara, the one of somebody. He says, Shimon asks, I don't understand. In order for it to be smicha, considered smicha, with two, you're considering the Sadir of the Zara. That's not the owner. You need an owner. It's Aaron and Bottom son from birth. So there is smicha, he said. But it's not the smicha we're looking for. We're looking for two smichas that are done by the owner. Not a smicha that's done for Hidu. It's not true. They are considered owners because they themselves get a kapara. Now we go through a little bit of a sugi here, like a 15, 20 line sugi, just to prove that Aaron gets what is in Chaper Aaron. So I'll just tell you the bottom line after everything. The bottom line is this machlokes is it the sword, this all of Kais will get a kapara from regular days, from the sword Mishtaleh, or do they get a kapara from, or they split it? Kais will get from the sword, but the Kohanim get it from the pot. Yeah? Is it? The Rebbe says everybody, Yisrael and Levim, Kohanim, they all get only from one department, from this one that you throw off the cliff. That is a part of all the Averos, regular Averos. Whereas Reb Shimon says no. The Yisraelim get it from the coat, because it's thrown out by Zazel. But the Kohanim get it a kapara on all the Averos with something else, from the pot. That's a big enough community. Because we're saying, where is the ownership? Do they have it? Who has ownership in this goat? Do the Kohanim have ownership or not? Depends if they get a card beside it. You learn the keeper is Migdash HaKodesh. So we're talking about something called Tumas Migdash HaKodesh. Tumas Migdash HaKodesh, you might not see it or understand it from this video. It's a little different, maybe. But the idea is that if let's say, so also, is Tomei, let's say, stepped on a mouse. And he knew that he stepped on a mouse, then he forgot. And then he went into the Beis Hamikdash. So if he went into the Azara, or went into the Heichal, or went into the Kodesh Kodashim, he gets a kapara from this bull. The bull, and you give production the kapara. So, well, sorry, it depends. Yisrael gets from the goat, Kohen gets from the bull. So, but he forgot about it when he went in. Yeah, he knew about it to begin with. He had the idea to feed off, and then he forgot about it himself. Nisanya, the keepers, the Migdash HaKodesh, the Zealot Night Lefnim. Oh, I did something. Oh, yeah. It's time to show that the words bigger. Migdash HaKodesh is Lefnim Lefnim Kodesh HaKodesh. He went in there. So the second part of the second line over here, Oyomoyed is talking about that he went in to the Heichal. The question is bad. Let me just show you this. The notion of this was good. Dead mouse. There's only his back. He becomes common. Heichal. But the shot is, it doesn't matter where you touch him out. So you touch it outside of these images also. The point is that when he went in, he forgot. He knew for a second and he forgot. This isn't Kodesh HaKodashim. He's already the R, he's on the side, he's proven, okay. וכריבר, es מקדש הקודש, לא חייב לפני. זהו, מזבח עם השמונה. יחבר אלו הזויס. Kohanim Gimashmot. Now, let's go back to this pasuk for a second. Okay. So there's two Yechaber. There's the first Yechaber is talking about the Azor. Ma'al Gehanim, so like Kohanim. Va'al Kol Al Kol Ama Kohol El Yisrael. From the Yisrael. Yechaber. Oh, so this is tricky. Yechaber Elu Halavim. Not this word, but Yechaber is the word. This is where it gets tricky. Not super tricky, but now we're talking about Achas is referring to Shai Avelis. Other Avelis, not the two things you just jump from the positive is pointed out. Tumas Ligdas and now we're talking about Achas, all the Avelis, not Tumas Ligdas. They all get apart from one thing. So, but Tumas Mikdash Kedashim, if everybody agrees, there's no machlokes, not reviewed, not Restream. We'll see here in this chart right over here. There's no machlokes that both according to the Yehuda and the Restream, the Yisrael gets the kapara from the goat, and the Gehanim gets the kapara from the pot. In Tumas Mikdash Kedashim. Just what that machlokes, I don't know if you can see here. So if you look all the way to the left, the whole machlokes is in that circle of red, and it's in Shara. In other words, Tumas Mikdash V'Kedashah, we're going to split off. Yeah? What's Tumas Mikdash V'Kedashah? A person who's coming when it doesn't matter where it is. And he doesn't know about it. He still doesn't know about it. Because when he finds out about it, it'll bring a charge. But until he finds out about it, it could be 10 years. We don't want something to happen to him. So he gets a special kapara if he's a client through the full. And if he's Yisrael, he gets a special kapara. It's not a kapara, it's a protection. Until he finds out that he did it. And Yisrael gets it from the goat. Yisrael has it. But when it comes to Yisrael and are equal. You get the kapara from the goat that flies up the mountain. Up in the Shimon. The same way I have an afternoon in Tumas Mikdash Kedashah, that Yisrael gets kapara from one thing, and the Kohen gets from a second thing, so too in all other Averis. Lashon Hara, Netzicha, whatever it is. But the Zohar, you get a kapara, Yisrael gets kapara from the goat, and the Kohen gets kapara from the goat. Now let's see inside. What you going about? Shiniskabi, Soya, Shtaleh, Yehuda. Yehuda says, like on top of this chart, by Shara, Averos, there's one kapara for everybody. By having there's no discrimination. By having Israel, you get the same kapara from the same one. No. Just like you made an afternoon when it comes to Tumah. That the Kohen gets a kapara from a bull, so gets a kapara from a goat. The shame should be the Shisora and Shach and Chapa, which from Shai Barrios. So too, the Vidu, God says by the Son of Zosh, he's a part of four others. And there's a part, now I'm going to split it up also. He doesn't get the Vidu, the part from the Son of Zosh. It's a part from the Park. So the Shimon, by it's different than Israel and Park. So as the Gemara, Shimon, what do you mean? Everybody gets a kapara. The last, look at the puzzle. It says all at the end, Bichaper. And that teaches us that everybody gets a kapara. Israel. So says the Gemara, the puzzle just tells us they get a kapara. It doesn't say how to get a kapara. Everybody gets a kapara in different ways. You get a kapara with a boat. I get a kapara with a goat. Now, let's just go back there for a second. So that's what he's saying. That if I get a kapara, if a Kohen gets a kapara with something, the Kohen gets a kapara with a goat, so then he's a pilot in the goat. Then he can do simcha. If he doesn't get kapara with a goat, then he can't do simcha. Now, Rabbi Isai, you have a freebie. You have 12 lines that is just a repetition. And some people say that it's not even the Amoraim, the Rokas, this is already later generation, the Rabbi Isai stuck it in. It's just a recapping of what we just did. Let's just keep this on the board for a second. According to according to everybody, review the Tumas Mingles because of Yisrael, we cover the dam soil, Hanas Bifnim, the animal culture. There's a nafkamina between how you get a kapara to Tumas. The goat gives the kapara to the Yisrael, the bull gives the kapara. The Shara Bears are very cover review the soil. And review says there's only one nafkamina between Rishon and review. That in Shara Bears review says that everybody gets kapara from the goat. Shimon, he argues, like you see in the red dotted line, and Shimon Shaver is not going to be the time stop because enough community between Yisrael and the Payim. The Yisrael gets a part from the boat that flies off the mountain, and according to and the Payanim get a kapara from the boat. Oh, the Kani, Echad Yisrael got the Payanim. They have a kapara from the Azazel. The Mashiach and Gogo. Magin is from the animal Mashiach. What is the difference between a Kain and Israel? There's not a private capital again about him giving the Godship. The reader says that the only difference is in the Tumah. Israel gets from the goat, and the Kain gets from a bull. But in all of it, the Kain, they all get from the goat. Sure, I know, change from a sword, and that's in clear, and so, yeah, this is all Khazar. Yeah? The Shimon says, just like there's an Afkamina and Tuma, that the Tuma brings the heart from the bowl, and it's from the heart from the goat. The same should be doing in some Shalea. Okay, so that is Khazar goes good. So here we said in Afkamina that all there is the strongest at the heart from the goat, that it's like Honorable. There's some foods that this is another Shabbat. This is referring to the Pile, Gavan, the Sneaker. How come it's referring to Rabbi Zarko? It's referring to review. It says that Rabbi Zarko does not require Sneaker. If she knows that Parto is with Scanin, then Rabbi Zarko is with Scanin, so this is what you need to remember for the next 25 seconds. According to Shimon, who does the Sneaker on Rabbi Zarko? Aaron. Who's Aaron? The Kangan. Okay. And you live here in Chicago? I don't see you around. What's your name? From where? Ah, you heard that the old gold look happened. Okay, let me just turn it around. See so late. Okay, got it. I'll be going away from. So something tomorrow. So no, come on. The Shimon says that the Avodah Zarah goat gets smicha by Aaron, meaning the Kohen Gadol. Every generation, it's Aaron, the Kohen Gadol, and not who, not the Sanhedrin, not the skin. So we're gonna have a contradiction because in a second we're gonna see he says it's the skin and not Aaron. That's no contradiction. The contradiction says by Achai means the soil azov. There's one that you shut into the Sami. There's one that's alive for now. For the next 10 minutes, I'll clear from off the cliff. He's Chai. He's Azaz. Achai told Smicha. Azaz requires Smicha. Basically, Rabbi Dezar called Smicha. The review says that the Rabbi Dezar goat doesn't get Smicha. What's Rabbi Dezar goat? We buy Yisrael does Rabbi Dezar because it's an every told to do so. You bring it goat. No Smicha. If Shimon Oimer, here it goes. Chai told Smicha back. The Azaz requires Smicha by the Kohen Gadol. The Sorry, Rabbi Dezar called Smicha by Aaron. Elam. Contradiction. Second ago, we said the Kohen of Shimon. It's the skin. The Aaron, sorry, Aaron. And now we're saying it's skin. Which one is it? It's like based on the base. Before anybody screams. I'm not gonna let you say it. Oh, turning it down. Global exclusive cross-border payment. You were supposed to go. What are you doing? Please read a shidduch today because every shidduch they have was for shit. Did anybody read a shidduch from the last one? Anybody? No. usually the shidduch. I'm young kid. We'll get the thing about people. Gotta do something. Right about it. No, you're fine with that. It's not a curse. Then you have a desire to sleep about it on the street. Oh, no, shit. So what do we do with this contradiction? According to Shimon, who does the smicha on the desire? Is it either the two options? One place it says it's Ari, another one is another. And over here it says it's this thing. It's this measure. Oh, no, shit. This is where that takes actually the problem to begin with. The whole proof is off. When it's off, we're just going to say that it means the skating and maybe everything lines up. It's all skating. Although it shouldn't be sneaking violent, how can you say that everything's always be cutting? The Shin says you need to do it older. So it can't be cutting, it needs to be Elatar itself. Right? Smicha, you need an owner. And if it's a Kain Gadol, he's not the owner. So it doesn't work. Now, why is skating better? So we'll see in a second. Elatar itself. Hapar, Ton Smicha, the ATM with his other Ton Smicha. Review. In other words, we started, I'm sorry, Chai thought it's middle of iron. Then you have a desire to middle of iron, skating. We're going to correct the price up and say that the first price is skating, and therefore a line with the second price is skating. Let me ask you a question. Got a problem. How can we put that play on him? The play is not an owner. Swing has to be done by the owner. You and Sanhedrin did the owner. How Sanhedrin is better than a Kohen Gadol? So with this, we need to see places, top places. I'm just throwing it on the screen here. It's like three lines down. 2 lines from the end of places. The hard, the Hashiv is standing by island. Afapish, Yesh, Pirate, sort of the Bezdin of the answers. They are not Sachet, Colonel Biden. This place is a big tradition. That they're considered owners because they're very involved. They were the ones that created the whole mess to begin with. They're the ones that told Faisal to do the Avera, to do the Avedizara. They have to take ownership, so to speak. They have to fess up to it. And they're involved. They're owners. It says Gemara, like 7 lines from the top, so you have the Zara goes smicha. The Avedizara gold requires smicha. You should have the loy goes smicha. If you ever heard that it doesn't, that the Kandano doesn't have to be smicha. You do a fine. But in fact, the skating have to do it. And he got it from the word not from the part, from the part. Rabbi Yehuda, why do I need to exclude the Avedizar from a possible? So that's a little bit, that's pretty much our sugya. If we started without saying that there's a halacha which from Sinai, there's only 2 korbanos that belong to the community that require sleep. And you already established, okay, the Ireland government is a given. That's nobody argues that. So what's the argument? Is it the Sar Lazaza or the Sar Lavedizar? So you review the whole that it's the Sar Lazaza. So automatically it's not the Sar Lavedizar. So then why do you need a puzzle to say that it's not the Sar Lavedizar? It can only be 2, it can't be 3. So once I know it's Parallel Davar and Azazel, so I know it's not Avedizar. So why do you need a special puzzle? So what you're like, you don't need it. You're Shabbat. The psukim are just there for a hint, to help you along, to give you an asmachta, to make you feel good. Here's a little bit of a riot from the Torah, not to make you feel good. So here's a riot from the Torah. It's not a real riot. It's like a red is in the Torah. And how does he know that the Zara needs to be done? Dafklum is a tiny of some field done. Who's that? Marcus Kenazi? That's in the middle. It's not such a geschmack house for anything, no? The soda on the floor. Many houses, it's like a common. In some of the narration, you gotta be chill, relax. With some of the narration, is there one room that I want to go into? Oh, yeah, cool. Well, that's what yeah. Don't like it. Reb Shimon said, "But it's only the most sleeping all enough when they're dying." It says the sum of the Rosh Hashanah, the Nasi, the king. He should put his hand on the soil, the rabbi's soil, naturally smith, not showing the Nasi. He does smicha. I didn't see him, right? Because the problem seeing the broken bottoms, the smicha. Because once a rob, he got up. He's a very sad. He had to be the first one to jump into things. We see from Gershon and another when he jumped into the water. It's mamish. What? Gershon and another, he jumped in. He jumped into the water. He jumped into the water. And what? He did buy into it. You're not the only one that bought into it. Here. I'll make it feel good. They also said, so, you hear from the English or the Hebrew? That was, how many hours ago? 9 hours ago. Okay, at the bottom, so Gershon goes into the water. He goes deep. All of a sudden, he sees his brother there. Nachshon, what are you doing here? Oh, he was making a whole question. You should jump, should not jump. His name is not jump. You got it in 3 seconds. Nobody will ever know about Gershon. You never know. They only know about Nachshon. The way you see the stories, everybody starts screaming, Nachshon. Yeah, it's part of it. Respect. Okay. So the point is that a lot of times people make this violence. They do it, not do it. Just do it. It's the right thing to do. Be the Gershon. Be the Nachshon of the Gershon. I say it all now. The thing that comes to my mind is, well, obviously you guys can do that. Except for most of you. If you have that feeling, oh, should I do it? Jump in and do it. What are you going to lose? You might learn a dot, 2 dots in your life. But also, when you get opening up a satellite location, it takes people who jumped in and did it. They have tremendous enough sequel, Shmaya. You jump in, you do it. Get other people to learn. The rabbi saw Nachshon Smicha Dirbi. The rabbi see Rabbi Desire Smicha. Hey, so you ask me, how does he know? How does your true know that the God of the Desire requires Smicha here from this person? There's so much other Rosh Hashanah. Rabbi Yehuda is learning that's referring to the Nisim, and the Nisim says no, it's referring to David Desire. Any chatas that the blood goes inside the Eichel to the Smicha. That's the Gemara. So if you paid attention, just I should have pointed it out. We could just read it again. Shahaya Reb Shimon Omer Kol Chatish Nichlas Davar Lefnim Tuna Smicha. Right? 8 words ago. Shahaya Reb Shimon Omer. Or I don't know. 11 words ago. What's Shahaya? Well, he used to say that Deflect Zogin, Reb Shimon used to say, Kol Chatish Nichlas Davar. Any Chatish blood goes into the Heichal requires Smicha. Lama the name Shahaya. There's only 3 here. There's the Helam, Paral Davar, the Karna Mashiach, and David Azar. All those we took care of. The Paral Davar, the Karna Mashiach, we have Psuba. David Azar, he has a limit. So what does he have to say? What's this? What does he do Mechadish in his memory? It's basically just to say that this not like you, Rabbi Yehuda, that says that the Nachshon, the sire of the Nasi requires Smicha. I say no. It's only those who go to the dams inside the Eichel. Maybe it's referring to also the goat that's done in the kippur. No, it can't be the goat in the kippur that's also done inside the Eichel. Doing certain Nasi in the Kabbalah, you do it has to be something similar to the goat of the Nasi, meaning it's an avera that you know, whereas the Sarah Nasi of name, as we discussed before, is called like Finis Midish Kedusha. You don't know. That's the whole point. You need a special katara for somebody who doesn't know he's sitting. So that's different. That's not included. What I need psukim at all. when we just said, this is something I'm having this kind of question, if smicha is halacha l'moshe Sinai, why do I require pasuk? Says Gemara, it's the Kisav, it's Kroi, I need a pasuk that I need, halacha l'moshe Sinai. Being it Kroi, I mean, there's a Kishali Tzibur. I would think that the carbon of the Shlomo Tzibur, meaning what's the Kishali Tzibur? That's the carbon we bring on Shavuos. Kashia amasnisin the hapirko the kolam and of his voice. So this is super interesting. There's only 2 times in the entire Shas that the Gemara brings the name of the parak. It says that it's only asking the parak of kolam and of his voice. What do we ask there? I'm going to show you this. So anybody that did the daf with us back then will remember this. No question. This, not this one, but whatever. It's not a problem. So, does anybody remember this? So I'll explain it. What? Some of them. Yeah. So what do we have here? We have 6 things. We have 3 korbanos, 3 mitzvahs. The 3 korbanos we have are in the center. In the middle, each carbon takes up 2 circles. Only 2 circles, not 3. So we're trying to say here, the interesting way of showing it is it's kind of articulate. We have the Asham, Shlomo Maviyachad, and the Shlomo Tzibur. Shlomo Maviyachad is everybody could be in the Gav, Shlomo Tzibur is on the street. And the Asham of the Mitzvah. Now we have 3 mitzvahs. Chapreker, Smicha, lean on the animal. Knufa means to wave it like a lulav when it's alive. You lift up the whole live animal. And also Knufa after it's dead, meaning the Emurim, etc. From the 3 korbanos, each one only does 2 out of the 3 mitzvahs, and different 2 mitzvahs. No one of these 3 korbanos shares 3 of the mitzvahs, only 2. So that brings us to the top one. The Asham Mitzvah was in the center. He has a blue circle and a green circle. Blue circle symbols the smicha, and the green is the beautiful when it's alive. Red is dead, yeah? Red is, it's easy to remember. Red is dead, green is alive, blue is smicha. Plumbing gets red and blue. What's red? You do kufa with the shaykh and the chaza, and you do smicha. And the Shalmi Tzibor, they get green and red. They do kufa when it's alive, kufa when it's dead. But let's say, what do you use as a raya? Shalmi Tzibor. So let's take the Shalmi Tzibor. Shalmi Tzibor has a green circle and a red circle. You do kufa when it's alive, kufa when it's dead. So if you remember back then, that sugya, I remember in the Samach somewhere, I think, the Gemara asks the Kalachayim and all 3. If you have a green circle and a red circle, you certainly should have a blue circle. Why? Because, let's say, what's the right here? They bring it from Shlomo Maviyachad. The Shlomo Maviyachad has a blue circle and a red circle, but doesn't have a green circle. So you, the Shlomo Maviyachad, has a green circle, certainly should have a blue circle. Every 2, you do the same exact kind of thing. If I have these 2 circles, I should definitely have the 3rd circle. Because there's somebody out there that has the 3rd circle, but he doesn't have my circle. He doesn't have the Shlomo Maviyachad doesn't have the green circle, but I have the green circle. So I should have what he has, the blue. Okay, for that the Gemara answers. You don't have to know that circle. The point is, what's the bottom line? The point is, halacha l'moshe Sinai. Each one of these mitzvahs, each one of these korbanos gets 2 mitzvahs. That's it. So let's just do it this time. Listen, that pick of the column and numbers, but what was the question I had over here? Omer, Shimon, Shloisha, meaning 3 Shalosh mitzvahs. 3 types of korbanos that require 3 mitzvahs. And each carbon only gets 2 out of the 3 and 2 different 3. Two different ones. And the Gemara asks, so we did a list of Omer, we should make it relevant. For instance, one of the 3 Kavafayim is on it. Why do you say that the Shlomo bring on Shavuos doesn't require smicha, only requires knufa when it's alive, green, and knufa when it's dead, red. But not the blue circle. It should have a blue circle in the Kavafayim. What's the Kavafayim? Mashamayach, which includes the Chayim, to the Chayim. If the Shlomo is an individual green, he does have he has the green circle, but he does not have What does he have? He has smicha. Which one? It doesn't require people. It doesn't have a green circle, but it requires smicha. So certainly the shlamim of the tzibur should require smicha. So that's why it's a hilchos. And by us also, we have halacha in Sinai, and only parallel the governor of the Zohar, but not the Shami Tzibur. That's the halacha in Sinai. So I need halacha in Sinai. He just, these two are not the third. You know, but if I only had halacha in Sinai, I wouldn't know which one. Which one? Actually, I'm doing the Sardasi. The Prophet says that it has to be similar to the Nasi. Have a very mitzvahs. Just like the Nasi, it's a non-avera. It can't be something that doesn't have it. It can't be, let's say, they don't know that area. Okay, and that's pretty much it for today. We have another 2 minutes, but this is super, super easy city. Otherwise, I also have to speak with put in car or meiser. It's not car about. Basically, the Gemara says it says the word karbanim 3 times, and that's going to exclude a card based on meiser. Each carbon is going to exclude one. Carbon karbanim, but like a word kabbalah, it is just not a chachiyot, or you know, my shlamim is just a regular animal. I look at my whole pen and said, that one over there is going to be shlamim. It doesn't have a kedusha in its board. Nevertheless, the smicha, the hard, the trust in your rechem, hard that's born kadosh. Certainly, in addition to smicha, you should have to do smicha. That because it says, "I'm not a karbanah, even like a karban." So one karbanah comes to tell us, not a karban. The Belgian told me 4 years ago, so I might have said it 4 years ago. I don't remember saying it. I don't remember when I said it. I remember saying it a long time ago. Told me the Belgian wrong. So told the Zainab once, he says, you better start learning Stein. Because if you don't start learning Stein, you have to show him be a Rebbe Shem. Well, okay, so an animal also with the colors, but it remains an animal. You want to remain a behemoth. Start learning Torah. So he said, I'm serious. I don't know that he said, I think he'll be a behemoth, but he says, you're going to remain a Rebbe Shem. That's all you're going to be. Zero Shem. Start learning Torah, you'll be a Talmid Chacham. So, what do you say? You're still going to say Nickel? No. You saying that somebody over there is upset at me? No. You can't walk around the whole day if you know something there. I'm a Rebbe Shane. You got it. You can't do this world for 50 ways. It's never said, oh, okay, you smash. The guy's Rebbe Shane. And he's done competition. Now, he has a mile over the other guys who's done competition. What's that matter? Because you're born, it's not a melucha. It is. What? Yes. I'm pushing the buttons again. No. Okay, so that's one korban. We have 2 more korbanos. And what are we missing now? Meiser korban basic. Korban with the meiser. The meiser does not require smicha. Shlamim doesn't have any power on animals. Next stage is forward after it. But it requires smicha. Meiser should have this on the lacquer. Saw the whole video yesterday. I'm going to show it again. The meiser, as you come out of the pen, and the guy gets mixed up and he says that the 9th one is the 10th, or he says the 11th one is the 10th. All of it become college. So it has power. Like it did, you don't certainly should be required. That's the second Korban. Meiser does not get to it says, what's the Korban? It means to lean on the animal, call your might. Korban is the best actually like they do. So that's how that explains it. The guy can go the whole entire shear. Like, I got the shear. It's a beautiful shear. I just don't know what Smith is. I know, but maybe somebody missed that and came in. Zalman came in. You can see. Korban really pays off. Shiyam really did know who my shlom and she ain't got more involved in the slicha. Shlom, you don't have to do shlom. On your own will, you decide to be like a korban. Pays off shlom, I'm not involved in it. You bring the person and you should speak up perhaps you have to lean on it with all your might. It's hard to remember these things. So if somebody asks you in Shasti, you go to Shasti, what private korbanos do not require smicha? Pesach, Meiser, and Bechor. I'm a little korbanos, but Pesach, fine. I got all 3 now. This is the Gemara. great because but I could still argue. Wouldn't be me a riot of that's special shlomi because it requires flour, oil, wine. You have to lift the chazashoik and wave it everywhere. The bechar, Meiser and Pesach and just for there's no law. There's no proof. So where let's talk about these three korbanos are not to teach us that Pesach, bechar, and Meiser do not require smicha. It's like a little bit of a thing. Crawling, why do I need this? Why does the person have to say the word korbanos? It's really extra. It doesn't need to say it 3 times. So the one says I have 3 different movements. Who does smicha? The owner, not a friend. You cannot appoint somebody to do smicha for you. I guess I'm just throwing this out there. I just thought about it now. The smicha, not really. Maybe I shouldn't say. But anyway, smicha comes together with vidu. So you're not going to do vidu for your friend. Okay. The one really coming right, and a guy who sends a carbon to his meeting does not require smicha. Because on the rabbis called out carbon and smicha that when you have 5 partners, well, you know, you go to your friend, like, can I give you $2 to be a partner in the every single one of the partners has to do smicha. Rabboisai, have a wonderful day. Thank you for coming to our boss.
Merry Discuss is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor MDY.com.
Agud Vapra Poisai. I see you Spotify live in Inglewood. What is it you want to come to this year? Let's get to Shmuley. Those who don't know, it's for private home. And it's by invitation only. Hayoim, sorry, Yom Shem Shavua, Echo, the Slish Yom and Boy, we want people to come, but please be in touch with them. Because it's limited amount of people there. Again, Hayoim, sorry, Yom Shem Shavua, Echo, the Slish Yomim, Boy, I had a little bit of a travel this year. I think I started off on the left front. We hope people could do Spira before Spira started. Also, last night in Shul, I forgot we're in America, and they dive in before this man, and they make an announcement. Please remember, say Krishma. No, I remember. I'm going to talk. I'm not going to lie to you. But it's not so Gishmak over here. So that's why they knocked it, like, knocked it down before that, or this is in Tom's River voice side. We're getting back scheduled here. There's a brand new screen. Look at the size. Look at the screen. The voice side. It's unbelievable. Oh. I did. I forgot. Thank you. Okay, we're going to jump right in. Sirius Oimer is sponsored the Full More Visions Shlita Pagishas More Yisrael than Leah Esther Shlema. Tonight's pizza is sponsored by Shalom Ren, who wanted to bring the pizza, but he thought that we don't do pizza in the shir. Looks like it's sponsored by the Iranian Levy family's Perik Anonymous, with gratitude to that chef. Dr. Sadi, Frank Levy, for good health, Arika Syaman, and the Shidduch Hoglam, the courage for Frank Ben Gittel Levy, Omei. Dav Tzadikat, Michael Say, in honor of Dalia Finkel. The second sponsor, Megan Town, dedicated memory of a very small forum, very kind, sweet, good, smart, Rafa. The second sponsor was Joe Downs, the Tristan College Jacket Downs. Name is Hassan Brooklyn, the guys from Chicago Town, the nation of Christmas. Arada Goy, the Tristan College, the Mission City, and by anonymous, with Bushnemo, much Benizal, anonymous, with Bushnemo, and a Rizom, the layer of Pastor. The strong mouth, the Hotel Skin Office of a Pesach. We are so proud of Yakimon Haiki Steiging, sending us to family, Candy Island, UK, in honor of rebellion to change my meaning of life. Plenty of money, Yossi Mark and Benny, and all the Eastern so can be wise. Focus on Skara, Harry Simon, there's a monthly sponsor for Shlema of the Murray Farm from Miriam. Weekly sponsors. It's an honor of Belly, Mark Ashkenazi, and entire MBY crew. Do not slow down for a second, not doing Kalamoni, especially back to back up on their young kid. Just constant, non-stop, always pushing. This guy's better paid per word over there. This is what makes MBY special. This is why people love learning the dot. Hashtag MBY Priest. Shkoya. Shorty walks with you. The interest of father, brothers, their show, the front of Rocha, Afrin, Shal Pesa. Anonymous New Nishmas, Shlomo Ramosha, Sheldon Kirchner of Chicago. Sheldon Kirchner. Sounds very familiar. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. Dr. Martin Bergson, in honor of my son Yechiel Mechel, on the occasion of his 9th birthday. Michael and Cheryl Katz, the arts out of Loven, Pilgrim, and Katz, Ben, because my father was the Shom having Aliyah. Vladislav Zakharov, the murder, his name of myself, Yitzhak Ben Avram, all made. The original C. Huge thank you for rebelling the whole NY team with insane Herculean strength, barely sleeping, and running on fumes. Managed to make sure the early of this year were completely fine so everyone could regain, watch it up fall behind, Hashriacho, Yishkoyach, Mark, Yishkoyach, and the original C. Anyway, we're sending on it, I need them to be sure Brocha. We're sending on more Kabinesti. So Yella, Daniel said, then I'll test it. Question. Does anybody know what a palgus is? A palgus. It's a word in Shabbos. Huh? Huh? For what? Yeah, very good. Well, you know today's not right. Back in the day, you did. Wow. No wonder you learned the signing. Yeah, so we're going to learn about a palgus. Palgus, it's one of the things we're going to learn about, is a ram that is almost a ram, but it's not a sheep, it's not a ram. It's in the 13th month. A sheep is up to 12 months. A ram is the second year, and palgus is in the 13th month. So, we have it's an easier daf today, but a lot of them move it. Omar Ma, huh? Tzadik Aleph Aleph, which is 90 daf in Mesachas Menachos. It's Mesachas Menachos. And we're holding 6-7 lines from the top. Toida Minayim. Do you have it? No. Rabbi said, what's a curse of Toida? Think about it for a second. What's a curse of Toida? Is it being polite? You knock the Toida. Somebody did a Toida for you. Somebody brought you to the daf. You knock the Toida. So you have to be nice to them. You have to, what is it? So the Rebbe talks about it also when it comes to Sonam Machanek Sifia. Or the Rebbe says it over here on the opinion of Toida. He says that a person of Toida is not being polite. It's when somebody does a favor to you, you owe them. You meshubit them like a slave is meshubit to a master. And the greater the favor, the more you meshubit. You have a shibur. Yes, you have a shibur. That's what the Vilna says, that you shouldn't take a present. If you send him a present, you can't take a present of someone. Why? Because then you owe him. But you physically owe him. It's not like you owe him a theoretical thing. You owe him. Give you a bottle of wine. Now you show him and say, you should go to his people. You buy that? Oh, my God. 29. So the Toida is a person. Toida is a person. Thank you for saving me. How do you know? We're talking about the suffering. The whole suit is suffering. In general, when the person talks about a suffering, it talks about the flour, the oil, and the wine. I'm going to try to point out where we're talking about only the wine. So this we had yesterday. I did this chart, supposed to remember. From this puzzle, we learn all sorts of things. The red is a mir, the green is a riboy, and from the words, oy, zeba, those two words. So from the oy, I learned title. Is the stuff of my face. The Zebach teaches us Shlam. So the one says, "What the Koida, Lab Zebachu." But is not. Why can't he put in the word Zebach? Why do you need a special word? Oy. But the Koida Lab Zebachu says the Gemara, it's the something that I mean, how they can left from the Hadar, or you can bring himself. How many breads comes to Koida? Boy, it's like 40. There's so many bread, so that's instead of the Nesafim. Aishna Me'il Nazir. See if you find another. Here, it's Nazir. He also comes, he has 3 korbanos and has to bring plus has to bring bread. Now, because they left. But in the Nesafim, you still have to bring wine with the Nazir. Says the Gemara, so that Hamina Hatzim Shnemin. Over there by the Nazir, he says only holding 2 types, Chalis and Rikika. But by the Haida, between the comments, in college, Rikika and Vucha, there are 4 types. Kamashalam tells us with all the types of breads, you can't get away with it. You still have to bring this up. Says the Gemara, why, if you go back over here, it's possible. Let's see about another one. Oh no, it's back from before. Okay. Why oil is a type of a medava? So isn't it included in the Fali Neder? The second line from the top from the pasuk. The Fali Neder, the oil medava, it should include oil. The Fali Neder, he did a good job there. He always does a great job. From the college to college, because we're very worried that people have trauma from college to college. Only because I had personal experience with shooting with him. Right? College was a little scary. Not anymore, you mean. Once you did it done. Anyways, check this out. Because if you look, you have to look closely though. Each one of these is like a character between us. You see. There's 2 big ones. Yeah, but you know, there's controversy. Never. Oh, I didn't have. I'm looking together with you. I didn't have a result. You guys have what's going on with this nether? No, not. What? Israel? Israel has this Nagar Plus machine. You probably have it in America also, but that's also called Nagar Plus. And you go, you could be smudgers, you could look up different tests and all sorts of stuff. Okay, Nagar. I'm not sure what this is. It's a woman with a whole entrance. Bukhar is number 1. Meiser gets a red with a paintbrush every 10th animal. This guy's devolved. I love this guy. The chicken guy. Okay, so only in America I think they wear the black hat in the whole segment. And for season first. It's a whole thing, you know, in America it's unbelievable with the black hat. I don't want to say anything. But people drive with the black hat. Even if it hits the ceiling of the car, you're sitting there like this, they don't take it off. The whole costume, they don't take it off, and it's sort of making them relaxed. How many they can't drive with the costume? What? You do buy vans for that. But they wear this triple decker and travel whole savings, they're saying. Yeah, the whole in the costume is all easy. Yeah, it's a big thing. So, also, you see the shtickle Davis. That's controversial. This also in the okay, so anyway. Clock. Now that we saw all the characters there, bring a carbon. All these are included. They have to do what? We're talking about the Safar Boys. The whole day today is all about the Safar. All these guys, the Netherlands dog, the place up the card, they all need Musaf. So that's a clock. The Fali Nether going to go. So now we're going to go to the next one. Where is it? Oh, oops. The Fali Nether. Oh, so it says in the first response only in Nether Nadava. So knocks out all the other guys. Comes a clock. Because if we stop over here, klal is generalization, includes everything. Prat, in klal mashu prat. Klal and a prat, and the Torah is telling you exactly what I want. But once the Torah adds another klal, it becomes a sandwich, then it's not everything, and it's not only the prat, it's something in between, right? A klal means everything. A prat means only these two. But when you have a klal, and then a prat, and then a klal, so then the generalized, but it has to be similar to the prat. Other than the double, prat. The ref and choyach, boom. This is the ref and choyach. Slow moving today. Oh, so I add some stuff, but I just took off some stuff. So I added the Bechor Meiser face, huh? Chazav and Kala. And the klal is, well, by the way, we're not doing a lot of klal by the klal, so don't have any trauma, we're done. Klal, we got the klal, I'at Dom Elokeinu Prat. It's very similar to this guy. And what's the similarity? Not problem for you, don't change about Al-Khed. It doesn't come for a sin, so that will take off the condos. No, I think about Al-Khed. Oitzi, had the Lord, change about Al-Khed. I'll be Bechor Meiser Bezach, but I will include the Bechor Meiser Bezach, change about Al-Khed. Oh. So, so what do we have here? So I want to show you. I just redid the initial chart for a second. First of all, Oila includes the Netherlands Tava. And then what do we have? So Oila takes everything out. Let's continue for a second. Hashdus of Oila, that the Oila takes out the Bechor and the Meiser and the Pesach. Klal Prat Lumber. Klal Prat no Marvis. So what does it include? If I took out the Bechor Meiser Pesach, so what's included? Ma Prat Mefoiro should include Ba'omer. Afkol she'enu include Ba'omer. It's something that you're not mechuyev right now to do. Lahavi, and this comes to include love is touching, the offspring of touching. Look more awesome. So if you look over here, you see the whole gospel. Shmura means if you find a nicer, bigger animal and say, I want this to be instead of the original, that's awesome, but it becomes just like the original. And that also requires the suffering. The offspring over here, there's a little baby here. This little baby, Vlad Shlomo, the Vlad, also requires the suffering. V'oila habam and amoisrois. How do you do that? Let's see. I don't see him. Okay. The oila that comes, that's what we learned yesterday. We have extra. We had a machlokes, one extra, but you have extra funds in the Beis Hamikdash or extra wine that goes over the top. So you buy, you sell it, you buy an oila for the kids in the staff. But also Shemitah Korea, that's the famous one, but we'll show it anyways for those names. So anytime chatos must die, because let's say the owner died, this might be a different one. Maybe it's improved. Yeah, it's improved. It's different. Kevis land. So anytime the chatos must die, the Asham goes to Kevis land. You try to get it a mum, and what happened? What you said, for white oila, okay? Oh, you sell it, then you buy another. Okay. What's going to do? The call on the bottom line is, at the end of the day, it tells us that all these things require something besides the chatas and asham. So let me just see. Okay, here. So it comes out like this, a little bit of a change than what we had before. The bottom line is, oila, we learned, not the red means it's a meal, not a bechor mindset. Oil comes to include, that's how we started the sugi. Zebach comes to exclude the mincha, The Kali Neder Nedava comes to, if you, anything that comes to a kapara, like a chatos, and then the rest I just left in the Shama Kagiga, that's not from today's sugi, but the top changes slightly. Okay. That's like the Maskonas sugi. So in other words, I'll show you this, just to remind you what it looked like when we started this year. It looked like this. The Gemara changes basically through the Limudim based on the cloud, fabric cloud. Okay. So the Gemara, Ashdam is Oy Lidrasha. I'm learning Oy Lidrasha of Kali Neder Oy Dava. So now we have to discuss every single time we have an Oy. So, what I did real quick, I don't know if it's going to help or just here. So, our four, the Gemara is just going to say there's 4 Oys. There's Oyla Oy Zevach, and the same concept is 3. Oyla Oy Zevach, this puzzle that I just showed you, yeah? Let's look over here. This puzzle. You see, it says 3 times Oy Zevach, Oyla Zevach, Oy. So I just put them together like this. And basically, it gives you the 4 options. If you have 2 different chiyuvim, but it's the same type of carbon, let's say it's an oila, but there's a nether and a dava. So it's 2 different things that I learned from oy zera. Oy, the oy, and that teaches us a new supplement. What do I do? The family nether oy ben a dava, when the carbon, the type of carbon and the type of avera, the type of thing. And then you have oy ben ma'adechem says it's the same field, but 2 different types of carbonates. Let's say it's in a dava of an oil and a shlamim. So it's the same, but different carbonates. Oil and shlamim. And finally, you have the same field and the same oil, the same type of carbon, like an oil when it comes to nether and shlamim. That's what I learned. So let's just see it inside. The 4, what do I do with the 4 oils? The hash though, that was oil and drasha, we can just leave it on screen, Mike. Why do I need to split it up? It's something that have a nice nether with double already by myself, and maybe I should bring both a nether and a double. So to remind the island, why not? What's a nether? You remember what a nether is? What's in a double? How do you know? But how do you remember? Oh, you said beer. Who else remember the beer? Kid. So we do zouk. Hare zouk is a beer, is a dough, and it belongs in the zouk. Okay, but you remember that? I wouldn't be able to remember that. What, you remember that? Dive zouk. Yeah, no, it's an older video. Usually I'm so long. It's not accurate. When he does the dive, he doesn't like flip his whole entire body and dive. He just dive. Whatever. Kumash Malone. The what? What's nice in Nedel today by yourself? You guys in Nedel today listen to something. You don't need both the Nedel and the Nedel. Only the Yoshi. So yesterday we had this whole thing with the Vav. Remember with Trump? He said kebab, Vav. Did anybody see that video? Saw it? Hey, Mamish holding, Mamish up to date on the videos. You're saying good. Yeah. So, Rabbi Yosha holds that the Vav connects them and says that if you have 2 things in the same process, you have to do both of them. They're both together, let's say. So, that's why it says Oy. Oy separates. You don't need to do both. The Vav Achibur, the Vav that connects them, in this case, is not connected. Why? Because it's the Oy in between. That's according to Yoshia, that they get connected, even without the word Yaakov. Remember, we had this whole thing. You need Yaakov, you don't need Yaakov. By Yisach Shor v'Chamor Yaakov, so the Torah says that together. By Mikal Lavin, No, it doesn't say actos. It doesn't need to be together. The Bachachidl puts it together. That's why it's straight up removes. Whatever. To me, it's good news. To myself, I mean, good news because they walked away. Maybe do you guys say? You don't like it? Yeah. Oh, reasons to it. Building, I spoke to them. He said that during the ceasefire, they started opening up the thing, they put the missiles in, they're watching them, and they know where all the guys are going now. And so they called it. I don't know, true, we'll see. Another issue, why do we need this fight? So the Camino, I don't know this up. Ice in the double. What if ice in the double? What if they bring two providers together? Hare Allah and Hare Su together? Maybe one would be good for both. To bring two. Or you bring what I mean. Then comes the Camino, I mean, I see oil of the nether shlom bring it up. Let's say I bring two hyper bonds, oil and a shlom. One is a nether in the double. You know, I mean, it doesn't matter. The shlom is a nether. Our heads are the two type bonds. You have an oil and a shlom, two different, but they're both the nether. The shlom in the double. They're both in the same nether effort. They're both one that. This is going to sound from one is something to both. My shlom, oil and nether. The kids here, we have four different possibilities. That's why I need four different oils. Different types of animal oil. Oils of Aklama, it's actually in the beginning. It's real something related to Maisi or something. Maybe when one oil, one shell, but it's an edit. You know, the oil is from the double. For the both of the double. I ain't going to stay oil oils. But what if it's not oil oils? It's two oil oils called the double. But they come for two different reasons. You know, I'm saying one is another double. Hey, we're saying for the mindset at the end of the day, it's oil. Tell me, it's easy to mark, right? You give me a lot of no. You told me show that what did you tell me? Did you learn with somebody else? Who was it? Back to the show, back to the show. So they're discussing the share. Remember, there's three stages in the oil, and three types of olives, and three stages in the oil. And he in section said, "What do you tell me? 1 and a 3 and a 3 and 1 is the same as 2 2." That means that you and other people that watch that you got it. You don't know what? So 2 2. What's a 2 2? Remember what's a 2 2? Hold on. Yeah, the what? Whoa, he even knows the details. It's all the McGregor, yeah. And so what's equal to a 2 2? Yeah. You know better than me, so it's just a problem. Yeah. Okay, no, Givaldi, wow. That's it. No, 1 3. A 1 3 and a 3 1 is equal to 3 3. Okay, good. That's different too. There's no one right there. Oh, I don't know. Some man is in the house. Some man is a super. Over in Chicago, he come. You don't look at him. So, Abishim Shlomo Achasi, but Lamaisa, two shlomim and two oilers are one. So maybe you do one something. This is going to be something. Come on, Shalom. The father of the shlomim, why say oy shlomim? Loving and talking about coming out of the to the Maisa Shtei oilers. I think that's when you bring two oilers. One is another one is a double, so they're very different. You know, Shalom called the double. Shalom, you did the Maisa Shtei oilers. Benedum, Shtei oilers, Benedum. I said this to him. It's one, sorry, one or one is dog. What is it? MashaAllah.
Leader Oilo, your NASEP is ready.
Wait, you're Netter? I'm Neater.
Me too.
But it says Netter Oila. There is Oila. I'm Oila.
Me too.
Okay, so you're Neater Ola? So this is your order. Excuse me, no. Absolutely not. What's the problem? It's just one necess. We do have the same name. But each of us needs a necess in his own. No problem. But next time, write your full name so there won't be confusion. What are your names? Shlomo Zalman ben Gedalia Tzvi.
Me too.
Now, the Rebbe said, if he says, Harei Olai Oilo, one is enough. Why? He learns it from the Oilo Korban. But he doesn't learn the Oil. Now the Gemara focuses on the word Oil. What does he do with Oil? If he already learns it from Oil Korban, what does he do with Oil? There's two types of animals. Mom is literally two types of animals. How do you have two types of animals? Cow and a sheep, two types. You have two sheep. So you live in something enough. Maybe one is something enough. Right. What do I do with the parcel? So they're like, how many bizarre okay, they come different days. So they come at the same time. So it's okay, come on. We learned in the Mishnah, Musug, your boys, and we did look up. It's a giant number, but it's all like moving. It says in the Mishnah, I pointed out, I don't have the whole list, but remember, we have a list of 10 different korbanos. Kachin Talon and Kachin. And it says that 5 of the korbanos need the suffering, 5 don't. And the korbanos that don't need the suffering, you have on the right side, on the Kachin, we have the Chatos and the Asham. But the Chatos and the Asham also have a situation where they do need the suffering when? By the Mitzayra. The Chatos and the Asham, when the Mitzayra, let's see, here, this is the Mitzayra, right? He brings 3 korbanos, Chatos and the Oila, and he also has to bring a mincha. Not immediately. How do you know that the Mitzvah has to bring one? The Torah Rabbanan says by Mitzvah, who shloisha esronim soilos mincha. 3 esronim of flour. The mincha bama zelach because of the Oh, nobody answers question. Let's see if this teenager knows. What's the difference between a mincha? It's very important. I don't know if you know this. I don't know if you learned it. What's the difference between, maybe you haven't even known. What's the difference between a mincha they just bring by itself or a mincha that comes with a carbon? It's the same flour, the same oil. But one you bring on its own and one comes together with a carbon. You know the difference? What? No. By the way, the sachem could be this also. The flour and oil is called the sachem also. Sometimes it's called wine. Sometimes refers to wine, sometimes not. It's a little confusing. When the Mishnah says the sachem, it actually means even the flour and oil.
Riser.
Okay, it's a very simple thing. No, I'm saying they're identical to what they look like. The ingredients are identical. There's one major difference. But when you bring a mincha on its own, so you put the kmitz on the mizbech, the rest goes to the kehana. Whereas the one that comes together, you do this? The one that comes together with the carbon, it all goes on the mizbech. So that's why I'm just pointing to get out here because the Gemara says, the mincha ha'boim ha'zevach ha'kazim ha'daber. it's the type that comes together with the carbons and all goes on the mizbeach. It's very different when it comes by itself. You can't get even. I've already talking about the mincha that comes with the carbon. Oh, so here the word nisachar means wine. I don't know if it means wine. It needs wine. And the Gemara says, oh, and the word oil is oil. So kids, we have in this pasuk 3 limudim that teach us these 3 korbanos. As the Gemara of David Ravayim is about 2 of them. The Chatas and the Asham. Why don't they learn those 2 from the Zebach?
Riser.
Understand it's very simple, but we learned this a number of times. We're learning, especially. I'm saying because I found the old one I didn't have. It's unbelievable. Takes to here. Which are what? They take the whole middle. The shlomim water. You put it underneath the shlomim. Wow. That's the standard of the water. Beautiful. Okay. Let's get involved. You know side. Sprinkles this side. You got that? I found this. I just put it in with the Shabbos. This is, you see how technology, and this back then, remember this? This was considered, wow, top of the line. Remind me of your name, I'm very bad with that. Label. Little Moscows. Change the side, just the difference. Cider. Just the, I think. It's not all, that's by a cider. You shave everything. By Nazir. It's just the, I think it's just the head. Okay. So why am I showing you this? Because you're supposed to put the hair underneath the shlamim. Now, it says the Gemara, now we understand what it means. What if you put the hair under the wrong part?
There he is.
By the chatas or by the asham, they don't go together.
What did you think?
One is when he finishes his nazir.
Yeah, it was. I'm in agreement with you. I was not a fan. I saw it a long time ago, and it was just underwhelming. So it just was like you said, edited poorly and no narrative. There are other ones though that are better, but it just wasn't. Poor narrative, I should say. Yeah, and it just didn't to me. I need facts, and I don't need well, this sounds like this. All that is speculative. All of that is subjective. There's a lot more evidence for it though that I've seen in other works that go into the plastic surgery that was done, rhinoplasty that was done. Scarring that was done, why he grew a beard, why they never went on tour again, the fact that he's left-handed, and or the fact that the way that they found this guy was there was a lookalike contest. They used to do lookalike contests. In fact, if you've ever seen it, you should look at the Adele lookalike contest that they do. And Adele's lookalike contest is all these people are like, wow, you look like Adele, you look like Adele. And she's like, oh, you look like Adele, you look like Adele. And they all go up, and then Adele sings, and she fucking floors them all. It's pretty interesting. those things aren't really. What'd you say?
That again, the Chatas Mitzrayim means wine.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. But I swung and missed on that documentary in the fact that it had been a long time since I'd seen it. Okay, well, I didn't, and just because I've seen much better ones and that are filled with facts and not number nine, number nine, number nine, number nine. But I agree. I agree. I have to use them. There are a lot of them. There are a lot more things. That's why I found it to be relatively poor in how it told that story. Just for a moment, I have to use it. Is that all right? It better because I have to do it.
When a woman gives birth, she has to bring two korbanos. She brings a sheep for an oila and a bird for a chatas. If she's poor, then she brings two birds. Instead of the sheep for the oila, she brings a bird oila. But a regular woman brings a sheep and a chatas. By the way, when the English comes, you have to line up a bunch of sheep or wives. No? When the sheep comes, and this is in English, our wives, based on how many children they have to bring all the sheep. Sheep, and a bird. And we're going to have to take care of the Lashon Hara. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Turn to the daf. Nissan, Adar Global, exclusive cross-border payments. The shop.com is registered today. But every ship that happens, first bet. Tomorrow, how do you know oil? Means they have to bring wine with the oil of a mitzvah. Maybe it's the oil of a woman who gave birth. Omar Abaya, oil, you let this mistake for the chronafto. Yeah, I learned from the end of the parts of the Tanya with Loima, oil, Lakebes, Zoo, oil, Siladis. Oh, I thought that had a social might. Okay, so let me see. 42 minutes. Ooh, really? Oh, shit. First of all, let's do this. So a person has a bunch of newborn animals. That's to give the 10th one as a meiser be'ez. Kishma. And then when he gets all the way to number 10, what does he do? Remember? He gave him a red dot, and that becomes meiser. Okay. And now for the old technology thing. So every 10th one, he's supposed to say, he's supposed to take a red thing. What happened was, on number 10, he said it's 9. And number 11, he said it's 10. And number 9, he said 10. Because you got all mixed up. So what do you do with number 11? You're all college. What do you do with number 11?
Alrighty. There are better documentaries out there than that one. I couldn't remember why that one was seen as so taboo, and it's I think because they just play a lot of music in it, and like you know, there are a lot of copyright infringements on it, but I'm not exactly sure. Okay. Yeah, no, for sure. It's like of any video that if you could show it to like somebody who had been like pre-programmed, that one fucking would make them go bonkers.
Needs the succum, which is more cover than
Yeah,
when it came to
Right. Would you like to lose? Dude, I'm down for it.
Some of the backwards songs are
I agree with you. I've never really been too into that backmasking. I just think it can sound like so much stuff. What I am into is the fact that they had a Beatles look-alike contest in the early 1960s that this guy named Billy Shears won, William Shears, and then when Paul McCartney died allegedly, apparently what happened, I don't know if this is true, this is just the story, that there's always been something weird about this, that the Beatles manager was Brian Epstein, and they were heavily influenced and like by a secret group allegedly run by Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, and that Brian Epstein and Jeffrey Epstein don't have anything to do with each other. That's always been curious to me. I mean, there are like 10,000 Epsteins in the United States, so I'm not saying, but it's curious to me. And what had allegedly happened is that Paul McCartney said, I'm not going to do something. Let me see if I can look at it. And what the story was. Like, I don't even know if to tell me what the story is. Yo, what's the story about the alleged death of Paul McCartney and his Aston Martin? And it related to Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, Robert Maxwell, and Maxwell's Silver Hammer, that McCartney didn't want to do something, and they wanted him to, and he said no. And then he got into an accident in his Aston Martin. He had picked up a woman, something like that.
Is it a real?
So I don't know. Okay, so all right. The story gained traction in 1969, particularly after the radio DJ Restream aired a segment discussing supposed backward messages in the Beatles song. Okay.
So we have is in its own category.
Despite the elaborate theories, Paul McCartney was not in a fatal accident in 1966. He did have a minor car accident in 1965 and 1966. Let's see here.
A 1 month category. It's not. If you didn't bring up Pontus as a carbon, maybe
some speculation, particularly on Reddit, has attempted to link Maxwell and the Beatles, suggesting that the song Maxwell's Silver Hammer was inspired by him, but played a role in covering Paul McCartney's death.
Versus a Kevin in the rack only being 1 and 3. He has double the amount of flour and 1 extra look.
So let me see if I can find this other documentary. And I'm not so good at it, but there's more credence to this than that. So I think it's called Paul is Dead. I mean, there are just like videos of this. Let me just see if it's
you just that's the Palgas, even though it's its own individual category, you bring the suffering. And when we talk about the Omar, he argues on the different number of he brings this, so sorry. According to Goodman, something that makes
okay. I'm gonna ask. I wouldn't normally do this.
category by itself.
Can you please? This is 30 minutes, but it'll be worth it. Can you? This will be like fact after fact after fact. Can you please, like when Paul is dead, like Quentin reviews, and let's see what he has to say.
And you make a condition. It's fake, but it's only a suffix. And what's the condition you say?
Thank you so much. And then somebody wrote 4 years ago, there used to be some interesting videos on YouTube explaining how Paul may have died and was replaced. The last few years, all such videos have been deleted or banned. And I absolutely agree with that.
That if there's a suffix animal, you bring, that's not how it works. Where's that? The Babali Kash. Next.
Yeah.
I am not.
Oh, I know. There are literally 6 people who do it. Like, it's because it's really difficult to do. You have to, like, there are a bunch of buttons that you have to do to be able to do it. It's not like just. I said 30 minutes. No, just put it in. It'll be worth it. Like after you watch this, you'll be like, okay, there's a lot more evidence to it, not just a bunch of random songs.
Palgas is different. Because the Sachim are like a so this is simple about it. There's a difference here. I showed it again. There's a difference between the Nesachim of the ram all the way on the left and the Nesachim of a sheep. So then, also when it comes to bulls, there's a bull and there's a calf. The calf is a year old, and everything above a year, they also I think this is how they do it, right? What's a calf? You know what year is a calf? Anything below a year is for short calf. 2 years
Riser, if you can hear me, let me know when you started streaming.
Okay, the Gemara does it says, listen, it's like a sheep. Once it's 13 months old, 13, 14 months old, it's already up there. So maybe it should have different type of nisachim. One, all bulls are in the same category.
Dog, I have to pay attention. I'm doing my best to pay attention. Oh, there you go. Okay. Perfect. I didn't know if my phone was changing or something. Apologies. I sincerely appreciate it.
Maybe it has even more to suffer. Tomorrow, maybe also by the female, you should make a community between a 1-year-old and a 2-year-old. No, it's only by the males. Oh, you know, in Chadadia, we have an 8. So, I think, I'm sorry for that. Now I have the question. If the cat is really bad and an 8, the goat, so that means the dog is good. Cat is bad, they the goat. Goat is good, cat's bad. So the one that punishes the cat is good. And the one that punishes the dog is bad. So you make the husband all the way to the bunny flow, it comes out not good. What? Right. But if you do the cheshbon, it comes out not good. Because the bunny flow, it doesn't work out. The cheshbon doesn't work. So they say, I forgot who says it. This is just for Hasidim. Calves. He says, yeah, but that's something else. Veal. I think veal is too much. With cattle under 11 months old, they're classified as calves. Okay. So they say because the goat has a beard and the cat has a mustache. So they're fighting, whatever, but the dog who's completely shaven, what chutzpah does he have to mix in?
Stop this.
Stop this. Yeah.
Stop
But I
this.
can see the
Stop it.
Stop it. Don't give me more up.
Stop it. Can you hear me?
Maybe I should make a difference between a goat and
yeah, okay, I fucked up. I need somebody who goes into this without just AI.
See, they asked the question over here.
Okay, here's one.
He only asked for Papa, no?
You just read out the facts.
He asked all sheer about saying over.
Well, they're like pictures. They're like pictures of his mouth and stuff.
What are you?
So like here's some other stuff. He goes to Liverpool to where he lived, and he goes into the house, and the people don't know who he is, or something like that. Like, or no, he doesn't know. No, he doesn't know the house layout, where like he wrote like, "Hey Jew."
So it says over here, what if you want? I don't know if Rav was saying Lashon us, even though it's only him. Basically.
Okay, let me.
How much wine you bring when you bring a female?
That's nothing. That's nothing. That's nothing.
It was a test. How much wine do you bring?
So what is she doing?
What do you think?
Okay, if you want to go with the theory, it's when you die, they put a toe tag on you, and there's also some kind of argument that you're to make him different. Like in all of their art, they made him different. Okay, so
smaller, large, small, not older.
Let me see if I can find just a short video. That because like I can be like, oh well, here's why I don't like the whole like look at this like look at this one picture. I like to look at like the faces that they have, and they don't look the same. Like if you put their faces side by side and have an AI go over. I have that.
I think the easiest way to tell like this voice. I don't know if there's a recording his voice before and after, but I don't think you'd be able to. I mean, apparently this both is done double and still sing.
Yeah, no. But that guy was in a band and played bass. Like he knew he looked like Paul McCartney, and so he did everything that he could to just play it up a little bit more. He even won this contest. I'm trying to find something that's not super long because I don't want to put you through something really long. So just bear with me. And I also don't want something super short. Like 15 minutes would be great, just to show the evidence. Oh yeah, that's
I'll tell you the truth. It's either
let me go back to BitChute, and because like everything on YouTube is just on this. This is an interesting thing. Why they chose this to like go after him.
Okay. Could be a sponsor to Swiss Island.
So we don't want something super. We want something.
We have a very special message.
We rank it, right?
Oops.
Sort by
Heiliger Stefanski, straight from the
they don't have rating. They don't have sort rating.
stuff. Maybe one day we should collaborate on about Lipa in English. Take the juicy stories and give it out in the songs. Do you do the DAFs? I can only collaborate with those who do the DAFs. Oh, yeah.
Wow, all of these are so long. I don't want to picture that. And it's not like there's a whole lot to go through. There are just some pictures, the timeline.
It's a picture, perfect picture. Beautiful smile going on. All right, this is the I spoke to him once about doing that. Yeah, I'll do it. Then jump on the bandwagon. We'll see the real life. Thank you, Dobie Spiegelman, for arranging. Pesach is over. Here's
Okay.
a chance. No,
let's try this one.
No
It's 17 minutes. Go to
and plus pizza night. Where is this? But where? Doesn't say the place. Mark, where are we? Yeah, I get it. But what city is that?
Okay, yeah, this is something. Okay, go to BitChute and type in Paul is Dead, Symbolism and More. It's not that long. It's 17 minutes, and I'll just feel better about this subject if you get another taste of it than just what we went through, because what we went through was not, in my opinion, the best view at it. But it's like whenever anybody gets a really good one of these videos that has everything, their account gets nuked. Paul is Dead, Symbolism and More. SYMBOLISM. Paul is Dead. Just type in Paul is Dead and its darkness to light.
No weekly, no daily. Everybody's on a different schedule. Like strong guys, they're here, we're here. Forstemming on the kind of income, Mr. Brockhaus, Forstemming what then Esther, then Yellow Esther.
You're the man. Riser's the man, folks.
Stuff today. Komidos, Shilamidos, Bayu, Mikidoshes. I'm going to yell at Yoshi on a white background with flower in it. But other than that, it's beautiful. This is garbage. It's piled up. This is not. This is muffled. All the measuring devices that make some English. You tell them as a sideline. Why is it called Midos? Midos Titus. People work on the Midos. Why is it called Midos? So the artist, I think himself explained because we're born with all these attributes. We're stubborn, we have cast, we have gaiva, we have all sorts of things, and we work on them. But everything that we have is with a midah. Because sometimes being stubborn is very, very important. When you learn to play stubborn, different things that you have to have a little cast in your life. You have to have a little gaiva sometimes. Depends on what, but with the midah. Everything is the midah. And we work on the midah. In other words, we lower that one. I once heard a story which I connected to. I don't think everyone's going to connect to so much, and I was thinking maybe not to say it. And anyway, the guy was looking into a shidduch for his daughter. He's a wealthy fellow, and decided to send a private investigator because he's an older guy, you could say a 30-year-old guy, introduce him. So he sends a private investigator to the guy's office, and the private investigator comes back and says that the guy's a peddler. So he doesn't know what to do. He heard such great things about the guy, but he has a cast, he has an English. So he goes to meet the guy. He says, listen, I gotta be over with you. I want to do for your daughter, but you're an angry guy. So he has his head on you. How do you know? Answer the question. So he says, because I sent a private message. He saw it, he said, you what? You sent the private message to my office? How dare you? And then he goes like this. So yeah, what just happened? He says, I'm messing with you. This is what I do at work. I need to get my employees in line. I'm not really angry. You see, look, I'm not even. Now, I connected to a little bit because I used it a few times also, this kind of trick, but it's not good. I don't advise it because in every cast, there's a little cast, and every joke is a little bit of but you understand this myself. Have you ever done it to your employees? It's a play, it's a show. Yeah. Anyway, call me this about English for you Nigdashis. Also the Yoga, I haven't quoted him in a long time, so I got to quote him. He says, what's the idea behind piling it up? It's basically showing the Rebbeinu Shalom, I'm trying to give you as much as I can. That's it. It's already, I can't do more than this. If you give it like muffled, it's like you kind of cheap. You know what I mean? It's like up to here. Look, I'm giving you full. That of the Kohen Gadol, which we discussed, he starts off in the morning with one Isar, he divides it in half, and he gives half of Isar in the morning, half in the evening. That is flat. Now, explain. There's a number of reasons. Because he's walking with it, you don't want it to spill over. It's hard to divide in half. Okay. Midei Salah, Berutzayim Kodesh, Midei Salavish, Berutzayim is the overflow. The overflow, so this thing or not. This, that, ooh, this is a great class. Let me finish this up maybe. I'm holding a cup of coffee, and I'm looking at Berutzim. I saw a sign there to throw, Meiser Jario. It says, coffee here is free up until like this area, like 3/4. Anything above that gets to pay 2 shekels. The idea is, I don't know if you ever noticed how they make coffee and the shows on it. You go all the way to the top, always to the top, and milk always down, and then they take forward. You know what happens? Drip, drip on the counter. So we'll give it to you for free, but if you're gonna mess around and try to drip on our floor, then you have to pay money for that. That costs money. They would say it. So Rabbi Kiva Oimer, sorry, let's go back. Chodz, Mishal Kodesh, Midas Halach, Berutzim Kodesh, Midas Hayovish, Berutzim Chodz. The Tanakama, we're going to see this 3 sheets here, they're very similar in a way, slightly off, each one is slightly different. Midas Halach, Berutzim Kodesh, the measuring devices of the liquid is Kodesh. After Moshe Rabbeinu put oil, is Moshe, this kli, so it has Dusha. If you're trying to measure for flour, those measuring cups did not have Dusha. What's the difference? We'll see, because if it has Dusha, so everything that above it also has Dusha on it. And you have to explain why. But if it doesn't have Dusha, so everything above does not have Dusha. So that's why piled up flour doesn't have Dusha. Piled up wine doesn't have Dusha. But we keep on with this halach kodesh. The FIFA very same kodesh. What's he adding here? Midas hayovish choy, the FIFA very same choy. So he argues with the Tanakama. We'll see in the Gemara exactly how and where. This makes a lot of sense. Think about it. How in the world, and I'm just having trouble in also understanding how exactly they're going to deal with these Berutzim. But how did it get there? How did it overflow? You pour wine, you pour wine, and it becomes like this. So what stays on top exactly? The stuff that you just poured now? To me, it makes sense. The stuff you just poured goes to the bottom, pushes up the bottom, and then it becomes on top. The stuff that you're pouring on top, it's not a solid, it's a liquid. Liquid usually drops down and pushes the rest up. Enough because the rest that got pushed up was already inside the cleat. It's inside the cleat, it has a douche up, and now it popped up on top. Okay, so it's already covered. If you're taking a bottle of Cristal, you pour it up to here, and then you pour a little bit more, it goes like this. So if it doesn't go into the kli, I could eat it. But that's if it's flour. So yeah, the new stuff that goes on top never went inside the kli. But when it comes to liquid, usually it gets all mixed in, and it's all like, how are you building this big So I'm not just going to understand this. I'm having trouble here. But okay, but that's what we're saying. That's what people would say. The liquid, it's uprooted from the bottom, just the top. Love age, ain't no neck, but the dry is not. So when I first have to deal with this liquid over here. Beginning of the Mishnah, the first words of the Mishnah, all the measurements. How many measurements were there? Mani, here, the mayor, Chad Goshab. According to the mayor, there wasn't more than one. It says all the garbage, like 20 of them. There's only one. It's either, he said it's two sardines. Rabbanah said there's only one. But according to the mayor, there's two. One is a flat, one is a full. It's slightly lower than the flat one, but there's only one that goes above the rim. And that's only one. So what do you mean, call me this? There's only one measurement period for the flour, and it was a flat one. It wasn't even a heat one. Or here's the answer that you're offering to. Loilam Rabbi Meir. It's Rabbi Meir who says is one heat one and one flat one. Well, my call me this. What does the Mishnah mean by all the measurements? Call me this. Doesn't mean that there's 10 different kelim in the Beis Hamikdash. It means 10 different measurements that I use this one kli, this one Yisar, I use, even if I need 3 Yisraelim of flour, I use the one Yisar measurement. I do 3 times. Well, there's not 5 different measurements. There's not a kli that holds 3, a kli that holds 2, and a kli that holds 1. It's one kli that holds one Yisar, and it's one that you overload. But it contains kol medinos, all the shiurim of the Beis Hamikdash. Sometimes when you need 2 Israelim, 3 Israelim, you use that food. Now we're going to explain all 3 shittas in the Mishnah. Here is a lot of everything place. Mike and Nicky, where's my phone? It's kind of sober, Midas Allah, New Shechom, Amen, between David. Moshe Rabbeinu gave Kedusha to the kli on the inside and on the outside. Put oil. Remember how you put the oil? Kamin key. You do a C, a U, a S, a X. You have a lot of sheets. How many sheets? Like 7? I don't remember. 9 or 7. What are the other ones? U. Close. I was closed. I just remember X. There's a place for somewhere. And then, yeah. Okay, this is it. Oh. Okay. Your kids are command key. In other words, you don't have to paint the whole thing. You just go like this. On the outside, you do like a chaf or a U. On the inside, and so on. So in Mela, this kli has the kedusha on the inside and the outside. And then what? Oh, so this is very important. So this, the problem is this right over here. Is the rim? Is that what it's called in English? The rim. Is this a kedusha? If it does, so when the wine piles up and touches this, it gets kedusha from it. Midas. And the dry good one, the one for the flour, only has kedusha inside and not outside. That's why the overflow is not. Kiva argues and he says, dry good has any kedusha whatsoever. Let me ask you a question. If this cup has 0 kedusha and it's filled up with flour, how is the flour going to be punished? The answer is, Rashi says, my mouth. You're right, the kli doesn't give it any kedusha, but my mouth does. I say it should become punished. Noisy Salvai, third sheet is both the dry and even the liquid does not have kedusha on the outside. And he explains the reason why the berutzim of the liquid become kaddish. Why is the overflow kaddish? Because it comes from the inside. It already had the kedusha when it was inside the cup, and then it popped out, so it remains kaddish. And dry goods like flour stays on the top. As you pour it, that's where it stays. It doesn't go down and up. So what if this wine is on the bottom of the cup? It came up and is now above. But where's the das of the owner? The guy had kavana to give kedusha to whatever's in the cup, not what's above the cup. So what if it started in the bottom and came to the top? But the fact is, he only said it because whatever remains in the cup. Yeah, it's interesting. Maybe we had a bunch of one-time names. This is one more time in Shas. This is the name of Rav. I don't need the das of the owner. I don't need his machshava. It becomes kadosh just by being in the Sharas, even on the bottom, now to the top, but it was on the bottom ones, and that itself gives you kedusha. Perhaps if it's in Pshat, the Sharas doesn't have any kedusha, and only kedusha when you have the right mindset. And therefore, the fact is, the top wine should not be cut. I'm just concerned that people will say, look, here, you had wine in a Sharas, and he's made it not kaddish. Well, so have to make Xera and say that what? That it's covered. The question is, most of Reb Zera is very similar to see them Salafins of the Look at this. This is the famous Shulchan. Oops. And let's do it again because the island missed it on the other one. On the other one. 12 lechem aparim. When do we put it on the shulchan? On Shabbos. When do you get to eat it? On Shabbos. Interesting situation happens. What happens if you forget to put the bread on Shabbos? Whatever you could, there's no bread available. You put it on Sunday. Listen to this. Carbon, if it stays overnight, is possible. Why is it possible? Lino. Overnight is possible lino. How come the lechem aparim is not possible lino? Because it goes from Shabbos to Shabbos. So it can be possible after one day. But what happens if it's on? Listen to this. It's tricky. Not tricky. It's a gishmak is out. What happens if the bread is on the table for 8 days, from Sunday to Monday, from Sunday to Sunday, 8 days? Lino or not lino? The answer is no lino. Why? It needs to be on the table for 2 Shabbosim. When does this bread start being lino? After the second Shabbos. So says the Gemara, if that's the case, Siddur Salach and Sabazifim Lachar Shabbos, you put it on the table on Sunday, Rikru Sabazifim to Shabbos, and then 6 days later on Shabbos, you put the Levaina, the 2 spoonfuls of Levaina on the Mizbeah, Sula is possible. Kids and guys, what you do that it should be, when it comes to Shabbos Abba, wait for the second Shabbos, 13 days later. Shafilu hu al shulchan yom rabin, and we got there's no lina if the bread is on the table for many days. People are going to say that all you need to do, look, over here, it didn't become lina because it's on a shulchan. So if I want to take a carbon and save it from becoming puzzle overnight, I just put it in a nice plea that has kedusha, and it won't become possible lina. I should make it zera. It should be possible lina. Says you don't have enough of economy that nobody sees, nobody knows about, nobody's going to say anything. Those who know better than that's the question. But in over here, if we say, over here people get confused and say that you can just take off the one from the top and make it, or from within a kli and make it not cut. So we have to make it zero. Not awesome. Moisar Nesachim with Pizza is good. What is Moisar Nesachim? That we're going to have a little, it's almost the same. Little Shiloh, what is Moisar Nesachim? In other words, I'll just throw out something. When you have extra Nesachim.
All right, that's a little better. That's a little better.
Because those people who sell stuff to the Samigdash have to sell always with a little.
Thank you so much for watching. Additional
store, when you sell like a pound or something, you have to add a little tiny bread, especially.
All right.
When they sell things.
My question to you is this: are you ready to lose a real game?
You have to add a little. So what do you do with the extras? That's one way of looking at that.
Yeah.
It goes with pizza and that. What's the dessert of them is that?
One moment.
Try figs. When this guy has a down period,
What are you saying?
This extra stuff that we saw on the top of
In the last documentary, there's like a scene where he went, man, I'm getting asked about
Yeah, so that has to do with him being Billy Shears, like a shepherd. And a shepherd has like sheep, so he just made a sheep sound.
More expensive. You has to provide the Bisamigdash with the cheaper price. In other words,
yeah, I mean, that was like great.
Yeah, dude, it's like his real name.
The guy said, I'll provide.
He just adopted this starting in like 1967. So like all his friends growing up would do that to him because his last name is Shepherd.
He paid $11 wholesale per lamb chop. I'm assuming
it would be like
8 years ago. What's lamb chop today?
I don't know. Like let's say your last name was
just a little bit more.
Jordan. And everybody, there you go, yeah. And everybody would be like, Jordan, like Michael Jordan. There's an argument to be made there that it would be similar to that. Yours is a better example. Yeah, I mean, so let's say your last name is Barker, and everybody just go to you because that was like a thing that kids do.
And then the dino rig.
And let me see if I can find it very quickly. It's McCartney, Home, Liverpool.
He gets double stars for buying Romanian movies. No, not in the trade. The song's over my Arba. He's stopping my Arba. The guy said, I'm going to provide the business. I want to be the music.
So he did this in carpool karaoke,
flour and oil and all this
but
so I'm going to, the price is very high. I'm providing it. Then the price drop. So you have to give it something that's the new price. Without getting into it, just a regular house. This Amigdash has a special thing.
Oh, yeah, is this it?
Why are things with money? Kings cannot buy with money. They need a king. They have to do Khalifin, they have to do Agba, they have to do a king. But Amigdash could do like in God. It's kind of a test.
No, that's deleted.
If money's not good for it,
okay.
Made on a higher price and the price dropped.
It's an interesting one. If anything, they covered it up really well.
Actually, you do. It's close, but you're all.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he's been in a California prison for like 45 years or so, more than that. But I think he's bonkers, but I think he's innocent. If you go into that whole story, the people, there were a lot of people who were being hypnotized by the CIA. It's called Laurel Canyon. It's a part of LA. It's not the nicest area, but it's a nice area that was populated with like artists and musicians, specifically like this group of musicians, and basically Charles Manson was like kind of a ringleader of people. But there's all kinds of weird shit that happened with that. Like the lady who died, one of the four people, her name's Sharon Tate. Her husband was Roman Polanski, who made a movie called Rosemary's Baby, which is like an abortion or something. And then he ended up raping a young girl. And that when the state of California was going to prosecute him, he moved to France and has lived in France for like 40 years, 50 years, avoiding prosecution. And the Academy Awards like have like not taken accountability for this. They've like given him awards since then, which people think is really bad. But that whole Manson story is really wild. Well, so how does it tie into the Beatles? Allegedly, the song Helter Skelter. I'm not gonna mess it up. I'm gonna just look up what they say. Yo, how did Helter Skelter tie into Charles Manson? Which is an amazing song. I fucking love the song. Helter Skelter refers to the apocalyptic race war that Charles Manson believed was imminent, a scenario he attempted to incite through the 1969 murders committed by his followers, the Manson family. Manson twisted lyrics from the Beatles' 1968 album, The Beatles, the White Album, particularly the song Helter Skelter, to justify his actions and convince his followers that the killings would spark a conflict between black and white people. The connection unfolded through several key elements. Misinterpreted lyrics. Manson believed the Beatles encoded messages in their music predicting the end times. He interpreted Helter Skelter as a signal for black people to rise up and violently overthrow white society, while also linking other tracks like Blackbird and Piggies to racial conflict. The prophecy Manson preached that he and his family would hide in a bottomless pit, referencing the book of Revelation, until the race war wiped out the white population, after which he would emerge to rule over survivors. The catalyst, when the predicted race war did not immediately begin, Manson ordered his followers to commit brutal murders, including those of Sharon Tate and the LaBiancas, to frame the Black Panthers and accelerate the chaos. The word Helter Skelter was even known as Helter Skelter in blood in the LaBianca home's refrigerator. Prosecution strategy. Prosecutor Vincent Bugliosi used the Helter Skelter theory in court to prove Manson's guilt and motive, arguing that tended to trigger the racial Manson process, thereby tying Manson to the crimes despite his physical absence from most scenes. The Beatles themselves denied any involvement or subliminal intent. Paul McCartney stated the song was inspired by a desire to make the loudest, raucous track possible, comparing it to a playground slide and calling Manson's interpretation frightening and
So Manson was saying
on the left side,
That's correct. Yeah. So like Manson was in jail. He was in a program. Yo, what's the program that Charles Manson was in jail? That was some kind of CIA program.
Even from the two on the right that are no go, there are two. There is a Khatas that yes, and there's an Ashram that yes.
There's no confirmed program. Hold on a second. That Charles Manson was part of in jail. That was run by the CIA. Hold on. The idea of the connection stems from a theory most notably exposed by journalist Tom O'Neill in his book Chaos, Charles Manson, the CIA, and the Secret History of the 60s, and the Netflix documentary Chaos, the Manson murders. These theories suggest Manson may have unknowingly been influenced or exposed to CIA program Operation Chaos, his imprisonment, not during. The alleged link is based on Manson received parole supervision at the Haight Ashbury Free Clinic in in San Francisco. Psychiatrist, oh yeah, that's it. Dr. Louis Jolly West, who had reported ties to CIA's MK Mind program, also worked at that clinic. So basically, like the guy who ran the CIA's mind control clinic was also at the same place that Charles Manson was. The theory posits that Manson could have been exposed to mind control techniques or LSD research there, potentially explaining his ability to manipulate his followers. That's a good question. How did Charles Manson brainwash the Manson family?
You must bring it. It's not up to you. You didn't decide to bring it. You had to bring it because it's the first board. It's on Pesach. It's awesome. You did it everywhere. And finally,
like a weird answer. Like it gave me like a bunch of Charles Manson brainwashed the Manson family using a calculated blend of psychological manipulation techniques exploiting the vulnerability of young people seeking belonging. His methods included love bombing. He initially showered followers with intense affection, attention, and acceptance, making them feel special and loved, which created a powerful emotional dependency. Isolation, he cut his followers off from their families, friends, and outside world, moving them to remote locations like Spa and Ranch. This eliminated outside perspectives and made the family their only source of reality and support. Drug use, he used LSD and other psychedelics to break down their sense of self and perception of reality. During these altered states, he positioned himself as the sole interpreter of their visions and a messianic figure, reinforcing authority. Apocalyptic fear. He preached an imminent race-based apocalypse called Helter Skelter, convincing followers they were chosen ones who would survive and rule. This created a sense of urgency and made the violent acts seem like necessary steps to fulfill a divine prophecy. Identity destruction. He dismissed former identity, their possessions, and control aspects of their lives, placing their sense of self with complete dependence on him. Us versus them mentality. He fostered paranoia and a belief that the outside world was corrupt and dangerous, strengthening the group's internal bond and loyalty to him as their protector. Does that answer your question?
That's why you see on the screen.
Yeah. Did the Manson family people go to prison for the murders of Sharon Tate and those people?
Because I gave it a dava, I gave an other. By the way, I want to remind the
Yes, several members of the Manson family were convicted and sentenced to prison for the murders of Sharon Tate and the other victims. Charles Manson, Susan Atkins, Patricia Krenwinkel, and Leslie Van Houten were found guilty of the Tate and Lobby Uncle murders in January 1971. Charles Tex Watson was tried separately and also convicted later in 1971. All were initially sentenced to death, but their sentences were commuted to life in prison after California abolished the death penalty in 1972. Susan Atkins died in prison in 2009. Charles Manson died in prison in 2017. Leslie Van Houten was released on parole in 2023 after 20 attempts. Hold on a second. Hold on. I thought California did not abolish the death penalty formally.
So just a reminder, that's why I personally, almost every time I promise
you are correct to question that California did not formally and permanently abolish the death penalty. In February 1972, the California Supreme Court ruled in People v. Anderson that the state's death penalty was unconstitutional, effectively abolishing it at the time. This decision commuted the 700 death row inmates, including Charles Manson. However, this abolition was short-lived. 7 months later, in 1972, California voters passed Proposition 17, a constitutional amendment that reinstated the death penalty. Therefore, while the death penalty was abolished by courts in 1972, it was quickly reinstated by the voters later that year. The death sentences for Manson and his followers were carried out under the reinstated law.
I'm going to come back and then go to Vienna because the crown is $1,000.
Hold on a second. So then why weren't they put to death if the law was reinstated?
It's only when it comes.
Although California voters reinstated the death penalty in late 1972, Charles Manson and his followers were not executed because of a critical intervening event. In February 1972, the California Supreme Court ruled in People versus Anderson that the state's death penalty was unconstitutional, commuting all existing death sentences to life imprisonment. Manson and his followers were sentenced to death in 1971, so their sentences were automatically commuted under the ruling. While California voters reinstituted the death penalty with Proposition 17 later in 1972, the U.S. Supreme Court's decision in Furman v. Georgia had already halted all executions nationwide. The federal ruling meant no state, including California, could carry out executions with new constitutional procedures until new constitutional procedures were established. By the time California created a new death penalty system in 1978, Manson and his followers had already been serving life sentences for 6 years. Sentences cannot be retroactively increased, so their commuted life sentence. They remained eligible for parole, but were never executed. What a weird thing. And then something else happened in 2020. Yo, what happened in 2020? It was like fall of 2021, actually, something like that, where the law was again addressed by Newsom or something.
Like a heel.
Let's see here. The key event you're thinking of occurred in 2019. On March 13th, 2019, California Governor Gavin Newsom signed Executive Order N-919, which instituted a moratorium on the death penalty in California. The order granted reprieves, temporary stays of death for all 737 inmates on death row, withdrew the state's lethal injection protocol, closed the execution chamber at San Quentin State Prison. The moratorium is in effect for the duration of Newsom's time in office, meaning no executions can be carried out while he is governor. A future governor could reverse the order. While the moratorium was announced in 2019, related developments continued afterward. For example, in December 2020, Los Angeles County prosecutors announced that they would no longer seek the death penalty in new cases. Hold on, something happened in 2021. Yo, what happened in 2021? It was like September 2021. Something happened.
And one sheep.
In September 2021, the key events related to California's death penalty was the California Supreme Court's decision to uphold the state's death sentencing rules. On September 10th, 2021, the court ruled against the legal challenge brought by death row inmate Richard McDaniel. He argued that the jury instructions used in death penalty sentencing phases were unconstitutional, a decision that could have potentially overturned hundreds of existing death sentences. The court's ruling preserved the current system, meaning juries do not have to unanimously agree beyond a reasonable doubt that aggravating factors outweigh mitigating ones before imposing a death sentence. The decision maintained the status quo of California's capital punishment laws, which remain in place under Governor Newsom's moratorium on actual executions. No. All right, are you ready to lose?
Maybe at the church, call the father and mother. No, can't be. Why? Because it says the apostle. Maybe
yeah, no, I do. A big thing is if you look in 2009, they talked about it. They had side-by-side facial evaluation by experts, and like his earlobe in one, his earlobes in one of them don't connect, but in others they do. The area around his mouth is different. His teeth are different. There's I agree. And so the first time they put Paul McCartney on television after his car accident and after he hadn't performed with the Beatles for a while, just before we start, we'll watch this together. We'll do a 3, 2, 1. This is a really interesting thing. Go to YouTube and we're going to type in Hey Jude, which is a great song.
That's why I
And
decided on a ceasefire from now on.
it's 8 minutes long, but it's important because here's why it's important. This is the first time that the Beatles have been together on camera in like over a year for some weird reason. Additionally, they show Paul's face directly on the camera, like very up close, very close, closer than you ever see any other Beatles face ever. So it's almost like a psychological thing that it's like, this is Paul, like this is the Paul you're gonna be used to seeing. However, they cover up part of his mouth with the microphone. Now, if let's just say you, Zoot, and I hadn't seen each other, hadn't talked on, like, let alone even seen each other in real life, but hadn't been together on Discord, and we had a big audience, and we hadn't talked in a year. Once we talked, we'd be happy, right? We would be like jazzed. Look at John Lennon's face when this is all going on. He's literally singing the song chewing gum. It's almost like he's being forced to do this. And all of them look sad except Paul. Paul looks giddy as fuck. And of course he is, because he's the new Paul. But everybody else looks really sad. So I'm ready when you are. It should be just the Beatles official music video. It's from 10 years ago. It's 8 minutes long. And there's another interesting thing about this. They show Paul from the side at first or something like that. Just think of all of the videos that you've ever seen of the Beatles. This is the one that they show Paul so up close that it's like they're forcing him down your throat. Like they're not obscuring him at all. They are forcing him so that you take on whatever this new person is. Okay, well that's not even the thing. You want to look at Lennon. He's singing the song about chewing gum. Like anybody who sings knows that you don't do that, and he looks pissed off. We don't have to watch the whole thing, but just we'll watch the first like 2 minutes. Yeah, he's pissed. Yeah, in 1981. Yeah. It is. Or, pardon me, 1980. December 8th, 1980. Okay. Are you ready to lose? Yeah. That's what I like to hear, baby. I'm gonna dominate you.
I hope everybody in America had a great young day.
Yeah, well, this is a real game, and it's over. I can already tell you right now, this game is over.
Since I am today, was just like one of the biggest people that used money to throw away. I said, anybody can jump in,
It's over.
a week. So Buddy said these are still videos. I did not see this one or any of them. I'm going to show you tonight. These are all surprises. This is by the Josie Green. Some of the best songs the Pines will sing. Beautiful. Let's see what else is on.
Riverboat's open shore on this basis. First of all, I want to thank you for helping to grow that huge and they raised millions 5 times. Mayo River, what did you say exactly? Mayo River, right? Mayo River, 5 times as mentioned. So you should have more than Mayo River. once in a while somebody sends me a video of something that you said in the song that Robert Shannon wants to help out is clear for. So I really appreciate that. It means a lot to me when I get one of those videos that feel like, wow, that's achievement. So they have a great examples. And hope one of these days we'll meet in person and I'll be able to thank you in person for all the good that's done. Keep you up.
Wow, beautiful. Glad for Yossi. Very much looking forward. Maybe you'll compose a song for everyone. Very rapper.
I put the odds of that alley. Ah!
Crazy what?
Crazy what? Go ahead.
I mean, didn't you steal my spot?
Very well.
Ellie, good morning.
Nancy Marcus. We gotta teach these guys.
Right, because I understand that no one owns this shit. It's first come, first served, baby.
So Vile is the guy right now in charge of all self applications. He is located in the Pacific powerhouse of the guy who started this role. Official additionally one shot from the sector by the Iranian family. Alright? And anonymous gratitude to Hashem that because he's spoken to Hilo and he wants February as that very much. He spoke of David Salmon sponsors the sector is important fans to dedicated memory of all the small borough fans and results from the Rojo. Those down series of the found Jackie down in Anonymous with the big guys with the house channel television. The living is a lawyer, summer vouchers, and Mississippi. Anonymous first of Michigan is anonymous for the people for summer and we some for real side tester. It's from the mouth to 30 girls, people from out is on the president, so cutting that work of steiging. Sending both the family can be ardent, paid, and honor, rebellion, truth, and meaning of life, sponsored and fired and scepter. Loyalty, Almighty, Yosemite, and Benny, and all those circles, and wife, both in terms, start up only after the both of UK. I signing of this woman at Curry Park, Miriam, daily sponsor, Shaul, and English was the yellow, Yosef, below, Shaul, Abram, and Rocha Esther. Everyone month.
Big one. Guys, he uses the S in an interesting spot.
I don't even know that there's a half a loaf of oil for 30 breads. So 10 of them are it's finally coming back to Lisbon. So people here in the not everyone is familiar with that day is often I asked them about it. He says, yeah, I know. Actually, no. Sorry. Everybody doesn't know. So we have a few people who didn't know. Yeah, sorry. So the reason why we don't say Nismo Cyber exactly because the discussed has a bunch of comments. We don't do 10 of the breads are comments, and therefore we can't say Nismo Cyber. There, Pesach is a different story, but also It says in our Bible that the same is no say that I don't do it, but I hope you guys do it. You should sing it, the nigga. It's a shira, the mizmor say that. It's a mizmor say it's a special mizmor that we say to thank Hashem. Hangir b'kiroim, not only with Hashem and Hashem and Shneipamim. It says in the pasuk Hashem and Shneipamim. In fact, we see the pasuk has 3 times Hashem and Hashem. So we're looking at the first one. Why does the pasuk say the word Hashem twice? Evil never Elov Hashem. We don't say that. So it's never already to follow them up to look. I would say just like every other thing. Of oil. So the time you get to why actually she goes up Hashem and Hashem. How they ribui after ribui. We have a cloud, we have a rule. Two positives make a negative. And ribui after ribui, when it comes to include twice, it comes to remind us they ribui after ribui, the rule is that it says the word twice. It comes to include twice, it's actually a meaning. The apostle had to take it down one step. We go from a full look with a typical meaning of that, take it down back. Reboot has to be more. Reboot after reboot is how do we do? Why tell me it's reboot? We need the first one to come as Zoya. And even we remember our Hashem for replays. No, it's a long lesson, but the point is simple. If we would have said the first one out of us, it's not area to call it up to the road. Automatically, I could assume every minute, I can know that's the full loop. So we can try to get the full loop. Actually, I don't need the first Hashem to tell me that get a boom shadow. That's obvious. Every minute gets a loop. So why does it say Hashem? Why? It must be the idea of ribui after ribui and the couple positives, negative, field by positive, possibility takes thing on that. The whole day, the possibilities of the meaning, the follows now, the not part, comes from the head on the right. We're talking about the 3, the matzah and the repeating. The follows, the repeating, the repeating. And a half of it. So perhaps divide the half into thirds. Each one, the repeating gets a third. The follows gets a third. Now we're going to discuss the final word Bashaman at the end of the puzzle. We say Bashaman again, the reason. It doesn't need to be said at all. Why? Because it says before in this puzzle, it says that there's oil Bashaman in the movie. So I don't need the puzzle to tell me again, right over here, that the Mugachas, everyone at the end of the puzzle, I already have a puzzle. I'm just explaining why these words, these 3 words, Bibo, Shemen, I was going to say, no, I already said it once, right? I'm saying it again. How you got the word called? 3 times, well, the repeat, the college, the book that's more than the other thing. Okay, so how do you do it? This is it. Maybe Chatziluk Shemin B'Chutzein. You take a half a look of the oil, that's the and what do you do to that? Divide it in half, each one is a quarter of it. That's it. The challah is the repeating, but that's the 2 types. The challah is in the repeating, get a quarter of it. In other words, they both
Thanks, big man.
Which is half of each take the chatzi, divide it into quarters. So it's a half of a quarter. And the other one, the Rebbe gets quarter. Yeah, it's a quarter. He gets a quarter, and the other one gets it. Yeah. And the father gives that's the Rebbe. So the Rebbe gets a quarter, and the following gets it. The Rebbe gets it. All my Rebbe belongs to the Zayim. Akiva. Everybody's name. Akiva. It doesn't matter that you're making these brushes. Hashem and it's twice, 3 times. I'm not being done. You should know is halacha l'mishum. Moshe Rabbeinu receives from the Rebbeinu Shalom. It's not a possible thing. Not only that, there's only 2 other things. Chatzi and Shem and the The fact that there's a chatzi look that goes to the Torah is halacha l'mishum. Not because it's extra Shem. Or it's Shem and the a woman who sees it down comes a leader for 7 days. After the 7 days, it doesn't matter if she sees 2 days, 3 days, 5 days. After the 7 days, she goes to the mikvah, table, and the 11 days after that time, Allah Sinai tells us that these are days of Ziva. And Ziva is a different type of dye. Maybe because of Katana, or as a Doila, she sees 3 times, so she's a Doila, she's powerful, but as you can see here in the chart, 4, 5, 6, so let's say, so just an example, there's 4, 5, 6, and she comes to the Doila. Now, today, Notice Yisrael accepted upon themselves that they, no matter what, let me just go back a second. She keeps Shemeres Yom K'neged, so she just has to keep 1 clean day. And if she's Zamdana, then she has to keep 7 days of Tahara. And then go through. So today, there's no such thing as Ziva days and Mika days. They then all one. Because it becomes very complicated to figure out was it she sees down the Ziva days, everything, the Mafir, you have to keep 7 days of Tahara. This idea that there's 11 days of Ziva, that's halacha l'mishum. Okay, so Rabbi Zaria argues on the Kiva, and he says it's not a possible. This thing that a Kohen gets a half a look of oil, not a look, that's halacha l'mishum. But so it says in Mishnah that basically they hold, this is my mama holds, that even whether you call them an office, you have a machlokes here, whether or not a mincha that's a huge mincha of 60 sorin of flour instead of 1 sorin, 60 sorin, do you add 60 lug of oil or 1 lug of oil for all 60? The mitzvah on each seed. When a person is a mitzvah, he has tzaras. The Kohen says you have an infliction of tzaras. If he can't afford the typical rabbanos of a wealthy, a wealthy person that's being an asham, so the Torah is lenient with him and says you bring just these 3 words, sorry. For 1 sorrow, I'm saying, each and every sorrow requires 1 word. And the time you realize, oh, you're not going to make us straight in the name of the Lord. Say, it's 60 sorrows.
Patio, that was great.
Higher mincha, 1 mincha. They are going to have to explain what do we do the first pasuk, Yisrael Parim Lim. That for every Yisrael is a one light. And then that kind of capital. How are we going to have to explain what do we do this pasuk Lim for a light shaman? How does it fit in that no matter how large the mitzvah is, light shaman you get one motion? Something more variable, some variables we have high Yisrael Parim of a light, which seems like every Yisrael means a load. Right? What do we do? This isn't a mitzvah. What person's mitzvah to teach us. Because this should bring one Yisrael of fire. I don't need a pasuk to tell me that. But the guy got 40 of mitzvah also. So she can't bother to Israel. But a regular mitzvah, he has to bring the family. Also, then he has to bring Israelis. You see, he didn't see. He's holding on to the flower. So since he has flour, how much? Israelis. Also, the hot carbon. So by the 4 mitzvah, he brings 1 carbon. Therefore, he brings. If you bring 3 carbonas like the regular mitzvah, you bring 3 measurements of flour, 3 strings of flour. 1 carbon, you bring 1 measurement. You get out of it completely. It's or something that comes in off of the first one. I see the goggles, the third act of money. It's 4, you know, to bring every carbonas, able to way to the top. That's too much to bring at all. Bid off, we have just stick. Why? Everything that the rich person has to bring, the rich person has to bring in another form. But to get out of it completely, that we don't find. There are a element for the shun and have it. Now we have to go and what are the body going to do with the essence possible? This is the mincha, but the shun that for the entire mincha, even 60 is right, and all you need is 1 light. We're going to stop with mincha. Any person who decides to give on the dava of a mincha, should leave place in the dava of a but he has to give a minimum of something that requires 1 little bit, which means 1 is sorry. That is the minimum. So you don't cause it down. If you just want to give that much water for give the dava, don't bring a half inside. You need a fully sun, which requires 1 liter. I'm trying to you can learn from this passage both things has to be a minimum as well. But she showed a higher calling the Irish with very, very simple. Look what it says over in the passage. For this game, see that in here the bull gets a half of it. Shlish is at him. These are famous psukim. A third of it for the clear order. He's saying a quarter of it is for the sheep. Now, if I tell you this is 12 ways. 12 ways. It's very easy. Math is very easy. Half of 12 is 6. A third of 12 is 4. A quarter of 12 is 3. Therefore, when I say Chatzia,
how many tiles are left?
12 is 6 moves. 4 stitches in, but it does a third of it, and a third of 12 for the iron, is 4. When the V is a quarter of 12, for the Devils, it's 3. Good albums, I got it all. Says the Martin City. This game had to get near the corner. This is a one, this is a face right. Again, you should know, again, this face are Lugi out. Again, this 12, look, the Siv Shem Zaysin. Siv Shem Shas Ye Zem, Lidor is Zem. We can match your trace out. Since it says the word Zem, Zem is 12. I don't know what. You know, for most people, gematria is like, they're not going to think. Gematria is not things that you say, Hashem Baruch has the power of the same name as the person's last name with the koilo, plus how much he weighs, and etc. And you get to the, it's always like this interesting gematria. Over here you have a gematria that's a limit, it's a halacha. Over here you can say, like the Litvax will say, that Ein Adam Dami Matrim Atzmai, Ella and Kilo in the rapper. It's one of these things that make face it. Where do you get this from? ChatGPT. You get it from your Rebbe. Got from your Rebbe, okay, great. But it's weird, but we do have it a number of times in class. We learn our law from a Gematria. That would be different. So, begin morning. Close your little bit earlier. That's low, you call it's 3.5 low for the lawyer every day. That means each cup gets a half a loaf per life. See? Ooh. I missed this one. Wow. It's good. This is King Ribui after Ribui Ella Lemon. One standard. What happens is less one, no? Less one. That's the offices of the artists of MUI. I don't know what they did here. Okay, you all know. Here we go.
Dominance. Baby, I planned that motherfucker. I planned that. Scoreboard, big man. Okay. Here's what I want to know. Now, on what day and on what time do you want to learn 30 minutes about the fighter and the kid?
There's no avoidance from the evening to the morning.
You know you love it. I mean, it's interesting. It's history. You don't know. Okay, well, what are we watching tomorrow night? All right, well, I'm just want to plant something in your head. It's a very long documentary, but it's one of the best of all time. It's called Everything's a Rich Man's Trick, something like that. All right, big dog. Sweet dreams to you, my friend. Peace. Dude has not been in today, but I shall do so. Was I here? Was I here?
Tonight,
I know. How didn't I hear him?
I heard him screaming my name like 10 times and just left.
Okay. A good impression. Impressive impression. Nair! Chance.
Like I say, during what time of the day?
Peace.
No. I'm not trying to save money here. I'm trying to make it comfortable and nice. I'm saying this without it because I have a chat with somebody that's about that might be listening to the shit right now. You're not supposed to. But anyway, the most supposed Aiden Anios B'Mokim HaShus. You don't act like an ani in a place, in a rubbish place, in a Rebbe, everything is gold and silver. You're going to start with, just try to say, on a hot little bit of oil, because the lady is going to put the Shiva and Ali's relationship. Reading Lamb Chop story. Jesus, after the consolation, electrics on the wall. This is 10-inch mattress. And yours is lovely, you see. Develop. All right. Adka and a coffee hour. Says the Mishnah, we have a coffee here. Well, let's do the Mishnah first. Marvin, this day, pouring, this day. If you look at the left, the part of the aisle have the same I'll say the word of the you'll know. For every 3 discernment of flour, there's 6 lukshanim. In other words, 2 to 1. The ratio. Same ratio. The ratio is 2 to 1. You look at the ram over on the left, 4 lukshanim for 2 discernment cells. So 2 to 1 for every 1 discernment of flour, there's 2 lukshanim. So the ratio of the ram and the bull are identical. Therefore, if you mix them up, we'll talk about it roughly when, but to get mixed up, now, look at the word. It seems like almost in the Russian, right, to ask you the meaning. After the fact or before the fact, is it well, I thought of it, if I feel like it, what it means. If you already did it, it's okay. Seems like, just from reading it, you got any depth over here. But I would make part of this video, it seems like you do it. If you feel like it, it's not after the fact, it's not a big deal, but it's not for feeling. To get those words straight. What the feeling means, go ahead and you do it. There's nothing stopping you, you're not doing anything wrong. The other means you shouldn't do it. If you did it, in fact, it's okay. So again, 2 guys in the lab, they are a 2 to 1 ratio. Oh, a chemist, a sheep, there's a 3 to 1 ratio. See, he has 3. If I was Yoshi, I would have done. See why you did it. Okay. That's 3 loads for every southern flour. ratio is different. Therefore, you cannot mix a sheep with a cow. You can't mix a sheep with a rat. Mistake, Boston, mistake, Boston. You could mix two sheep together, because they're both 3 ml of oil for 1 ml. So you're not going to have any carbon that's missing oil or has too much oil. It's the exact ratio is the same. So you have to mix that of an individual and the community together. That's the day. So let's say I want to bring to the Sultan 5 days later, I could do so. I brought my carbon on Sunday, I could bring my Sultan on Tuesday, and they mix. I cannot mix these. Let's go back over here. I cannot mix a guy on the right, or a sheep on the right, with a bull on the left, or with the ram on the left. Why? The ratio is going to come out that if I do mix it, then the sheep on the right is going to have too little oil for his meat. And the bull on the left is going to have too much oil, and that's all those are shots. We all along. Now, pay attention. This is the third part of the mission. I skipped the second by mistake, but I didn't show you. On top line, if we go back one line. That's part 2 of the mission. It's called Ein Ma'arvin part. And now we're doing part 3 of the mission. The In Balabon is called the In Balabon part 3. Hey, look at Neyaz. You know, let me just show you this right after. You see, part 1 is Ma'arvin, part 2 is Ein Ma'arvin, and part 3 that we're reading right now is Balabon. Part 2 is the line right above. It's Ein Ma'arvin. You're not permitted to mix in the soften of a sheep with the soften of a bull. That's simple enough. Ein Ma'arvin. The In Balabon, and if you did, this part 3. I'm going to go with this.
What's this? What?
Just wanted to introduce you to it so it's not
Purity blockers are pedophiles called preservatives.
the oil and the oil of anti-milk. The guy on the right anti-itself. Oh, it's mixed it up. So you got everything. With 6 million channel.
Thank you. My son just came out as trans. Well, shouldn't call my son anymore. Now that he's dead to me, thinking about purity blockers or pedophiles called preservatives. The other day, my job, I was explaining purity blockers to one of the midgets. I work in a service, and he goes, "There's people choosing to do that to me." Talk about Tyrion, bigot. You there, sir, let me ask you, what do you call a person with ADHD? That's right, a fidget. Good answer. Speaking of little people, I'm going to switch up school shootings. The ultimate puberty blocker. And, you know, these shootings are often done by the same race. I'm looking at you, honkies. What kids need to learn from their black classmates and save the shootings for after school? This is an extracurricular activity. Okay, thank you.
Every fucking line was a punchline, bro. No waste fucking opportunity to get a laugh out of these people, bro. You're respecting their time. That got me fired up, dude. That was fucking sick. Me too. I
forgot how good it can be. That is like not only the set of the night so far, but I mean it's like some of the best material I've heard period in a long time. Fucking love you. Preservatives is sick, and then you call back to it like 3 jokes later in a 1-minute set. Like, dude, just feel it come, bros. It's I think it's a good crowd too. Who wants some candy? People on watching. Oh my goodness. And the race is got a cannon on them. Yeah, what's your like writing process? Like, how much material do you think you have if you were to do the longest set possible? And yeah, I'll follow that up with another question. I mean, like, I can do like, there's only so many black and trans jokes you can do in one set, right? So like, I've been out on this show quite a lot, but like I've done like 40 minutes before, when actually this would be like different topics. Guess so how many minutes that you like do you think you're writing? I do like 15 new jokes a week, and then like 4 or 5. You know what I'm gonna do? Right now is something that I've never done in the show's history. Right now, if you want it, you can have it. You're the first person ever to believe elevated from a golden ticket winner to a full-time regular. Pretty amazing. We're gonna reward that shit. Yeah, dude. I want to see it. I want to see it every week. Dude, I have like hosts on the road who do like the same amount of jokes you did in like a 10-minute set, bro. Yeah, like keep this shit coming. Yeah. You could be one of the true greats. How old are you? 30 now. Fuck yeah, man. 30. They always laugh. I know. It's unbelievable. Of course, so filled for this. I've said it every time since the first time I saw you. I mean, you are just a true comedian, and now we're going to get to see you every week on the show. Woke up, your life was a little bit crazier. Welcome to the family one more time for Pat O'Neill, everybody. That's how you do it. It's that easy. You fucking absolutely destroy, you get rewarded. If you just do okay, you don't. If you do bad, you get made fun of, and then you're embarrassed, and then you leave. It's very simple shit. If you're unbelievable, I want to see more of you. It's like common sense. Anything happen? You guys still have fun out there? Make some noise for your next fucking hole. I mean, again, this could be the future. Anything can happen. Make some noise for Action. Hell yeah.
No more even after.
And doing a lot of drugs and dwelling on my traumas. And mushrooms showed me that my biggest trauma was learning that Santa Claus was not real. Here's the thing, when you think about Santa, when you're on mushrooms, you realize that you're talking about Santa for thousands of years. And they're going to keep talking about Santa for thousands of years. And I'm only going to live for like 80 years. So in a way, isn't Santa more real than me?
If number 3 is together, number 2 is worse.
So here's my question. If Santa's not real, and I'm less real than Santa, then why did it feel real when he molested me at the mall? Our trauma is grounded in physical reality.
Number 2 is
what a spooky final one. Spooky is a good adjective for these styles of action. Welcome. Welcome. Actually, we met your black wife earlier. How's being a father going for you? She was so lovely. Actually, how long have you been on stand-up? I've been on it since COVID, but it's been around a decade. Okay, where have you been doing it at? started in New York City. When I left Wall Street, I moved to LA. Then I moved my band from LA to Austin. Your band? Send me your band. The Ancient Asses. Wow, I'm surprised I haven't heard of them. Red Man, you're gonna have a hard time googling them with your search history. You're gonna have to close some tabs. That is amazing. The Ancient Asses. What kind of music do you guys do? We're going with post-psychedelic, Mr. John. Okay. Yeah. And it says here on your website that you were a drummer. I am the drummer, yes. It's amazing, you know. Actually, and I don't even think... I don't know if you know this, Justin. I don't know if you know this. Do you know about this? There's a part of the show every once in a great while, once every 10 episodes or so, when we find out someone's a drummer, they've been drumming solo off. Are you down to do this? All right, Justin, lights down. Put the mic in the mic stand there. We're going to hear a little drum solo from Akshay, who I'm guessing is going to play the drums with his bare hands. Oh, there's no Mexican here, so this is our first ever non-Mexican drum off. This is our first ever Indian black drum off ever. Here we go. Very exciting. Very good, Red Man. Very good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the first ever Indian black drum off. Here he is, Akshay. You can mix the water with the feathers in the pipe. Therefore, I gotta go away from what we wrote on number one that we're talking about mixing it. Wow. All right. Yeah, no, let's do it. Sam, you know what, Justin, before you get back there, because I believe, here, come this way real quick. We're gonna get to you in just a second, because I do believe that in this crazy world we live in, I'm betting that Sam Talon can actually beat Akshay Benben in this drum off. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our first ever Indian white black drum off. That's right. It's the first time you've ever heard that sound effect before. That's Terrorist with the Burns theme and baking soda. Ladies and gentlemen, here to beat Akshay, step back here with Justin so the cameras can get Sam Talon defeating you in your own thing that you do, supposedly. Ladies and gentlemen, Sam Talon on the drums. Oh, shit. Unbelievable. We're mixing on the king, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for the great Justin Heights. Justin, let's bring this party home. Even though, without a doubt, Sam Talon just beat Akshay. Akshay, we're going to bury Sam Talon in his last name. We're going to bury it one more time, ladies and gentlemen. This is Justin Heights. Everybody won except for you, Akshay. I'm just happy to be here. I love it. Akshay, what were you doing on Wall Street? Traditional investment banking. And that, you didn't like that, right? I got my solid decade in. You make good money? I did okay. You save it? I did save it. You still have some. Yes. So you get to live your dreams. You get to play music. You get to do comedy. I wear cool outfits. Thank you. Yeah. Pursuing comedy and music is pretty much all I do. Trying to get it off the ground. I love that. I What else, actually? Do you have a job now, or are you just going off your savings?
I'm just going off savings.
Nice. Very cool. Thank you. How much do you have left?
Enough to be present right now.
Can I guess? And you tell me higher or lower? You're gonna be shit.
That would not be a fun game for me.
Yeah, but it's fun.
Millions of viewers and all. You already had 2 drummers being bands. You're easy on that.
Actually, I'm just gonna guess. $550,000. Is it higher?
Oh, damn. $545,000.
I don't need much more to be happy. That is true. That's a good point. What makes you happy? What brings you great joy other than comedy and playing music? Give us one fun fact about action.
I've been taking shepherding lessons with my dog, learning. Now we're talking. Should have lived with those. Okay. You're nomadic. What kind of things are you going to shepherd? Well, goat is all. Sorry, not goat. Sheep is all. The training facility has. I got too excited for this.
What kind of dog is that? He's a blue heeler. Oh, yeah.
Her name is Wiley.
Well, I once had a friend that had a blue heeler. This was very long. And I actually just bought a shotgun.
It's a dog name, so what were you saying? I'm very sorry. You killed the moment. Move on. No, we can work. I don't think I did.
Do you know why they call them healers? I actually found it.
Your heel?
Yes. Yeah, that's what I do. You knew that, right?
I did know that, and I actually bought him the shot collar. No kidding. That was inspiring. Like Timmy Goodrick's performance.
Yeah.
Legendaries are making that happen, too. We're going to get the nip out. I live with my bandmates, and one of the dog is not one of my bandmates and said,
What do you think it is about that bandmate and the dog?
I don't know. I think is he trying to hit me to see into his past life and doesn't approve? I don't know. That's not all I can think. You should look up his son. Sean Collar, you might like that. Is that a weird kink I don't know about? Sure.
There's Red Band again on the mic. Actually, anything crazy we should know about you? You have a girlfriend?
No girlfriend.
I am into it. What type of woman? You could have any with it.
Well, apparently black.
Alright, okay.
So why do you have this affection for the
Ebony Cubs?
Because it was bestowed upon me by your parents.
Actually, there's a little brown sugar. Just like you, a little brown sugar. Actually, they gave it till Tony debut. And the show just keeps moving on.
Thank you.
You're welcome, actually. There he goes. Time for action, everyone. Alright, your next bucket full of easy to say name. Actually, Min. It's very hard. This one's easy. Joe Jacks. Everyone makes a noise for Joe Jacks. What's up, dogs? Plot of the movie, it's a guy that goes through history, he's like slow, he doesn't know what's going on. I thought you were really funny at first, Gump was involved in a bunch of really racist shit, had no idea. It's like, oh, we did the world for freeze. All of a sudden, dangerous as ghosts. They started burning big tea, and I left until I got hot. It's like in Vietnam. Lieutenant Dash is like waterboarding Vietnamese villagers. Forced the water like, I was thirsty.
You should actually be required to bring.
Yeah, Joe Jack swallow your first time on, right? Yes, sir. Welcome. How long you been on stand-up? 7 years-ish. Where at? Start in Orlando. Okay. Yeah, start in Orlando. I'm 26. Okay, 26. I know I look like a lesbian. I can't bro.
Like Tig Notaro.
That's not cool, man.
I thought you were very nervous when you came out, but you totally landed it, you know?
Yeah, very comfortable, very cozy. It makes sense. You started at 19. Yeah. I was even cuter back then. Saying curse words on stage. They loved it. Very chill. What do you do for work? I'm like blue collar esque. I hang lines like job sites. Hang lines? Yeah, I think D Madness is in here right now. That would be terrible. That'd be horrendous. Wait, he chose the right time to go pee. How long have you been hanging lines for? A few months. I'm still earning my man status. How do you get into the hanging lines business? You just get up for the school. It's gonna work. Or foot ladder.
I think your dog just bit you too many times.
I mean, I am an alpha man.
You're rubbing off on me. With lines, are you in the smokes quite often?
Not really. It's just like construction sites. So we're the finishers. Air conditioning shit is pretty tight. I mean, it is blue collar, and I feel like a man when I say that. But really, it's like the easy shit I can be doing.
That's great. It's good that you found a job like that. How often are you going on dates?
I mean, I was in a little bit of a non-pussy getting era. Now I'm back.
Okay, let's talk about the difference between a non-pussy era and a pussy-getting era.
You know, like spooning
It's an expert.
your pillow, thinking about your ex, and then the non-pussy getting era is like, every couple of weeks. It's like something new.
So, you're on like dating apps and stuff like that?
Yeah, I use Hinge. It's not great. I want to meet someone in real life.
Go to a bowling alley with $100. Yeah, you walk in there with the cool chain, maybe a swinging pair of sunglasses, you know? Yeah, maybe you're black and good at drums too. That'd be a little rhythm.
I can't imagine going up to a stranger.
Why? You went up to a bunch of strangers and you did the job.
And being 42, though,
I want to see what it's. I want to see you talk to a woman. I want to see what it's like when you talk to them. You're so comfortable on stage. I can't believe. Heidi, can we get Heidi up here? Let's see what happens if he tries to look Heidi right in her eyes. Because that's where we all look when Heidi's around. Right in her eyeballs. He's not so looking at me.
Tony, why are you doing
a little fool like Keno?
We are on a sort of a marathon of viewing
other social media. Do everything that they can to get more engagement. Like have ... or read more when there isn't anything to click on it. And the comments are a mess. There's no way to filter them or organize them. And it's unrelated things. And it's like Twitter in particular is just fine with it. They want as much interaction as possible when in reality they're killing their platform because the interaction is fake. People asking questions like, what do you see that's weird here? And then expecting a bunch of people to type comments instead of saying what it really is. This type of interaction should not be rewarded by platforms.
It's really coming out of his shell.
Beautiful emails available for education, schools like work, people with anything in it, somebody put it already this day. But here's like one of the people, money is so many extra sponsors. They all of the
Are we
Whoa.
right now?
Wow. Right off the mark. This is nice. This is a nice surprise. Let's see. But that is
Right now, I'm on Kill Tony. I don't drink.
I'm looking forward. I'm gonna hold you to it. Listen, I don't allow people to go and start from the start. But you insist. That's it. You know, we hold you to it.
Fun fact for those of you that get to linger during the end of the show. Madness comes floating through the curtains like a cartoon smelling of pie. This guy says he hangs blinds, D-Madness. What do you think about that?
Wow. Thank you, Oscar Werner from KMR.
Very amazing interview. Everything went absolutely perfect. You're 19.
Listen, there's a lot of surprises this day.
You started at 19. I don't think anything can stop you. Just keep fucking keep at it. Your next bucket bowl goes by the name of Tyrion and Oakmere.
It's not about the doubt. When that person goes,
I think what he's saying is wrong. What do we have here? Oh! I haven't seen him in a while.
That's what we wish you, your family, and thousands and thousands of listeners from Luda listening to the doc every single day to continue to have a small mission to take many more happy, healthy years, not just for the family and the children. The grandchildren, it's a great grandchildren, as always how we just go contact us.
With no hesitation when he came out right back
I
home
miss
from
you.
Kanye.
You haven't been back last time I called. You missed it. What? It's more. These are surprises.
Pretty amazing, right, man?
What is this?
Welcome to the show, Aaron. I have so many questions for you. Let's start here. We're at Detroit, Jackson.
And see it started without him. So I was considering this. There's no, I'm just going to give all of us a continue to do great work. Good job, kid. But now I have to go because I'm not sure. I have to go. Oh, I can't.
That's where I was born, shit. I don't know. Where kids and stuff.
Very good. Very good. Very good. Okay, let's just, as long as he's really started with Dr. Chocolate. He wrote me a few things in the past. He's a great writer. I like his a lot. I felt I couldn't go on without writing to it. How many military was he? We really got a hustle.
Okay, so,
So
Aaron,
thousands of people learning every single day connecting players in the States. This is the way behind that. effort to make this asking for you for the hours, the effort, the constant adjustment, the recording, the editing, the coordination, so many people plus so many hours. Something that can't be understood from the outside. It's the service to people service. And yes, we're trying to do more. It's not just the effort. Remember, something incredibly powerful about these days, especially around Pesach, when the world feels scattered, when people are in different places, in different schedules. Somehow the third being learning is places in all times.
New article how the United States men's soccer team winning the World Cup Sunday made the biggest event in sports of its century whenever it happens.
On a personal level, the shape has changed me. Be able to hold on onto daily learning, because of even simple moments of being your face on, and moments to be played with. That is a gift, a real gift. And I'll be honest, seeing that long look, with that look in your eyes, saying both exhaustion and some what? That was it, see. Both exhaustion and what? Sounds so much deeper. It doesn't weaken the message. It doesn't weaken the message. It literally strengthens it. It shows the player looks like he was really inspired. More than words that it was, but the closing the past is how we say over and over. The humble and honest privilege to be part of it. And learn from something that goes with experience, sacrifice. The boys say, such a big team, it's a team, and I showed them the other team, and Yoshi working before, so in the morning, Shlomo working, Mark Ashkenazi online. It's a team, it's a whole team, it's unbelievable. Okay, maybe the team, playoff, World Cup, and Simchas Harei, and all of you are big. And they continue to go together to have a life, and we got back.
You're selling chicken and ribs?
Beautiful. All right, now
where are you selling this chicken out of exactly? You're making chicken and selling it tonight out of the back of a bar?
Someday it'll be nice. Actually, we're homelanders.
You sold out of chicken tonight. You made chicken out of the back of a bar?
What? Oh, that's you.
Grilled it at home. Come here to be on Kill Tony or to sell chicken outside of Kill Tony.
The boy said, today's that is touch the back. It's not fake test. It's the one and only, the paradigm of being.
Stereotype.
It's that. They class for paradigm. That's how you change the world. Not even what you live every people so much. A lot of surprises. Just have to stop and get out of there, get a memory about waiting, your small partner, hiding, right.
Article going. Israel needs to avoid stairs at all costs and make everything ramps. There needs to be a ramp revolution in Israel. Everything is like old school, and it needs to be accessible for people in wheelchairs. And it's just better to do long term, less injuries, less people falling.
I said, please visit me. I haven't seen you for a while, but since I'm going,
with the difference between famous Dave's and Sweet Baby Raisin's.
Can you describe it? It's one of the most
seven measurements for legalism.
I always think Sweet Baby
We
Ray's
just finished talking about
type
the
application
2 or
there.
3 measurements
I mean,
for solids.
Not so
Well,
different, you and I.
now I'm talking about the different measurements
See, like
for
right now,
the
this is-
the ones that tell us what we need each and every one.
Alright, Aaron.
So we start off, it kind of starts off with the largest one.
It's a black.
In the hot tea.
Medium jumbo.
So
There
then,
you go, pal.
according to
There
the
you go, Aaron
calculation,
McPhail.
it is about 7 liters. That's it. We'll be right out here. So that's all some of the sheer is. Now, within
anything that
7 liters, and it goes all the way down to a quarter of a liter. We call today a release. So on Pesach night, we're supposed to do quite a release. That's the smallest thing. And according to what it is, that's approximately 150 milliliters. A quarter is 22 times off, it's 86. And according to Moshe Feinstein, we want to be matched on 100 milliliters. It's easier to remember. The way people remember is
Tony, I love you, but I think that was probably the worst
Salt,
moment in the history of the show.
is 80, and the salt is 86 milliliters according to times off. And according to calculation, place pugroom, which equals 1/5. And pretty much somewhere between it's 2,000 to 100. Okay.
You guys
So
still having fun out there?
we start off with the largest measurement. This starts off, but then we'll see that it's according to you, we start off with the lowest measurement. With enough liters, we might have said, but I'll really start. The largest measurement is about 7 liters according to this, much less. 4 liters according to milk. The chatzin, there was a measuring cup that was a half a day. Half of that measurement. And we have fishes that is ורביעס מחשבת ציונים, right? לוב, בואי, חצי לוב, ורביעס הלוב, דיבר. These are the same.
Which makes sense if you think about it. Because
The first month of Shabbos after the dinner, so he asked for some microphone. We've already put the
it's a very beautiful place, filled with beautiful people.
and he said, no.
Very low
Okay.
A lot of people know Napa is a
He
wine country.
explained that
They don't know that it's not.
his wife insisted
Stands for no
on
African people.
that he should use this cup because she got it from neutral. This stuff that now that she's not around anymore, he doesn't take to use it and he wants to be naked on the street. In other words, that's something different. I know you want to be not doing that. When we get to Pesach, as soon as she
A reasonable person would not trust the very first time anymore. Considering all of the times that they've been caught lying and had to years or decades later apologize. And going back to like the founding of the country, and you could get into the broken contracts with indigenous people, the fact that the country enslaved people, the fact that the country treated people as 3/5, the fact that the Jim Crow laws existed, the fact that there have been perhaps like improper reasons to go to wars. All of these reasons to a reasonable person should mean that they just shouldn't trust what is being told to them by their leaders in the United States. Zoot. Riser says, "What's up, son?" What up, baby?
7 different measuring cups. who's
Did
one
you
of
know
the
one of the
demarcations in it.
reported?
I can see that.
Or Chatzin Kalayo.
Did you know that?
I mean, I knew something like it's like
the largest measuring didn't
50 to 60 million people
The hin
in the last like 40 years or something.
Lasted forever. But there's no purpose for it afterwards.
Okay, how many is it? Well, that's in the United States. I don't know about the United States.
Maybe you say it's a little bit, but you have to have 7.
Why do you have that?
Something like that. Yeah.
Why do you have it?
Yeah, that's great.
Hello, when you think you say it's a little bit,
Yeah, but I mean, like a lot of those might not even be like real people, like real kids. Might be just like a collection of cells.
That's what they the oil
It's subjective. It's up to the person. I have a very interesting argument on the matter, and I feel that this is it's kind of like argument ad absurdum, but like basically, imagine you have a woman who is gonna live forever. Does she have the right to take her kid out of, like, prevent their birth even after the child has been born? If she's gonna be living forever, why should she have to have this annoying thing if she doesn't want it?
What do you need it for?
I think
Within reason.
Do you know why you put it forever?
Why is that, big man?
So in fact,
Because you're streaming. NFL things that are not considered a moral gag are considered really
Mark, this is why
we don't really treat things that way. Like, look at like a book from a few hundred years ago. We don't hold the author of it necessarily accountable. We understand that that was the world in which they were living.
You just take the half look measure. Yeah, and the 3 times you get 1.5 look. What's the problem?
Yeah. I guess.
He tells them after he's ready to.
Are you ready to lose? Are you sure?
Small battles. Why? Because there's an idea.
All right,
dude.
I'm gonna beat you,
So
and I'm gonna choose the games at which I'm gonna beat you. You haven't beaten me while I've been focused on Dice Party in years. Are you ready?
Yep.
Are you sure?
Yes.
You're positive? It's on, baby.
You know what? He says the reason why you need 1.5 movies.
Dude, you're already down 40 points.
You cannot use one measuring device for something else. It has one purpose. You can't try to measure 1.5.
Dangerous play. Dangerous play, Zoo.
We learned in the Mishnah there was different demarcations, marks, like your wife's measuring cup. It says a cup, a half a cup, a quarter cup. So 2, there's one measurement, but it has different markings. Why does the Mishnah say that according to review that goes from the smallest amount that
I know, big man. You gotta calm down. I gotta see how you're in the lead. Because you're not.
Omer Bechnon, Beirutze Midois begin. When you fill up the cup and
Yeah, big dog.
wine goes
Dude, you're down
over
40
the
points.
rim.
You haven't gotten a 5x in a long time.
That he started off the small shear and went up and climbed up. The statue.
What are you doing? Hey, did your girl show up?
And I gave one measurement to Moshe Rabbeinu.
Excellent. Did you get to hang out?
You should measure it.
Yeah.
There you go.
And you'll see that there'll be like a.
John's
No.
All right.
You're going to try to take the two. I gave you reviews. Take two reviews. Take two of those, and you'll make.
I just saw
Look at you, son.
It didn't become cut. Why?
Hashem
gave more than
I don't know. What did you write her?
Take from this, and
You said I wrote her.
So when you start,
Yeah, she said she's coming next.
She wants to come here next week.
And then you said I wrote her.
With the larger one, that's not how it works. It's going to fall to the side. Explain a little bit more.
And I asked, what did you did?
Yes, you did. So let's see what we did. First of all, this is the over. When it goes over the rim.
Zoot, you're down 61 points. But that's big. That is big, son. Zoot.
So I that pipe that I know that by the floor.
I know what I played. I'm not telling.
So during when it goes above, it reminds me, this made a big impression on me. If some Zalman asks, talks about making kosher bracha, and it says that what's the lashon? Basically, he brings him back. The Gemara says that that to have drops of the wine on the outside of the cup is not common. So ask your friends, if you're supposed to fill up kiddush above the ribs, what do you mean it's not child? Every time you do that, it's
what up, Pam?
And the fact that the Gemara says that it's not common, you think that you're gonna go over, and it's actually slightly below the rim. And I took that to heart when I read what he said. And I don't go above. I go up to, a little bit below maybe. My guest looking at what's going on. I said you shouldn't go. You shouldn't have the shayach. Maybe I shouldn't. It's made a big impression when I was learning the subject. Like, wow.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yes, sir.
Abai Omar, the Kule Alma Berutze Amido is Ikila Meimar Niskachu. Vikila Meimar Niskachu. Says Abai. When it comes
Chance.
to
It's not chance, it's chance.
Overflow, whatever you want to call it. You can go both ways. You could say that according to everybody, it's Kadosh. It has Dusha B'Kli according to everybody. It doesn't have Dusha whatever.
You need a 4, son.
The famous pasuk Shneihem Milayim. So the word Milayim, what does it mean? Mando Omar Milamalo Lamata. According to the mayor, that he started with the hinge, the largest measurement went downward. Kosabar Milayim Shlei Chasev Shleios. The word Milayim means it has to be exact. It should be full, not too much, not below the level. Mando Omar Milamalo Lamalo. According to the review, that they go from the smallest share, go from the reveals all the way up to the head. The lame shlei chassid means that it should be full, meaning that
One more, baby.
below
Garbage.
the lame period of makeup. You go too much. It's fine. Why? Because, and this you could explain it before as well. When you go from a smaller vessel to a larger vessel, you're gonna have that foam, have those bubbles. And that always, even though you had the right amount to start out with, but when you start pouring it into the cleat, into a larger cleat, it's going to foam up and it's going to create more. Like when you pour soda, obviously when you pour soda, but even with wine, similar, it has certain bubbles, and that's why it's okay to have more. If you get smaller cleat from larger, it's okay to have more. But according to the from the larger cleat, the smaller cleat, you don't have those bubbles that much, and therefore that's the exact. Okay. Reb Shimon asked the bottom question. It's not necessary to have this giant thing. What do you need it for? Shapir called on Reb Shimon. He said, well, you're right. We don't use it now. But once once upon a time, used it. The sentimental value.
Give me 5.
Garbage,
dude.
Since for generations you don't need it, if you show that the Ignaz, the famous Ignaz, sometimes Chacham took something and made it gniza, put it away forever. So they took this hin and they buried it because it doesn't serve any purpose. The Idach and the other man says, even the Hava, once we have that measuring cup stays in the closet in the Mikdash and stays there forever. It says, since I don't have the hin, I got rid of it, so now I'm left with 6 kilo with 6 measurements. So what am I going to do instead? I said, so you won't have 7. What happens if you don't have 7? Nothing happens. You have 6. No. We'll learn the few days that there's a halacha l'moshe. Gemira means halacha l'moshe Sinai, that you have to learn two korbanos.
All right.
You know when a person brings an individual korban,
Last game.
When Tzibur brings a korban, you learn the leading reel.
I'm playing just this game. That's it. And then I've got other shit. 3, 2, 1, go.
Those 7 measuring cups. Now you have to figure it out. You have to know. We have to break our heads. Come up with the 7. What is it?
Did you expect that?
It's not this in. We're not using this in anymore.
Yeah,
so it must be
easier.
1.5 loaf. No, there's only one measuring device and it had a mark. Asking, let's let it realize. He doesn't. What about the halacha l'mishmesina? We just blessed it. No, he doesn't have the halacha l'mishmesina. We might say my sheva midois. Sheva midois. He does, but halacha l'mishmesina didn't say 7 measuring cups. It said 7 shiurim, 7 measurements. You could use all. You can measure the 1 cup. All you need to do is make marks in it. Now the mission is going to go through all the measures. What do you do with each one? I'm always going to help it out a little bit. What do you do?
Do you have a 10?
No, we don't really talk about this part of the mitzvah. We're very familiar. Mitzvah, like the blood on the thumb and on the toe, big toe, and on his ear, and on the whole thing, oil, blood. But there's one part where he has 2 birds, and you shuffle 1 bird, and you put the blood of that bird into the water. It came from a live stream, a maga. These are things that flew in. We have newer and better, but whatever. This is what I think. So, Revi is mine on the Tzara. He needs Revi is mine. For Revi is Shemen, Lim Nasir. So the Nasir is our Turjuman.
What up? Yeah.
And he brings Chalos. And you need a Revi is oil in the Chalos.
Whatever that guy plays, we have to say bullshit.
Chatzilug, what do you do with the half a loaf? Chatzilug, mine was soita. You know, the soita, she brings her and they take the Megillah with her son's name, the children, they put it into the sword. It was a half a little one. The Chatzilug, Shaman, the soita. The matzah bread is 10.
Okay, well, how about you go?
Matzah bread together. A half a little bit more.
Do you think that guy gave up?
Every mincha gets a little. Every Sorry gets one word. Every sorrow of a mincha gets one load. So if you're going to make one giant mincha, which is 60 that's the largest one, it says that's the roy the bila, color roy the bila, color roy the bila, ain't bila makebes. If you can mix it. The largest amount that you can mix is 60s, right? It requires 60 loaves. The mincha shishim sorry, no, it's not shishim. Better let me Yaakov have to mincha shishim.
What up, baby?
Even a lot of 60 shred of flour. Not 60 loaves shaman. Shenem mark is that there's a possible mincha of mincha. For any mincha, you get one mincha. It says the Mishnah. Shisha the pie. 6 loaves. In other words, a half a hin. Because the Mishnah talks about a full hin, half a hin, a quarter of a hin, a third of a hin. So what do you do with the half a hin? That's for the pie, which is 6 loaves. Arbal ayil, which is a shlish hin, goes for the red. Shlosh lekevas revisa hin goes to the shlosh metzla menorah. 3.5 loaves for the menorah. Chatzilug we call menorah. Each candle gets a half a loaf. Got to Rabbi. Oh, that's a lot of oil. Think about it. If a revius is 150 milliliters, so you're talking about 300 milliliters. It's a lot, like 2 kiddush cups. Whatever it is, if you cut it off, it's 86. So you still have 2 kiddush cups. Yosef Rebbe B'Kofashin, why do you need to? Why did Moshe Rabbeinu have to be mekadesh the revius hagul? Why didn't we do so? If it's also to give the kedusha to the water of the mitzvah, like the Mishnah says, it's outside of the azara. Or outside of this. I mean, Rashi says outside of that Zara. On the base.
Zoo.
He knows here, and if it's smart for the oil,
you got bullshit.
The bread becomes published through the shkita, we say. Yep. All the European Shaboya Moida the Chaviti going on. The Yeshem and the Kochal of the Chal. It's in order to measure one revius, 1 kiddush cup's worth of oil for each and every challah, and there's 6 challahs in the morning. We said 6 challahs in the afternoon. Each challah got a revius. Hurry alei. So and it's interesting. We're gonna have the Gemara a few sukkim that we're so excited. Hurry alei. Hurry alei eretz merch ishatzos. He comes from a far out country. Baba, Ishatzos. He's a man who gives 80s. It's like Rabbi Yodesh Satmarov said, when I'm in Chutz La'aretz, so people come and they give me money. When I go to Israel, people come and they ask me for money and they give me 80s and 80s. He comes from a far place and gives me an Eitzah. He told me good shit. The turning of the today because every shit that happened was first read. Okay? What do we got? Okay. Chatzilug me ho yom nishamsh. Those are Rebbe B'Kofashin Chatzilug lo nishamsh. So it says in the Mishnah, what do you do with that? It's for the soita. to the top. Those are really the bachelor. Coxy would love a new shop. He saw it all. The water, where's the water? It's the best I could do. I know we have much better. Our stuff, this I got from Lashon. What it is, already a Yoshi. He did whatever he could do, and that was it. The water comes from the kiyah. And the kiyah itself has a dusha, and it gives and infuses dusha into the water. So why do you have to do Kaddish again?
Wait, what?
If he's willing to do the Kedusha, mind the Doishim, she comes straight out of the faucet. He tied gives to the oil of the Taida. Nachmi Taida, which is the bread, and the Taida become Kaddish, like we said before, the same idea, from the sheet of the carbon. You don't need a special food to be Kaddish. We just had him earlier, Shimon, the son of God, said, with this, half a load, this is how we divided the oil for the menorah. And once again, we have a new pasuk, very strong. We call them a very strong. I guess that's where the yeshiva got its name. Very strong, it's a great name.
Okay.
I can tell you that. I can tell you one thing, Rabbi.
What's that, Zoo?
I don't see it.
Full story.
Maybe it was his own word. Interesting.
Bullshit.
I don't see it. Very strong.
Dude, you guys weren't paying attention. I almost let them win.
That's exactly what it is. Oh.
I can't.
Okay, new places here. Omer good. There she comes up. What happens if the menorah extinguishes itself in the middle of the night? Now what happens? You know, like your menorah on Hanukkah, the wick, the black wick falls into the oil. It muddies up the oil. The wick itself becomes terrible. Okay, so that's what you do. Mitiva, you should clean it out. First you clean it out, then you redo the whole thing. Add the oil, add a wick, and you light it at the roof. Those remember Zrika become a violate, so Zrika asks, when you fill it up with oil, can either Rishonim, she give a half a loaf, start all over with the whole half a loaf. Okay, so perhaps, let's say, from half a loaf, half of that went down, so now you left with the revias. You're missing a revia. So pour in the revias. Why start off with the full amount? It's already lit for 3-4 hours. I'll tell you what. She did the community Rishonim. Obviously, you have to start all over again with the full amount. Because if you have to add whatever's missing, might be so. If you're gonna, how are you gonna know what's missing? Now, if you came in the Mishayr, maybe you're gonna measure with one of your measuring cups. You're gonna take whatever's left over and put it in the measuring cup.
This game is so long.
And now you see the measuring cup that it's let's say you have a reviews. You're missing a reviews.
Yeah.
Let's say you have a half a reviews. So you know you have to put 3/4 of a loaf, whatever it is. But you have to measure it in a special measuring cup. That's only good. You have 30, 40 different measuring devices because every time it extinguishes at different periods of the night, you have to measure exactly. So that's the Gemara. That can't be. It can't be that you're taking the leftover oil and putting it into measuring device. And can't shed a midah. Not just the midah stupa. Many measuring devices. That's my raya that we don't have to measure. And just start all over from the beginning. Just put it in half a load and shalom.
28 cards, dude.
28 cards. So, Rashi explains that Dorcha definition of kedusha.
What's that, dude?
Sharpness. Kedusha because you're so sharp, you set a great shot. Nami and the Mamish with Furush, freebie, Omer of Omer bit, Ami Lomer, Abomer bit, Halil Omer, marriage of such if one of the hands of the nerve goes out, and Dashan Hashem and Dashan Sila, the oil got discolored and the wick is no longer. Okay, so those always should be still. Mekiva, he cleans it, the noise of Shaman, Kemidor, Rishoyna, the original, look, for this, Radiko, and Omar, Rabuna Brenner of Yudo, Omar Abshish. Says Gemara, Mordika Kiddush that nobody knows. The Lord the Adaf knows.
You gotta help me.
That the menorah is flexible. The gold is very flexible. And in order to clean out, perfect. This is the glass that holds the oil. How are you going to clean it out? If it's stationary, how are you ever going to clean it out?
I'm the one bullshit.
The only way to do it is if you but how do you turn it over? You take the stem of the menorah and you bend it down. Boom. Upside down. Like this. And then you bend it out. Beautiful. Let's take a look.
That's right. So can I just put 4 cards down every time?
These are, you have like a tweezer device, you have a fork, you have like a shovel. And take a look over here. It's bent downwards. The boy said it's bent.
So then I basically, like, no matter what, win.
Interesting fork he has over there. I would be tweezer and that's okay. Comes out the whip. But once it's bent downwards, Kosovar keeps it equal. It says it's made out of block, mixture, and it's a hard piece. I'm a nerve in there, it was one piece. It didn't come apart. You can't unscrew it. It wasn't made out of different pieces. Even the voyage, since you have to clean it out, you love the talking about it. If not for the fact that it was flexible, but having the type of you wouldn't be able to clean it out ever. Basically, I'll ask you a question.
Champion.
How do you champion.
I had all the cards, but the thing is, nobody could stop me, so I was just putting down anything.
Wipe it down, the sponge with the sponge.
It's like a little. Yeah, you should. Get some sleep, dog.
Then there, the top part never moved. Didn't move. This part stayed stationary. Says, how do you clean it? So I asked Yosh to do something, and look what he did. Mamish Erev Yom last night. If this is the top of the menorah, the cup of the menorah, so I had I remember them selling something like this, like a metal piece. That a piece made out of gold that sat on top, and they would slide it open, take the wick, clean it, pouring the oil through that hole, and put the wick right back into that hole. Now, I do want to say, I asked you to do it in another shape instead of difficult at that point to do it. It was more like, the shape was more like a canoe, like a boat. It wasn't a round shape. That's okay. This is for illustrative purposes only. What does it mean? I said, people are not going to understand me. The piece of gold on top. And when he moves, they're not going to why is it for? And then when he puts the oil in, then he closes it up. He puts the oil through the Or wasn't it that kind of design Mahoigas, design Menoyer, and yourself, poison and Akiko? The Menoyer and the top glass, the part two with the oil in, all comes from that one piece of gold, which weighed about, what, 50 pounds, I think we said it was. There ain't no compel like the seven of people. These guys, the tools that remove the whips and the oil, cleans it out, that was not part of it. The lawyer itself like a crown side. They don't come up with it. Let me again, this is a leak. The lawyer is supposed to not keep it. The whole lawyer came from the big block of gold. The lawyer itself like a crown like itself. Mark, how many people on YouTube? I'm curious. 3, 5, they're young.
In 2026, man, you a bitch, okay? Listen, let me
And then
tell
when
y'all
the
something.
big
Money's
chunk of gold,
picture, and life is perspective.
and then it says it's
If I pull my
the lawyer
bank
said,
account up right now,
wow,
and I cover up
5
that little
people
hyphen,
in New York,
man, I'm rich as
and
fuck.
almost 50 people on
Hey, shit, you
49
can
people
tell
on
me.
YouTube. Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, I'm broke.
That's what it's like.
And I'm not
Very long
broke
piece.
because I go to the
Thirsty to
strip
cut it.
club.
Thirsty to cut it.
But I do go to the strip club, even though I'm
Don't
broke,
do
you
this in 2
know?
hours.
When I
You
go
have
to
to
the
finish
strip
up
club,
here,
I go
upload
for
the shit, you do another shit real quick and ready for young
Yeah,
people.
but it's $20
Start
to get
work.
in.
Sabi to
So
say
when
that.
I go to the strip club, I
So,
got $20.
says, when the time you stick to one more
And a
thing,
lap
says
dance is
the
about
actual
$40.
cup that
So when
told
I go to the
the
strip club,
oil
I'm
is
looking for a
not
bargain.
made
Yeah,
out
I'm
of
walking that
that
bitch like
people.
I'm Indian. I'm looking for a very good deal.
But you see, the lawyer is someone who come at yourself for the people. Like one says that the cup did come and the other one says not. They all agree that the food, I thought the sign here, the argument about that. The sign here is all for the actual Isa.
I have 25, not me 26.
Okay, how long did it stand up?
The lawyer had a one
Years
people
over here in
resolved.
Austin.
The lawyer
I
was
started in Columbia, South Carolina.
The lawyer says, how do you know that it comes to the food?
The scene out there real small,
I'm a
so I
lawyer
was like,
as any
fuck
all
yeah,
that
I was
came
going
away,
through
all
some
the
things
stuff.
at the time. I was
No,
broke,
because you
man,
might not
shots,
want to
landscaping.
maybe
I was like, fuck yeah, I
the
decided I was
freezer
going to live in my
and
car.
the Ford.
I was
I'm a
driving
lawyer
a
could suck.
2001
Only
Ford
the lawyer
Focus as a two-door, tiny fucking car.
lawyer
I was like, I'm living in the shower. I went to Orlando, Florida. I
That's a
lived in
lot
my
of
car out there for like a month and just like tested it out.
We
And then
read
I
from
came out
the
here.
study of the
And I was
cups are
having
not
a blast
included
in
in
Florida,
that
you know,
one
but
cup of
then
gold.
when I came
And
out here, I
I
was
think
like,
it is.
yeah, this shit don't, you know, out here, the
There's
market
another
is
one.
saturated.
I believe in 140 or something like that. Let's go to the whole lawyer, Bowman, I keep. If you're a Republican, says,
Can you tell us
that
the
only
difference
the
between,
lawyer
can you explain it to the people
from
because they don't all know what the difference between being
they might
homeless
go
in
down
Orlando
to
and
7 and
homeless in
sell
Austin?
and
It's
you all
like,
with the part of the
Orlando's
Samuel
right in the
that
middle
the
of Florida. So
cups
like, I
and
was
the
living in my
tools
car, so I
from
could go
that
anywhere. I was
gold.
living on the beach, man, going to Daytona,
There's
going
other
to
things.
Tampa.
Well, I'm a guy in this
Orlando's
fucking
fun.
man.
And, you know,
Why
there's
is it?
people in
What are they
Orlando,
using
they're
cups?
having
All
Florida
these
in general,
things.
having so much fun.
So
Everyone's
cables
kind of
is
homeless out
this
there.
also
In
goes the
spirit,
same. They come
everyone's
from gold,
spiritually
but not
homeless
from
in
the
Florida.
same chunk of gold.
Nobody goes
The
to
different
Florida
gold
to
in
find
the
themselves, you know?
After the war, but at least in the I don't need the pulse to that. It's the original pulse. It's his name. So, you know, we can help each other. Hey,
My sister's name is Sophie.
My sister's name is Sophie. My name's Sam.
Oh, right there.
The freezer and gold.
Wait, your sister or mine?
Oh, I hate yours now. Hey, I'll fuck yours and fuck mine, bro.
He's got a box.
Wow.
The cover
That's a good deal.
is made out of
She
gold.
does. You are her style. I'll say that.
Salt that I mean, I know he named that screen master. What's that? Anybody who's never been to know. And it has a piece of metal that covers the gold and covers black. From Wayne, from the acid. I tell you if I got my money, so I would think that the player says, listen, this is going to be some black. Let us all go to you. If you want gold, go use the top quality. Use gold. You want to use gold, but it's not the top quality. It's going to
Sammy,
get
you're
better.
a very naturally
Well,
funny
not
young man. Tell us more
that's why I
about
need
your
a puzzle
life.
to tell you no. You make it for the pure, pure. The police are like, you don't
I'm
do it.
very young,
Thank
but
you for being
I've
here.
lived a lot
You
of
should
places.
have respect for all
You
the
know, I've had a
editors,
lot of
the
jobs.
artists, the ocean, the stop.
I didn't go to college because that's retarded. Yeah, I
What jobs have you done? What have you been doing?
well, when I first moved to I moved to America when I was 16. I don't from England.
What?
Yeah.
These people saying
anything nowadays to knock it.
This isn't like I had a weird childhood.
How'd you end up being born in England?
I wasn't born in England. I was born in Malaysia.
Okay. So you went from Malaysia to England, and then England to America. What was the?
Yeah, kind of. So my earliest memories were in Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah. I think I was like conscious of like because I don't remember anything before then, but I was in Atlanta.
Thank
And
you
then
for
my family lost their green card, so we moved to
Thank
Trinidad.
you for being a part of it. Thank you for not falling off
Trinidad,
the dock.
Tobago. It was a
All
good
you
time.
guys out
Yeah.
there in the face of
Lived there for
programs
like
all over
3
the
years.
world.
Parents got divorced. I moved to England.
But I
My
keep on sending
brother,
these
my
pictures, keep
mom,
on
my
sending these
sister, they moved to
emails.
South Carolina.
I
When I
want
was
to mind all
16,
along.
I moved to
This is
South
Spirits
Carolina.
Arena.
And
In
yeah, South
Kutzmar,
Carolina.
it's 5 days now. Are you young? Well, or well,
Made you live at 16 to South Carolina.
you should
So
go
I
out
was living
to
with a teacher
the
because
sponsor
the
of
boarding
today's
school I was
Spirits
going
Arena.
to closed
And
down.
sponsor of Spirits Arena if you want. We're forced out to more than the rest
So I
of
was
the
in boarding
course
school,
and
the boarding
you
school
can
closed down.
go on mdwhite.com and sponsor. The boy said, check this out. You saw Mr. smack in the middle. Wasn't able to get to the actual place, so it's closed down for most people, but he tried to get as close as possible. He goes every single week on Friday.
She had family and shit.
Okay,
She had aunties. Yeah, she
Now I know where the other people are.
and she
Okay, I
knew that I
got it.
had to finish like
This is
secondary
a
school
brother
out
in
there,
law
so she
to
was like,
his
you
left,
finish your last year.
second from the left,
Didn't even finish
and
it,
it's
so
what's the
it would have been nice.
Oh, Joey, your voice, I check this out.
It wasn't.
I get working in
So 16, you're in South Carolina. What was it like getting to like hang out with your mom for the first time?
First time, I mean, it wasn't the first time, but it was it was nice, but it's like, I was away from her for a while, so it's like, you go away from your parents, you go back, they think you're still like, you're like traumatized now.
From base to base to fence free,
Naturally.
beautiful young peculiar family,
So Sam,
and
there you
has
are,
much
and
to
now
say.
you've moved here. How
Just
long have you
for
been in
photo of Levine. Love you. Just follow the stuff, okay? Just that was a surprise, bro. Thank you. Whoever arranged all the stuff, the consortium, maybe Mark, the consortium, just try out. The official edition of One Shots for Voice Out. I just have to say that it's everybody right now, and I do the sheer, it's like 1 o'clock in the morning, Mark is on 2 o'clock. And now we have to before nothing so that everybody's all caught up, especially those living in a show. Don't have something like this, and they're going to be wondering here. So we're hustling it out as quickly as possible. Sleeping very little, and then coming up, we'll catch up on the Z's. So we trust everybody for understanding. Here goes the official edition of One Shots, and something on the random movie families, heard by anonymous with gratitude by Sean. Official edition shots for that design. Gathering family gratitude for such success and good outcomes homemade. The second sponsor is our dedicated memory of our lady, the small borrowing, I, 3, Roy. The second sponsor by Joe Galaxy, the college Jackie Galaxy, and I'm the professor of the food graph schools. Our family is originally for our great for the politics and the community. Anonymous will say more. The most of them is wrong, anonymous for the people who stay in the responsibility of access to the soil mouth. Always got to speak about this other person, which is how you have to look at Staggering, sending girls and families on the island, staying out of the very things and meaning of life. Many Almighty, yes, and Martin Denny, and all of our Eastern Trucking UI have been broken down part. Harry Samuel, 4, Raymond, Ordinary Court, the Mirror, he's a multi-spot. Lucas Thompson, in honor of Mark Ashman. Thank you for constant generosity and giving of your time, particularly today. On there at Youngton, your efforts are greatly appreciated by all who want to share the consortium. It's not understood by itself to say it is a little down there. In other words, a person will sit here and run each room on an air junket, and it doesn't get much out of it. There's no who Mark Ashman is different behind the scenes. NDY Art for the month. before saying about the other time people in Denver to drop off, I said he came to visit me. I didn't see him for a while, but he took me on door. He just wanted a hug. I gave him two hugs. That was playing on the floor, playing on one side, and that's there. He loved one side, and that's there. That was good. I went to color. But please, ולפרוש היום אני עוזר היום אסתר. בוא ניסי, here we go. Holding my brand new mission. Again, I was both my Rahmanis on the Shir of the Flaming.
Alright,
This year,
I think you're really putting out
relatively
signing up. You might want to keep writing. You're doing everything right.
And they just showing that another easy time.
Okay, this guy has been signified that he is on the inside representing you. The audience of Rare inside bucket pool. So this should be interesting. Normally this is half right, and they say I didn't think I was going to get pulled. Anything can happen. Big slice for Caleb Andrews. Everybody wants to see Caleb.
Different voices coming out of my voice. Change the setting. The setting is the change, and it won't happen anymore. Something to listen to the Hebrew Shir is going to be unbelievable. Because we like trying to do this. Not very successful. Not there anymore.
The Rare Insight Bucket.
Now, I use them even for wine. There's wine, like, big should you even bring a carton of wine, just wine, but bring it together with fun and I don't know, where do you get this stuff? If you're fighting about uniting two places, how fun do you get? It actually rhymes.
Not just universal basic income, but whatever the definition of that is.
The alpha male, the alpha, the number one. Shneil Lahan thinks Remo is Love Bahar second on the list is Remo Love Bahar. It's like Signal by Big Dog and the replacement Signal in the value. All I wrote is very true. All land, we once had all land, and like I said before, all land in the first year was essentially left and the ignorant was only from Mexico. So all I wrote is all land, you need all city. Now you get all land, you get French wine, you get Italian wine, Spanish wine. It's all good. Oh, I want to say change. I mean, you kind of it's better to be green. And maybe when you base as long as you're not green from fertilized vineyards, it doesn't taste good. Or in winter slopping, or vineyard that needs irrigation and cannot depend solely on the rain. You know, we're not going to live on the rain. And there are vineyards that simply through the planted through the vines. That not relying on parents, but that's you might use that. Maybe if you did do it for such a vineyard, it's possible. And maybe now remember, I used to was going to be raised that were completely ripened by the sun. So they're super sweet, not good enough. The main problem is if you not that it's fun. Hey, the beginning of this is going to throw everybody's food. We all know that this wine is better than regular wine. It's not going to be something else. If it's more than a year old, no good. Like my father not cheering us to consultants. Hey, we're going to leave up, sorry. This is more of an African picture we said before. I used to make muscle. You don't bring sweet wine, maybe we some and not smoke wine. But it was very good at smoking a lot of the guys that understand meat, like Fabianski and they have smokers. Smoking meat. That's great for me. Also the yayin. Not wine rice. The lemon bushel are not cooked wines. Today, the bushel is a big thing. You cook the wine, you bring it up to some degree, and bring it down so that it's a big problem again. The bushel is familiar. The baby, and it is in the bushel. The wine, you smoke like really some dog, also, even the very sweet wine. They may be in have the You don't breathe.
Can you do one of your lines
First
from
of
the
all,
hit?
this, and I go back. And the reason is,
It's like I was there.
you want them to be hello, man, right?
This
We
is
are
the
used to
most
the
white trash
like a
thing
foot.
you've ever
Ones
seen
that
in
are
fucking
touching the ground.
Mississippi.
I'm going to show you this for a second.
That pops in your head. It's the dog, the mayor.
So young. So young.
No, man, honestly. You ever seen anybody like eat a sandwich while having chewing tobacco in their mouth?
Absolutely, that's common.
You can think of.
It's too old.
The gas station is not red enough. That's pretty white trash. Like we have a little Shell station. People just go up and hang out.
Very beautiful.
Yeah. This is what a young wine looks like.
You see, they're like the average kind of guy, the kind of guy can't afford it and fucking new red wine that costs $30. And the wealthy guy that comes with the gift, and I have to say, the person, it's a great time for me to think. This year, I received over 25 bottles, but really expensive bottles. I'm talking bottles with $200 rates. Enough. 25 bottles. So I'm
Chicken and rum and then sell it to
I opened up a bottle basically every season.
He actually cuts hair.
And tell them, if you want to have simple sales, you come to my table. I went around and I was generous. I got 25 bottles. But especially the Herzog family for sending the whole case.
Caleb, any other crazy fun facts that you find interesting about your life before you get
I really like
Fun story. I'm married into a dog, or dated into a dog. It's my wife's dog. Previously.
no, it's a
Yeah,
big
dogs like children. So he was our great child. And basically,
country like that, that should have access to the ocean to major issues. And the way that this can be done is in a similar way to see how Los Angeles has like a strip of land that's basically just like the 710 freeway or something like that that goes into the Long Beach area. A similar strip for landlocked countries in Africa. And then there could be a bridge that goes over that could continue to be the country that is preventing the other country from getting to the bottom. Like a land bridge.
So we gave him to my mom. Well, my mom just happened to.
All right. And then somebody sent me, who was it? Do you remember? Oh, yeah. Arnold gave me the Stone Magnet.
Funny fact, at my bank,
And she was watching the Stones. One of them, 2004, 2016, and 2021. Beautiful stuff.
So
But it stayed there. I'm not going to say the spouses. I don't want to tell anybody, but it stayed there.
So
I
we now know the owners of the dog. And she's like,
More
Mary, I
about
was like, oh, it's Cheryl's dog. It's like,
Tasted every place we did in the country.
You actually answered the most white trash thing I
Okay.
ever had.
Thank you. Thank you.
While simultaneously answering the fun fact question about your life. It was you. You were the white trash guy.
Yes,
It's the mysterious dog that is obviously the life of was dog. With a million, I was eating Cheetos off kids' faces one day. Next thing you know, the house is on fire. I'm just a simple dog, and then I had a new owner, and then
Most people should be
he hasn't always been attracted to arsonists. Yeah, that's where I was going next.
But
The mom's
also
house on fire. We kind of glazed over that
that
pretty
are
quickly.
worship
Were they in an argument or something?
cultivate them twice a year.
Fulton, Mississippi. I almost forgot.
Twice a year.
Actually, in Fulton County is the
Wait,
county, and they're actually like
you don't put them in
like
large barrels.
meth spot during the Civil War. What are you talking about?
Those magnum, large barrels.
Civil War was
That
in
was
like
the he was
1861,
constantly
1865, that one.
dog. When the mountains are public, I feel you ever notice it's always we on the top, you don't fill up the wine all the way to the top. Because you recognize that if you want you want it to have some air space in the mouth to have some aroma when you open it up, it pops out. And what do you feel?
I'm sure
You'll
whatever
take
it
to the
was
top.
gave some
You
pretty
may have
powerful
muffin
effects.
because of it. Looks like flour.
You smoked
Means
crack.
mold. There it is. Mold on the top. Remote to Chanel. Don't take to the bottom of the barrel of the shell. Some sediments that settle on the bottom. Everybody knows when you pour some bottles, I didn't really have it over here at my youngsters, but sometimes you pour a bottle and it's sediment on the bottom, it gets into the wine, and you don't really like it. That's when you put it in let's be clear. Well, maybe Shalisha Manso. You have like a faucet in the center of the barrel, shot exactly where it is, but in the third of the barrel, that's where you pop it over because it has
Okay, so last year, it's my wife's birthday tonight.
the mold. The bottom is no longer there as a settle.
Saturday night, that's native siren.
Basically, but how do we check the quality of the wine? I think the guy you should have come to the other really once the bubbles are coming off the mold and that sort of stuff. If you have hard, it makes a sound with his stick. Stop pouring. Enough.
Find us a door
No, why did you say stop
Come on up, your birthday girl. We're gonna put this.
You say because sound from the board.
The chrome off
the room one, not drinking the wine. The good thing of being on here is you actually come up and talk. Like any of this stuff on the top,
so last year,
get rid of the whole barrel. You don't want any of
I
it.
surprised her with Kill Tony tickets.
And
I
then
didn't tell her we were going anywhere, but I picked her up. Like, her mom called work on Friday. I was like, hey, your cat got out. You gotta come home. What is this thing with your family losing animals?
And the third is scale.
It was the one thing that would get her home from work. So
every wine that
she
has
runs
mold.
home.
You want to drink?
To her friend there.
Oh, it's just on the top. It's not there.
She's like,
I'm not
okay,
interested.
so where are we going? I'm like, Nashville. She's like,
It's a
yeah,
nice
she's
dinner
like,
bottle.
I'm like, okay, come on. So we get to
That design of the house will hold on to the
hanging
mother.
out Saturday
Hey, maybe
morning.
you
Obviously,
want
the
to
sports
go
come
to
on, and I'm like,
the
hey, let's
not
go back to the
me.
room. We'll get something to eat. She's sitting in there. I'm getting ready. She's like, what are we getting ready for? And I'm throwing the shirt. It's a Kill Tony shirt. I'm like, hey,
One,
you're Kill
and
Tony.
if you
She
do
starts
drink,
fucking
it's
off.
cost. That's more of a combination. It says the ratio and putting it out, and the review is how you know, I bring this to this watching this young to this sleep.
You're in the eye of the storm, Michaela. How does it feel up here? You're a diehard fan. You would suck the chrome off of a tailpipe pitch.
Omar, you know,
You might get off that microphone.
both rashes have found that you
What do
take
you do for work?
the two and you put them together and you say, whiskey and sweet wine
Look at this. One in the bank,
is
two in
no
the
good.
stack.
You must say, this is a little bit later. You're going to hold them and say, no, hold them and not you.
There you go.
So that's the Omar. Let me try to fix those type of things. No, in fact, not both. One is kosher and one is not kosher after the fact. I told you this is when it's sweetness through the sun. Lemon, there's nothing wrong with that. It's not a disgusting grape. It's a great grape. They make the best wines in the world from it. Just that, so happens to be, it sat in the sun a little bit too much. The sun hit it in a different direction. The sun is what gave it extra sweetness. It's not a disgusting wine. Who do you say though?
We work at different locations.
Oh, did you
actual
make it work?
species. What's the one I'm looking for? Variety of grape. The entire variety is sweet variety. That's low. That's disgusting. You don't want that type of grape. You want a nice red grape.
We're the same for all other countries outside Africa.
You give me some chocolate grape.
What Croatia has done to
Some Moe's grape.
Bosnia, they usually make an argument that all countries deserve access to water. And perhaps it needs to be an exclave, but something. And give examples.
Okay. Thank you. And the video
I was born early and my
Ready says it's not being older. Let's get into it. Why not? Come on, sister. My time is ready. Why not? Come on, bro. Like, she's very quick. Like, heavens, it says those two words together. The sheep wine. Máscaras de also a sheep. Against the team also. A sheep is a year old. I always feel that. A sheep is a year old. The guy in charge of supposed to want us to be a year old. That's the Gemara. Compared to sheep, you might put it in some puzzle or sheep in 2 years old. You can puzzle like that. What do you mean like an hour?
Basically, but this was in the 90s, so they actually sent me home, and my mom kept calling the hospital like, my baby has it. And they're like, that's
But if you have one sheep,
and it was like 2 weeks later. They took me back, and yeah, they just
comparing it to sheep, it should be false. My time is like all the way over, and who says it can be nasty? We love her, we really quite. Eleanor over, I'm ready to see how clean Yain is. The second concept, don't see the wine when it is red. When is it reddish? It's red when it's yellow. As soon as it switches aging, it starts becoming less and less red, more and more grass. When it's red, the first year, that's when it's the most desirable, it's the most tasty, it has the best taste, and when you serve it, also it's concerned that you're going to lose too much, and you're not going to know how to differentiate between right and wrong. You might do some things. Because of this puzzle, I'll tell you the reality is saga, because of this puzzle, this is the reason why on the same night, I'm not drinking red wine, I'm not white. Now what about on chocolate? So I had an argument with the people so I couldn't believe it because this guy knows his stuff. He's a very, very good. He's a knows a lot of things that are, you know, and he's making Friday night. Friday night. I like wine. I asked him night high because we share a lot of the same stuff. He's also running, etc. So, you know, it comes from a different background, whatever. It comes from a very similar background. So I asked him, he says, he doesn't think that you have to do red wine on Friday night. So I sent him this morning, I sent him the Shiguro, so a couple of times days. Because the father says you can do on white wine. Use the Ramban that says you can touch it, red wine. You can even touch it. But we have to pass it. It says in Shiguro that it is better to use red wine on the regular Shabbos. And basically, this is the part of Yain and not surprisingly, I was a little shocked because it's pretty touching somebody on Shiguro like that. Yeah, but that's how it goes, and that, and my focus is this way, that way. I didn't realize that. Okay, I'm going to start on the spot. Something you know. Hey, Naveen, Lloyd, Minnesota. She was raised, but hey, Naveen, I was raised there. We don't come born before. I really have money from it. Now we cultivated the whole, you know, take that food and you soften up and heat it up with the dirt and you use the vine twice a year. Aerate it, give it a little here, whatever, you know, these winemakers, they don't do doing that. It's a lot of air, a lot of salt. There's not, I don't know how they sell. But we just had a corner of an orchard. The wrong thing to tell you is that he cultivated the ground more than everybody. The other common fact is he made each wine is very Nile of had. Speaking, I'm the Gemara, but he's Ziga. Ziga is to dilute the wine. The wine is really strong. So they typically put 3 parts water, 1 part wine.
Mixed with 2 southern black ladies. You can do whatever you. They got all kinds of shampoos. They got all kinds of. Do you know they got a shampoo and conditioners called purple shampoo? It's just
there's also another way to drink it.
Or nigga, they got free
water, because the water wasn't sanitized for alcohol. But the Yosef's wine is so strong because the cultivated red double that it produced double certain amount of wine. How? By being able to add certain amount of water. However, comes is very now a hot take. Double the media. Usually, we know now 6 balls.
You don't know, you're just trying to fit in. This nigga's a liar. This nigga's a liar. They got a show that just got cleared, and nigga, I used to look like a cheerleader. Bring it on, nigga. I used to look like Gabrielle Union.
Gather the wine in larger barrels. Oh no, really small barrels of beer you are really the same as a pot of drum in lid, a medium-sized drum. And even though it's sunshine, you wouldn't put the two next to each other like this, because if this one is oiled, the aroma from this one will go as fine as the other. So the electricity from one a lot of times they spill them one not next to each other. They talk about this. He said,
That's something
new. Check the light. These electrical change the other designs for years. When the light when it starts bubbling, the phone, you think it stop it. You wouldn't say that's what it stop it. Oh no, it's like a huge so smart. When the sediments start pouring out, usually he can stuck on it. You would bring it to it. Has to be more of a limiting 1% of the amount. The diameter is resonant, so it's actually close to 2. The original, like, water is inside you go up in summer. You know that when you're in the vicinity, when you need summer, because they would save other people. It's in these words because it's good for the summer. People are rapidly so true. Speaking this parable to the wise, they actually could say that there are times that it's good to speak, and there are times that it's really bad to speak.
That was I did 3 shows in Springfield. Next, I'm doing Minneapolis, Minnesota. I'm going right inside where the Mall American is. That's what I did. I love it. It's a long fucking week. They got the amusement park inside in there before. Yeah, you're gonna be there for like everywhere, nigga. We know.
But at the same time, that's talking to someone.
Because I was in that mall for like 5 days. Started back getting
the beautiful smell,
I was deranged.
right thing to do.
By the end.
Talking at the wrong time. Talking when there's wine. The ruin. Killed it. And the same thing with speaker of voice and the same thing with speaker talk. It's not a customer to be quiet when you need to say something. Maybe somebody else speak up for them, say stop. I don't think it's out. I'm just going to no. Sometimes some red people, and you know that person is not whatever. Something really wrong. You should have say something. You're not decided to not do something. Of course, the right, a lot of parameters. But you're going to start saying no. I know people that say no. It's always us. It's flush them out. Not true. Not true. You're going to save a person's life because this is a terrible shit. You know something about the person that's going to destroy the other person. And it's insane. So who's in that case is Mamish also. The speak is doing something. On the flip side, sometimes you're quiet, you don't say something. And you say the world by being quiet. Sometimes people think for the southern folk, sometimes the Hebrews rally loud. Because the same school can be great and can be terrible. If you don't see down in every legal email, no less. Reflection. This is sad. So you look at a little bit of mold on top, so you look at the whole battle. What is your team? This is the famous thing that we have. I'm not counting, I might be wrong. But it says, it just says that if you see the wine is no good, it is entirely bottle. What happens you decide to go make this $10,000 barrel. It's history by being elevated from a golden ticket winner to a regular. It's a hell of an episode. How about one more time for the Grand Sam talent, everybody? It's a novel copy you can pre-order it right now for its very team. Where can they pre-order it? Amazon, everywhere. Barnes & Noble, it's coming out for Red House everywhere. You saw Buffalo, Chicago, Madison, and a bunch of other places. Go to punchupalife.com/Sam Talent with 2 L's. Somebody donated
The Roast of Kevin Hart, May
which
10th
are
on
2 years old.
Netflix. It's
Giving them
must-see
probably the best
television.
place in the world to get a rat. Oh,
Yeah.
to us,
The
and if
Big
you
Kill
donated
Tony Mania
a
episode is
sheep, it's only a
already
year old.
out on
This has
Netflix because it came
I'm
out
going
April
to
20th.
get
Yeah, we're going to Madison Square Garden again.
not
So make sure you get tickets for that if you're anywhere near the New York area. And a lot of other fun stuff coming and happening because the fun train never ends. How about one more time for the best Sam in the land?
Thank you.
Let's see what Chris Rogers drew over there
I'm
tonight.
going
Oh
from
my God, look
to
at
get
him.
some chocolate. With Zumbo's, how do you call that thing that has wings that goes like this? Yeah, I know it's good. Result is from camera. Excellent, excellent. Excellent. Falcon. Beautiful. Great. There's always not enough. We need some humor here. We need some humor. There's always not enough. Get the words from China. And we don't even do Boston. Go home to the cover. You're not going to believe this. You bring a sheep that's its height is all as it's width. So, check out this place. As it says, places that are not supposed to go with it. This place is the racist rabbi. It's told me a little doctor since last night. Last night I just doing the tonight. He did the background, he did the underline. So the racist rabbi, almighty, wasn't so funny. The post up the way they're so tall. So everyone on Gabi, I love it. They're like direct. They're from the top of the tree. No, it's fucking ready. Tremendous way. Really inspiring. The animals that eat from the top, the animals that eat from the bottom, the animals that eat from the middle. There's a giraffe is eating a foot. That's 5 feet tall. It's short. It's in the center of 3 20 foot. And then you have all the gazelles that only eat the grass. And the wildebeest only eat the grass. They have the middle guy.
Tonight, I think
Yeah,
it's
there's
Tris
nothing in a way
Legends
that
over there.
they can all survive in the same area. It's not like they're all eating in the same crowd. Beautiful. So this sheep for the cover was so tall, it was even the top of a cedar tree. Sorry, my kid and I saw the mountain. And they put these sheep on top of a camel.
May 10th.
Ragrat,
Some favorite roasters and human beings, just overall great people.
would drag on the
They're going
ground.
to be on that,
A
so
number
you're
of
going to
things
want to
on
watch that.
First of all,
Yeah.
just understand the height of camel, right?
Live on
This is
Netflix.
camel is
Following
approximately
the roast of Tom Brady, the quarterback.
7 and
Roast of Tom Brady, the most watched comedy event in the past.
if you put a sheep on top,
So,
its
we'll
feet
see
are
where Kevin
more than
Hart
10
lands
feet
and
long.
everything.
Feet are like
Fun.
11
Should be
feet.
fun. I
Because
specialize
they're
in
dragging.
making fun of small black people.
That's
So,
the body. That's how full these sheep
before we
are.
get started
Now,
tonight,
I
here's
gotta
a
show
look
you
at the
another thing. I
amazing
didn't show you
sponsors
this.
that make it all possible. Hello there.
This
This
was
podcast is sponsored by Surfshark. With the help of AI, scammers are getting smarter every day. They're sending emails that look legit, but are designed to steal your data, passwords, and money. If you want to stay protected, you gotta check out Surfshark. It's way more than your normal VPN. It's an all-in-one online security tool. They have a ton of advanced features in one. There are small email scam hacker. This thing notifies you if email you is a scam or big intent. So instead of guessing whether that thanks email is real, you can check it before you click
them all. But they were off all night so that they could do ours to stop.
Standard VPN benefits of hiding your online
Right
activity
before the update was up again, I
change your
was
location
doing
and access
and
geoblocked content while
it's
traveling.
almost I heard
in the final kicker.
siren in the
One
background.
subscription
This is,
covers
siren.
unlimited
Yeah, I
devices so
know.
you can protect your phone,
I keep finishing
laptop,
up,
and even share it with your house. Pay for one, 2, and protect all
And then I
aspects of
wrote
your
the
online life. Go to surfshark.com/GoTony or use code
you know,
GoTony and check out to
you
get
missed the great
extra
AI
months
piece.
of
You might have found that
surfshark.com/GoTony
how to the camel
Kill Tony.
allow you to do this. So you sent me a piece. I'm studying for young kids. It's probably taking a few minutes only.
Use code
Very
Kill
vague. It's not in here.
extra months.
It just
Surfshark.
sends to smart company market.
And here we go. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? Ladies and gentlemen, we have tonight's only the greatest guests in the show's history. Having a real diehard Kill Tony fan. Then you're in for a special treat. One of the absolute best, one of the smartest, one of the funniest, makes some fucking noise for one of my favorite human beings and comedians. It's the great Sam Talent, everybody. Here we go. All your favorite episodes.
Oh my God, my Latino, my family, video. What you started in the middle of the really trying to see millions more I don't know. In the future, the sheep will be raised higher, very, very well.
That is two dead-eyed ghouls and me. You gotta get the book. It's an erotic thriller about a hitman in Paris through one last round. I love Flexroot. E-R-U-T. Pre-order
one
now.
is a big short front,
September
like
22nd.
this was a
My
smart
friend
water
Sam
day, you know what I mean?
fantastic. Feeling good. I wore a shirt that people online will say fits it.
Balance is
Oh,
good.
yeah.
And the
Last time I was
camera
on
is
here, it was where
running
everybody described
okay,
as a tart for some kind of book cover.
Oh, yeah.
And I have a new hot body, and I want everyone to know
See,
that.
I'm from the side of the July, it's got to show you. If I was in this lecture, you can see me right now.
I know I'm sexually distracting now.
Or some other medium.
Tony's the hot one.
On top of the wall, at the Texas July, I stationed guards. All I knew was color light on. All day, all night, Sunday, all time. No efficacy. They will not be quiet. I'm the spirit of Hashem of Dominus. Those who mention Hashem, they will never be quiet. I honest, what are these guards saying? That they're not being quiet. How come I over Avat the soul, the God into your place, the heaven of evil. Come on, lady. At the soul, Rachel Zion. You shall.
It's like George Foreman's kids over here.
How do you say suffering? Not to stand
All
up.
the same name.
Bill. Rachel Zion.
That's all rancho. It happens.
Does your twin have some passion on the life? Lava is the Lomar. Lama Shashan will be alive in the hill of the Omega Mary. Who may have a and before she was one what would the guard say to you?
Always a guest of the year.
All the guards, she looks in at some